Well, hello. Call me Aiden, call me nothing, but the name's nothing brief. How's everybody doing today on this Thursday morning? Yeah. So early? Yeah, I know. Sorry, the audio keeps coming out because I'm just clicking in and out of the game every second. But we should be good now. But yeah, hopefully everybody's doing good. And if you saw the Nintendo Direct this morning, that there was something there that you enjoyed, you know? Yeah. I did have a little pang of hope when Todd Howard came on at the very end, but no, it was just a whole bunch of re-releases with Fallout 4, Indiana Jones, and the Oblivion remake. So yeah, but overall, it was a pretty standard Nintendo Direct, especially for a partner showcase, right? So nothing too much to write home about, but then it wasn't bad either, you know? Just previews of games coming out in the future in the first half, and then just a whole bunch of ports and re-releases in the second. So yeah, so that was that. But other than that though, yeah, not really too much. Ever since yesterday's streams and today, because it's pretty much back to back. And yeah, I did mess around with my mic settings a little bit more today, so I should sound hopefully better. But it was definitely not what I liked. It wasn't to my liking by the time I started stream, so then I think I was still messing around with it more, or maybe just revert it back, you know? If I'm even able to do that. But yeah. But main thing though is that I think I'm gonna be quieter than normal. So I just need to check that at some point to see. So yeah. It's so early. Yeah, this stream is really early, even though it doesn't need to be because it's for me. This stream is for me because I wanna stream Fate for a decent amount of time today. So 5 hours, 6 hours at least, you know? And then just be able to go from there. So yeah. Alright, let's continue. Because when we last left off, we're just reconvening with everybody, the realization that Sakura is a shadow. Um, yeah, the knife scene and all of that. Talking with Zolkin. Yeah, so that was all of that. So now I think we're about to I think she already ran off, so we're trying to find her. Yeah. Oh no 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 no. So she has run off, but she went back to her home. While meanwhile we are about to confront Kotamine about what he knows about Sakura as a holy grail vessel, because he would have realized something was up when he did the crest form surgeries on her and found pieces of the old holy grail inside of her. So yeah. So that's what's going on right now. And then I know it's gonna lead into a fight at the end of the day, so a lot's gonna happen. And just what we're picking up for sure. I do not have adequate adequate snacks at all. I have a ginger ale in front of me. I have a Mexican Sprite in my fridge, and other than that, I don't think I have anything else to eat. If I wanted to go on for long, so we'll see. I arrived at the church after running without stopping even once. I started feeling short of breath on the way down the hill, but it passed by the time I got to the intersection. Are you laughing about the Mexican Sprite? I actually had a Mexican orange Fanta last night. Because I already knew that I liked Mexican Coca-Cola, you know? So when I saw it inside the grocery store, I was like, let me try the other ones and see how much I like them. But the orange Fanta was really good. I like that one a lot. They only had Sprite, orange Fanta, and Coca-Cola though. From what I saw, but it was only at the end of the aisle and not the full shelf. So maybe if I went there instead, there would have been more. But yeah, no. So eventually I'm gonna pop open the Mexican Sprite and then see how much better that's gonna be too. Just because of cane sugar over just was what do they use? Corn syrup as the sugar for American sodas, or at least for Coca-Cola products. Yeah. Physically, I feel surprisingly good. I ran nearly 5 kilometers from home to the church at a full sprint, even if it was the shortest route.
感心してる場合じゃないだろう、今は。
I go into the church. If Kotomine's known about this all along, then I'll make him spit it all out, with force if I have to. And he doesn't even have any of his, like, servants anymore, so he's just a dude. The priest is in the chapel. He looks as if he's been waiting for me.
おや、どうしたエミヤシロ。身体極まって神に祈る。などと卑怯な男ではなかったはずだが。
Man.
終始替えかな。
He greets me flippantly.
ふざけろ。あんたの嫌味に付き合ってる暇はないんだ。おしゃべりがしたきゃ、一人でやってろ。
ほう。なるほど。確かに余裕はなさそうだな。その体でよくここまで来れたものだよ。どうかな。長話なら奥に移らないか。お前とて立ち話はつらかろう。
Just like with Zokin, man.
結構だ。それより、答えろ、琴峰。あんた、桜が聖杯だって知っていたな。
当然だ。あの娘の体を開いてみたのだからな。あれが魔頭造剣によって調整された黒い聖杯だということは分かっていた。
He answers bluntly. It's like his face is saying, so what?
お前、それがどういうことだか分かっていて。
Of course he does. My blood boils. I tell myself that I need to stay calm, but Kotomine's words light my temper white hot.
そうだな。それがどういうことなのか。私は今のお前以上に分かっていた。魔頭桜をあのまま生かせば、多くの人間を殺すことになる。だからこそ私は忠告したのだ。あれを生かす価値があるのか、とな。
I pause. That's true. He did give me a warning back then. He saved Sakura and told me it was a mistake to let her live.
じゃあどうしてお前は桜を助けた？俺は桜を守りたかっただけだ。けど、お前にそんな理由はないだろう。
理由はある。私もお前と同様、魔頭桜を死なせたくなかった。彼女が内包した新しい命を死なせることはできなかった。
You believe she can be saved too?
人間は死ぬものだ。魔頭桜が死ぬというのならそれも道理だろう。死にゆく者が彼女だけならば、私もあそこまで手は尽くさなかった。
死にゆく者が桜だけなら。
You too? So, is this guy saying that he saved Sakura to let the shadow live?
その通りだ、エミヤシロ。傷を負い、生き絶えるのならばそれは摂理だ。だが、誕生しうる者、生まれようとする者を殺すことはできない。
Wow, okay.
お前は魔頭桜を救うために彼女を保護した。私は魔頭桜がはらんだ闇を救うため、彼女を救った。それが私の理由だ。お互い目的は違えど、魔頭桜には生きていてもらわねばならなかった。その結論に何か不満があるとでも。
I'm not unsatisfied. Whatever Kotomine was thinking, we needed his help back then. On top of that, he used up his entire magic crest to save Sakura. I should be grateful for the outcome.
そうだな。あんたが何を考えていたかなんて興味ない。それより聞かせてもらうぞ、琴峰。そこまで言うからには、あんたはあれの正体を知っているはずだ。
街を脅かす影のことか。まあ、私なりの考えはあるが、お前はどうだ。あれは一体何だと思う。
造剣は聖杯の中身だと言った。聖杯の中にあるものが さくらを通じて外に出てきていると。
造家に直接聞いたのか。なるほど。あの老人の考えそうなことだ。
I was shocked for a moment there.
それで、お前は奴の言葉を全て信用しているのかね。あの影が的尾さくらから漏れた聖杯の中身であり、彼女が生きている限り殺戮を繰り返すものだと。
Like the shadow is the crestworms instead?
造剣なんて信用するか。けど、あいつの言い分は符合しすぎている。さくらがあの影と関係があるって認めないわけにはいかない。
そうだな。造剣の説明に嘘はなかろう。だが、真実も語ってはいない。良いか。聖杯に満ちる力とは無色のもの。無色である以上、自分から人を襲うなどということはない。目的のない力は目的のないまま無産するものだろう。
That's true, now that he mentions it. So why is the thing leaking out of Sakura attacking people indiscriminately?
どういうことだ。どうしてあれは人を襲う。
Because of Sakura herself.
言うまでもない。聖杯の中には人間を殺す者がいる。そうでなければ説明はつかんだろう。
Something which kills people? It's in the Holy Grail and eating away at Sakura. My vision jars for a moment. I deny that anything so absurd could possibly exist. But wait. Didn't I see something exactly like that with my own eyes 10 years ago?
それこそおかしいだろう。聖杯の力が無色の力だって言うなら、初めから人間を殺すなんて目的を持ったものがあるはずない。
なあ、それは本来あってはならん。作られるはずのない矛盾だ。だが、確かにあれは聖杯の中に潜んでいる。10年前、私とキリツグが残り、聖杯をかけて戦ったことは教えていたな。その時点で聖杯の中身は何かに汚染されていた。無色のはずの力は、あらゆる解釈を持って人間を殺す方向性を持った渦になっていたのだ。まあ、それでも願いを可能とするほどの魔力の渦だ。願望機としての機能は損なわれていない。問題があるとすれば、それは悪をもって善を浮き彫りにするという幸福のあり方だろう。10年前の火災はそれゆえの惨劇だ。私はそれでも変わらぬと聖杯を認め、キリツグはそのような悪は認めぬと聖杯を破壊した。その結果は言うまでもない。私のサーバントは汚染された聖杯の中身を浴び、聖杯から漏れた泥は町を燃やし、人を殺めた。
Now you're saying that Kiritsugu destroying the Holy Grail caused a fire 10 years ago, huh? Though I'm pretty sure I remember in UBW he said that he was the one that wished for the fire. Or for the Grail to like destroy humanity, right?
その光景をお前ならば知っているはずだ。
Yeah, I watched it happen. I saw the root of all this destruction with my own eyes.
じゃあ、あの黒い花が。
そう、聖杯という穴だ。皮肉な話だ。汚れなき最高純度の魂をくべる杯。そこに一粒の毒が混ざった程度で、汚れなきものは全て変色した。何しろ無色だからな。どれほど深淵で広大だろうと、たった一人の色のついた異分子にはかなわなかったというわけだ。
Like how a tiny drop of food dye will make water just like change complete colors.
異分子って。じゃあ、それが聖杯の中身を変色させた原因なのか。
おそらくな。3度目の儀式の折、 アインツベルンは呼んではならぬものを召喚した。その結果、彼らが用意した聖杯戦争という儀式に不純物が混入した。3度目から4度目の間、50年の歳月をかけて聖杯の中で出産を待ったそれは、しかし外界に出ることは叶わなかった。4度目の聖杯は狭すぎたのだ。前回はセーバーとアーチャーが残ったまま期限を迎え、聖杯は完成しなかった。門こそ開いたものの、それは即座に規律具によって破壊された。
不純物。そいつが黒い影の本体。
そいつというのは間違っている。黒く染まろうと、聖杯の中身は純粋な力の渦に過ぎない。中にあるものは方向性を持った魔力だ。人を殺すという方向性を持った、それだけに特化した呪いの渦。人間の悪性のみを具現した混ざり気のない魔。それが聖杯の中にいるもの。夜に徘徊する影の本体だ。まだ生まれておらず、麻藤さくらがいなければ影さえ落とせない出産予定時に過ぎない。
出産予定時だと？ふざけんな。さくらはそんな得体の知れない奴を産ませられるっていうのか。
Yeah, let's not. Let's just get rid of it.
いや、麻藤さくらが正しく作られた聖杯ならば、確かに彼女の肉体からそれは現れるだろう。だが彼女は特別だ。あれは門である麻藤さくらを侵食し、門そのものになろうとしている。斧が誕生、無から有に至るため、彼女に自身の力を受け渡すことで、この世に生まれようとしているの。もとより肉体を持たない力だ。人間として肉を持つ必要はない。誰かがその力を継承するだけで、それはこの世に存在することになる。聖杯の中身が漏れているのではない。あれは麻藤さくらに浸透することで誕生しようとしている魔だ。故にあの黒い影は聖杯の中身などではない。あれはすでに麻藤さくらそのものだ。マ
No.
スターへの侵食。麻藤さくらに力の継承が済んでしまえば、彼女自身があの影に変貌する。
Wait. Hold on a second, Kotomine. I can't keep track of everything you're saying.
もとより
Average Kotomine conversation.
いや、前回の戦いで汚染された聖杯を使用した時点で、彼女はとうに契約していたの。アインツベルンが作った聖杯ならば、このようなことにはならなかっただろう。聖杯の中身は呪いに満ちていただろうが、それと適応するだけのよりしろではないのだからな。
Shut up. You're talking way too much. Just say it simply. For example, you could say that the shadow isn't Sakura's subconscious. That's what Soken said, but you're implying that the shadow is attacking people because that's always been its power. Sakura. Sakura can't have wanted this to happen.
聖杯の中で渦巻く呪い。これに適応する聖杯でなければ、あのように呪いが形を得ることなどなかっただろう。聖杯の中にいる者は、自身を確かな形に形取れるよりしろとつながってしまった。通常の聖杯、アインツベルン製の黄金や魔術師の肉体を使った聖堂の聖杯ならば、形にはならず、不確かな形になっていただろう。何しろ、質量を持つほどの呪いだ。場合によっては、ただ増殖するだけの肉の塊になるやもしれん。
Oh yeah, and we saw that. That has nothing to do with me. Get to the point. Tell me the conclusion. I thought that I would save her if I defeated the shadow. That I just needed to beat it before Sakura turned into the Holy Grail. But if Sakura herself is the shadow,
呪いは的をさくらというよりしろを得た。何しろ前回の戦いでこの世に漏れた触覚を体に埋め込まれ、魔術回路として育てられた人間だ。的をさくらが聖杯として門を開けば開くほど中にいるものと一体化していくだろう。だが安心しろ。的をさくらに理性がある限り影は影に過ぎない。いかに呪いが的をさくらを汚染しようと命令権は彼女にある。彼女が聖杯として門を閉じようとする限り中の者は的をさくらに宿るだけで完全には外に出られない。マスターとサーバントの関係と同じだ。マスターである的をさくらが許さない限りサーバントである呪いはその力を行使できない。呪いがその方向性を遺憾なく発揮するには的をさくらの理性が邪魔だ。的をさくらが呪いを自らの一部として受け入れるか、それとも呪いの魔力量に耐えきれず理性が崩壊するか、そのいずれかをもって的をさくらがはらんだ闇は誕生する。彼女はすでにあの影そのものだ。もはや聖杯戦争が終わったところで彼女を元に戻すことはできん。
He's saying that if I kill the shadow and check its dead body, I'll find Sakura lying there. I thought my heart just stopped. I clutched my chest hard enough to tear the skin, and forced myself to start breathing again.
じゃあさくらをこのまま生かすってことは
あの黒い影を羽化させるということだ。いずれ彼女の精神は死に、その時こそ地獄が具現する。いや、あのままでは肉体が耐えられぬと思ったが、よくやったなエミヤシロ。お前のおかげで的をさくらは未だ聖杯として機能している。
お前はさくらを化け物にしたいのか。
無論だ。
Ah, he punched him.
あれが何であれ誕生する意志がある限り生まれ出ようとする者を止めることはできない。そして間違えるなエミヤシロ。お前はあれを化け物というのか。まだこの世に現れてもいないものを化け物と。
当然だろう。あの影は悪魔だ。今だって際限なく人を殺しまくる悪魔じゃないか。
早計だな。善悪など所詮発生した後に我々が決めることに過ぎ、まだありもしないものを否定することは誰にもできない。それとも何か、お前は犯罪者の息子は間違いなく犯罪者になるとでも言うのか。それゆえに生まれる前に殺してしまえと。
What is he talking about? He himself said it's something which kills humans. Is already killing people right now.
それが間違いだ。あの影は的をさくらというよりしろから作った影に過ぎ、聖杯より生まれ出ようとする者はあれとは違う何かだ。あの影は的をさくらを使い、誕生のために人々の命を吸っているに過ぎ、ただ生きることを欲する血のみごと同じだ。無意識である以上、あれの行いに善悪は問えん。
バカを言うな。実際人が死んでるんだぞ。
そうだな。故に罪も罰も与えられるべきだろう。だがそれは
We must prosecute this baby after it is born.
まだ誰にもあれを否定することはできん。帰らざる者、未だ世に在価を問われぬ者を排斥することはできない。よいか、明確な悪の定義など人の世には存在しない。だが それでもこの世に悪があるとするのなら、生まれようとするものを止めることこそが絶対の悪ではないか。
My words catch my throat. I don't accept Kotomine's argument to turn Sakura into the contents of the Holy Grail, or rather, that he refuses to stop it from happening. But attacking him for what he just said won't change anything, and it won't help Sakura.
琴峰
He's just rage baiting you, Shido.
桜が聖杯に変わることか
I ask him with menace in my voice. It's already too late to declare war, but I want to know exactly where we each stand.
そのために的尾さくらを助けたと言った。それが生まれるというのであれば、私はそれを祝福するだけだ。お前が的尾さくらを擁護するように、私はその大事を擁護しよう。
そうか。それは俺たちの敵ってことか。
無論だ。だが私は的尾さくらの命が欲しいわけではないし、的尾増減のように聖杯の力が欲しいわけでもない。聖杯の中にあるもの、それが命として誕生した時のみ、それを擁護する。出産の前に母体が子を拒むのであらば、そちらの意志を尊重しよう。
Kotomine isn't lying. He really doesn't care about winning the Holy Grail War. All he's interested in is the outcome. He wants to know whether we or Zoken will survive, and see what happens afterward. He doesn't intend to force Sakura's transformation. He said that he would help Sakura when we couldn't do anything to stop her from transforming.
わかった。あんたが傍観に徹するんなら、俺も手は出さない。理由はどうあれ、あんたは桜を助けてくれた。
Hang on. My ear is bothering me, so let me see if I can't, like, go flush it out really quick. I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. That did not help at all. So I'm just gonna have to deal with it now. But it's okay. It's nothing new for me.
それだけで十分だ。
Wait, I don't remember this part. Then he said that he would help Sakura when we couldn't do anything, right? Okay.
そうか。私が助けたのは母体だが、そう取るのなら口出しはせん。さて、お前の要件はこれだけかな。ならば、的尾さくらのもとに帰るがいい。あまり一人にしていい状況ではないだろう。
The priest says it out of concern for Sakura's physical, no, her mental health. We're clearly supposed to be enemies now, but it's as hard as ever to tell whose side he's really on.
いや、もう一つだけ聞きたい。多分、これがあんたに聞く最後の質問になる。
おう、最後ならば無下にはできんな。いいだろ、聞こう。
琴峰、さくらは助けられるのか？
My question changes the atmosphere. The gravity that always seems to surround the priest doubles. He gives me a word of advice.
手はある。だが、半々というところだ。聖杯として完成すれば、的尾さくらという人格は消え去るだろう。だが、聖杯が放つ力に彼女の精神が少しでも耐えられるのなら、そのわずかな時間が希望になる。おそらくもって数秒。その合間に聖杯を制御し、その力をもって彼女の内部に救う者を排除する。要は力ずくだ。的尾さくらを聖杯に仕立て上げる刻印中も、彼女の肉体をよりしろにする者も、聖杯の力で殺してしまえばよい。汚染されたとはいえ、聖杯は願望機としての機能を保っている。その用途が殺害に関することならば、それこそ殺せぬ命はない。
結局それか。初めからこの戦いは。
Of course.
そう。聖杯を手に入れることに集約される。だが注意しろ。聖杯の力を聖杯そのものに向けるのだ。並大抵の魔術師では魔力を制御できず、しくじれば10年前の惨劇を繰り返すことになる。それだけではない。わずか数秒で聖杯を制御するなど狂気の沙汰だ。お前一人ではどうあっても成し得ない奇跡だぞ。
けどそれしかないんだろう。ならやってやるさ。それにそういうことならこっちだって少しは当てがある。
Well, I am two people, so that might make things a little bit different.
なるほど。お前には凛がいたな。凛は的尾さくらの姉だ。妹の精神に同調し、聖杯からの反動を和らげることも容易だろう。もっとも、そんな馬鹿げた賭けにあれが賛同するとは思えないが。
He's right, of course. My first priority when I get home now is now to convince Tosaka.
いいさ。そんなのはこっちの苦労だ。じゃあ、アーバーよ。尺だけど世話になった。あんたの言い分は認めないけど、礼は言っとく。
待て。質問に答えたのだ。私からも一つ聞きたいことがある。
I stop on the way out. I'm not in the mood for this, but it's better than owing him any more favors.
なんだよ。最後にするって言ったのはあんただろ。手短に済ませてくれ。
何？万が一今の方法で的尾さくらを救えたとしよう。だが、お前はそれでいいのかな、エミヤシロ。的尾さくらが聖杯で亡くなったとしても、彼女がすでに人食いであることに変わりはない。その罪人をお前は擁護するというのか。
I halt. This time, his words really do make my blood run cold.
耐えられぬのはお前だけではない。彼女は多くの人間を殺した。的尾さくら自身、そのような自分を容認できるとは思えんが。
それは
罪を犯し、償えぬまま生き続けるのは辛かろう。ならば、人思いに殺してやった方が幸せなのではないか。その方が楽であり、奪われた者たちへの謝罪にもなる。
Yeah. That's where this chain of logic would lead. It doesn't matter how alone she feels about it. No matter what the circumstances were, the victims deserved to see some kind of punishment. If lives were taken, then those they were taken from can never be satisfied unless an equal price is paid. They would want to kill her. If we feel apologetic at all to those who were lost, then society would dictate that Sakura, the perpetrator, be killed as well. And that's not all. If we fail to save Sakura and she becomes a holy grail anyway, then all the brakes will be off. There will be 10 times as many deaths. Just like that day, when innocent people died one after another, without knowing why. I swallowed the bile right into my throat. My eyes feel bloodshot, like I could cry blood at any moment. I take thousands of swords and cut those feelings down.
ああけどそれは償いじゃない。
I still swore to protect Sakura.
そうか。エミやキリツグの後は継がないというわけか。
His voice is calm. The priest looks at me with a bored, even disappointed expression.
親父の後だと。
そうだ。お前の父親は人間を愛していた。より高く、より遠く、より広く、際限なく限界を切り開く人間を愛し、そのために自身を絶対の悪とした。あの男ならば、やはり的尾さくらを殺していただろう。奴は正義とやらのために人間らしい感情を切り捨てた男だからな。
それはあんたとは違うのか。正義のために、多くの幸福のために一人の人間の幸福を切り捨てると。
いや、お前たちが幸福と呼ぶものでは私に喜びを与えなかった。
That doesn't answer the question. No, actually. The musing priest isn't even looking at me.
そう、違ったな。奴は初めからあったものを切り捨て、私には初めから切り捨てられるものがなかった。結果は同じながら、その過程があまりにも違ったの。奴の存在はあまりにも不愉快だった。奴の苦悩は明らかに不快だった。そこまでして切り捨てるというのなら、初めから持たねばよい。だというのに奴は苦悩を持ち、切り捨てた後でさえ拾い上げた。それが人間の正しい営みだというように。その違いこそが決定的だった。そう。初めから持ち得ないのなら、なぜ私はこの世に生を受けたのか。
The priest's musings aren't directed at anyone, but I can feel the anger in his words. It's a show of genuine emotion that I didn't think he was capable of.
それを思えば、お前に切り継ぐの後など告げるはずもなかった。奴は切り捨てることで実行したが、お前は両立することしか実行できない。お前は私と似ている。お前は一度死に、蘇生するときに故障した。後天的ではあるが、私と同じ生まれついての欠陥品だ。
故障ってどこが壊れてるって言うんだ。
気づいていないだけだ。お前には自分という概念がない。
He's so weird. Good morning, Mari.
一つの命にこだわるとはな。いや、それとも。
I do agree though. It's not that I obsess over many lives, but that I care about lives as much as I care about one. He's not his dad, Kotomine. We're two very different people. Yeah. Kirei Kotomine thinks out loud, sounding somewhat envious.
まあいい。その上で的尾さくらだけを救うのなら止めはしない。背負いたいだけ在郷を背負うがいい。 最後に忠告をしよう。どのような形であれ的尾さくらを救いたいのであらば、的尾造剣を殺すことだ。奴は的尾さくらの精神が消え去った後、空になった肉体に乗り移る。そうなっては的尾さくらを取り戻すこともできなくなる。
乗り移るって、さくらに造剣が。
そうだ。あれの本体は人体に寄生する虫だからな。魂の容器にあたる脳虫がどこに潜んでいるかは知れんが、それが生きている限り人体の乗っ取りは安い。的尾造剣はある意味不老不死だ。魂を世に留めている手のひらほどの虫を探し出すか、魂そのものを浄化させなければ完全には滅ぼせん。
そうか、逆にすっきりしたよ。どのみち造剣は倒さなくちゃいけないってことなんだ
A reason to kill that old man? Sign me up. As if I didn't have one already.
なるほど。確かにわかりやすいな。的尾造剣を倒し、的尾さくらを勝者にする。その後に現れる聖杯を制御し、的尾さくらの身体を洗浄する。方針としてはそんなところか。
I nod, reluctantly. Kotomine's right. It's good to keep things simple.
これは試験だがな。的尾さくらの精神は存外に強く、聖杯の呪いに適合しすぎている。輪が陽性だとしたら、あれは陰性なのだろう。
Yin to yin
的尾造
yang.
剣に落ち度があったとしたらそこだ。あの黒い影は造剣の予想を超えて的尾さくらを成長させてしまった。あれがお前に手を出してきたのはそのためだ。的尾さくらを守るがいい。羽化に耐えられるのであれば母体とて死にはすまい。
I nod without saying anything else. Kotomine's goal is Sakura's transformation. But that's still a lot better than anything Zoken has planned.
言っとくが、あんたの出番はない。そんな得体の知れないものを羽化なんてさせるものか。
その意気だ。決して造剣にだけは手渡すな。
At the very least, y'all hate Soken, so that's good. I snort and head for the door. I'm done with this place. I need to get back to Sakura soon. When I get back to the house, the first thing I feel is a terrible chill. Nothing seems particularly out of place, nor do I sense any danger. I just have a vaguely cold sense of foreboding. The living room is empty. Ilya is sleeping in the tatami room. Tosuka's getting ready for the projection in her guest room. As for Sakura,
さくら、入るぞ。
I announce myself and reach for the doorknob. The chill runs down my back again. Something feels wrong, something missing, but I shake off the hunch and open the door.
さくら、
I catch sight of Ryder for an instant before she vanishes like a ghost. Behind her, the bed that Sakura is supposed to be sleeping in is unoccupied. The lights turn on. I blink at the sudden illumination.
おかえりなさい。どこに行ってたかは聞かないけど、ずいぶんと遅かったわね。
I shouldn't laugh, because she's being held captive here by Ryder. It's still a little funny.
遠さか。これは一体。
見ればわかるでしょ。さくらは一人で外に出て行って、私はさっきまでライダーに睨まれていたのよ。彼女、あなたには手を出さないよう命じられているんでしょうね。シローが入ってきた途端、霊体化して外に逃げていったわ。
Tosuka's voice is calm. No, it isn't. This isn't the voice of someone composed. Her cold, flat tone sounds like she's giving up.
遠さか。 さくらが出て行ったって。
本当よ。あなたが出ていく前からいなかったようだから、もう2時間は経つわ。あんな体で何をする気かは知らないけど、私たちの言いつけは聞けないってことでしょうね。探しに行こうとした私をライダーで止めるぐらいなんだから、後ろめたいことでもあるんでしょう。
バカなこと言うな。さくらが俺たちに隠し事をしてる。
Like, Shiro. Shiro. Yes, she would. I can't say for sure that isn't true. Sakura's nightmares. I could never understand how Sakura feels about her steadily deteriorating health.
とにかく連れ戻さないと。あんな状態のさくらを一人にしたら、それこそ
犠牲者が出るかもね。学校で私を襲った時みたいに目についた人から魔力を奪いかねないわ。だってほら、昨夜あの影に襲われた人がいなかったでしょ。きっと空腹なのよ、あの子。
父さか。
She looks slightly away and goes quiet. Her eyes seem to say, "It's over, Shiro."
父さか、お前。
さくらを探すのはいい。私も賛成よ。けど見つけ出してあの子の姿を見た時、さくらがもうさくらじゃなかったらやるべきことは分かってるわね。
そんなことはない。さくらはさくらのままだ。
正気？もう限界だってわからないの？いい加減諦めなさい、シロ。これ以上さくらをかばったら、まず真っ先にあなたが
つまらない憶測は後だ。今はさくらを見つけて連れ戻すだけだろう。その後で納得いくまで言い合ってやるから、今は黙ってろってんだ。
待ちなさい、シロ。
I run down the hall. I don't even have time to wonder where Sakura is.
もういいでしょ、シロ。
I went with all my might, as if to deny what Tosuka was saying.
シロ、さくらを探しに行くの。
But then, I hear an unexpected voice just as I reach for the door. When did she show up? She's been like our voice of reason, like this entire route. Ilya's watching me from afar, as if there's a wall between us.
イリア。
答えて、シロ。さくらを探しに行くの。
I nod. Ilya's voice is strained. Her resignation is different from Tosuka's. Maybe she can feel exactly what Sakura is going through as a fellow Holy Grail.
そう。けどシロ、さくらが一人で外に出たのは、シロに見られたくなかったからだよ。さくらはシロを守るために、怖いけど、死にたくないけど、聖杯である自分自身に決着をつけに行ったの。シロが好きだったさくらはもういないわ。さくらは自分を消すために、一人でここから出て行ったんだから。
Ilya's eyes bore straight into me. I return to gaze and shake my head firmly. I won't let it happen. Even if Sakura isn't herself anymore, there's only one thing for me to do.
そう。けどシロ、私もさくらも自分の中にもう一つの自分を持っている。それはきっとシロが知っている私じゃないし、シロが思ってるさくらとは違うんだよ。さくらは戻らない。変わってしまったさくらはもう別人に過ぎない。それでもさくらを殺すのは嫌なの、シロ。
Ilya asks me a question, very quietly. The Holy Grail is something people created. She's telling me that it was made to be broken, so I shouldn't hesitate to destroy it. When Ilya talks about herself like that, all I can hear is Sakura's name instead.
シロ、もう一度だけ聞くわ。それでもあなたはさくらを探しに行くの？
I don't know what feelings are behind that question, so I answer as honestly as I can.
ああ、探しに行く。 俺にとってさくらはどうあってもさくらなんだ。それはイリアも同じだろう。もしイリアが聖杯なんてわけのわからないものになっても、イリアはイリアだ。たとえどんなに変わり果ててしまっても、その中にイリアがいるのなら、それは俺の知っているイリアだと思う。難しいことは正直よくわからない。俺にはそれだけだ。
I reach for the door.
条件のところよ。さくらが行くとしたら、そこ以外ありえないわ。
Her voice guides me from behind.
わかった。イリアはうちで待機しててくれ。さくらを連れてすぐ帰ってくる。
I leave the house entrance. Ilya keeps watching me go from afar. I arrive at the Mato mansion. I'm not winded at all. I should be tired after running this morning, but my body feels completely fine. That archer stamina. My finger stops before ringing the doorbell. Did someone enter or leave? The front door lies partly ajar, and the inside is terribly quiet. There's no sign of anyone here. The house is even more dreary than it was yesterday. I don't find anyone on the first floor. The only sound I hear is my echoing footsteps. I make my way upstairs, the floorboards creaking beneath me. The second floor is also empty. I gaze up at the sky through the skylight. I could sense that there was no one living here since I went up the stairs. I stop myself before I go back downstairs. No one living. A sense of dread directs my attention to an open door. It's Sakura's room. I've seen it once before. I've never been inside. When Shinji showed me around before, Sakura pushed us outside, blushing furiously. I think that was 2 years ago. Nothing's changed. It's a girly room, barely decorated at all, which is like Sakura. There, Shinji's dead body is sprawled on the bed. Yes! Sorry. Are we going to flashback to how he got killed? Ugh. You're spoiling me, game.
ずいぶん遅いお帰りじゃないか。
The mask falls off the man who was her brother. His sticky plastic smile is gone without a trace.
この裏切り者、マトウの面汚しが。
He screams at her as he closes in. The man glowers viciously at the girl, closing in with the sluggish yet threatening steps. The girl twitches in fright. She realizes that he's approaching her with hatred and bloodlust.
そうだよな。お前はそうでなくっちゃ。そうだ。どんなに普通の人間を装っても変わらない。お前はマトウの女だ。卑しい魔術師崩れ。恐れ、怯え、やがて感情をなくし、人形と変わらなくなる。
He roughly moves in. She retreats. The long-lost feeling of superiority brings a smile to the man's face. And that's why he fails to realize that the girl cowering in front of him isn't obedient like she's always been. The man is the only one who doesn't see that she's twisting away from him out of sheer revulsion and defiance.
なんだ、今日はずいぶん元気じゃないか。そうかそうかそうか、そりゃあいい。エミヤも今頃落ち込んでるだろうな。
ダメ、やめて、近寄らないで、イーサン。
The girl does everything she can to push the threatening man away.
は？
He stops. His extended hand slightly dips, and he stares down at the girl as if encountering something alien.
なんて言った？ 今お前なんて言った？
His voice is shocked. The girl gulps and works up the courage to look him in the eyes.
近寄らないでと言ったんです。私はこれ以上兄さんの言いなりにはならない。先輩はこんな私でも受け入れてくれた。私を守るって言ってくれた。私は兄さんのおもちゃじゃない。私はもう。
The girl desperately tries to squirm out from under the man's oppressive shadow. His voice is hollow. He stares down at the cowering girl.
ふざけんな。ふざけるな。ふざけるな。ふざけるな。この
His temper explodes.
エミヤだと僕の言いなりにはならない。勘違いするな。何様のつもりだお前。決めるのはいつでも兄である僕だ。お前は今まで通りただ黙って従えばいいんだよ。
The dam of his anger has broken, and there's no stopping it. His mind can't take the shock of being defied by someone who's never turned on him before.
訂正しろよさくら。お前は僕のものだ。他の誰のものでもない。身の程をわきまえろ。お前はマトウの女だ。ならお前には僕に逆らう権利なんてこれっぽっちもないんだよ。
He doesn't know how to stop his anger. The girl glares at him reproachfully, with determination in her eyes. He finds her gaze maddening, and doesn't like being stared at so directly. At the same time, he laughs at her powerless resistance. He laughs. He laughs. The veteran cackles in delight. That's when she realizes, deep down, what he's thinking. No matter what, he seems determined to ruin my life, just to ridicule me. She whimpers. Why is he always like this? She's put up with so much, for so long. She's lied to other people and even herself, trying to convince herself that she could still be happy someday. She thought that she was just happy just being at Senpai's house. And yet, why can't he even let her have that? No, he isn't the only one. She's always thought, always resented. Why? Why does the world around me hate me this much? She can't put any strength into her limbs. She doesn't feel like resisting. The man who calls himself her brother leers down at her. Hang on, give me one moment. Why did my face freeze right there? Okay, let me respond to a message first. But I do not perceive that is my face. Okay, I should be back. There we go. You do not wish to see the scene, maybe. Something like that. Yeah. Did I read this already? No. The girl absently stares up at the man, making a smug, sinister expression.
こんな人いなければいいのに。
11 years. She thinks something she's never thought before in all that time. Whoa! Did her skin really get darker? Like, between the other CGs? Or was she just, like, paler in them? This is a crazy, crazy scene now. Something whips through the air. The man who had been bearing down on her limps over. There's a shower of fresh blood. The girl rises, looks wordlessly at the man. He died instantly. Bye, Shinji. Something incredibly sharp hit him in the head. There's some kind of line leading into his cranium. Marked by a flowing red liquid, the line reached his brain, but it's so thin that nothing leaks from the wound. She feels nothing as she looks down at it. The shadow that killed her brother is swaying. It's swaying as the gray sunlight illuminates it. It's hers. Her own sunlit shadow smoothly rises, quivering and swaying. That's why she's the one who did it. She killed her own brother. She understands this, but she feels nothing. She feels nothing. 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 Not hatred, nor fear, nor guilt, nor regret. The only thought in her empty mind is how easy it was. This feels familiar. It isn't the first time. She's dreamed about it plenty of times. Maybe she learned by example because she saw it in her dreams. In her dreams. She's not sure. But she should have done this sooner. If it wasn't going to feel like anything, then she should have done this a lot sooner. That's right, she thinks. Her supposedly absent emotions whispers that it was fun. It was fun. It was fun. It was fun? Not, it is fun, but it was fun? When? Where? What? Dream. In a dream. Oh, right. I'm not dreaming. Yeah, that dream. It isn't a dream. The person that goes out every night and kills all the men who approach her is none other than herself. She killed a lot of them. So many. I did it. I killed them all while laughing. It's hilarious. If she doesn't laugh, she'll break. She can't take this unless she laughs. But the more she laughs, the more she falls apart, and her tears won't stop, and nothing starts to matter anymore. It's so funny that it makes her stomach hurt. The more she laughs, the stupider she gets. But it feels so good, and it comes out so easily. Ah, how silly, how absurd, how foolish she is. Her smile twitches. Sweet, twinkling chuckles escape her lips in place of her now motionless brother. And then, after playing with her brother's body for a while, moving it around like a child playing house, she finally gets up from the bed. She stands in front of the mirror, looking at her blood-stained figure. The shadow that's killed so many is standing behind her. Her shadow. Her dark self that's eaten dozens of people. She tried so hard to control herself so that this wouldn't happen. Someone stayed by her side so that this wouldn't happen. She laughed scornfully. There had never been any point to it from the beginning.
なんだ、少しずつおかしくなってたんじゃないんだ。
No! She twirls in front of the mirror. A proud smile adorns her lips.
見てください、先輩。私、最初から壊れてたんです。
She says in the same tone one might use to ask for a dance. The girl's mind ended there. It was placed, to be precise. Her subconscious, which she had always kept a lid on, simply emerged. There's someone else she's speaking to as well. Behind the girl, in the deep darkness, he reveals only his presence.
多くの人間を殺したな、桜。
Oh no, she hit her tuning arc late. No! She's about to be like in the middle of her high school year. That's too late. The girl doesn't answer. She doesn't even need to nod.
お前はもはや人として生きられん。
She doesn't answer. That isn't worth responding to either.
さあ、その影を受け入れるがいい。お前を止められる者はおらん。アインツベルンの娘を奪い聖杯を手に入れよう。もはやお前にそれ以外の生きる術はない。
はい。仰せのままに、おじいさま。
She nods quietly. Does she anticipate the work to come, or does she merely want to flee from him? She doesn't know her own heart anymore. All she knows is that the moment she accepted her shadow, all the pain she ever felt vanished like a dream. It creeps up her body. Starting with her feet, the black mud coats her skin. The pain becomes fire, and it burns her skin. Like a curse. Her pale skin turns into something else.
これなら
She won't lose to anyone ever again. No one can stop her. She knows for a fact that she's the strongest fighter in this war. She'll defeat everyone who's threatened her, just as she always imagined. She trembles. The thought alone fills her with unexpected joy. In the midst of her rapture, one name repeatedly comes to mind. Rin Tosaka, the family member she loves and respects the most. No!
シンジ。
You're too late, Shiro. Shinji's corpse is on the bed. That's all. And like, I just like started like imagining like a crowd cheering and applauding after like the, the last line. Bye, Shinji. Oh, that's so messed up though. Like even if he was like the biggest scumbag. We all cheered at the theater. Really? I would have loved to have been there for that. What happened here? Oh, what happened here? Sorry, wrong tone. That was a little too whimsical. It shouldn't be possible to glean what happened, but
さか。
I know she killed him. I can't think straight. Shinji's body. Sakura's whereabouts. It hasn't even been half a day since I held Sakura last night. So how?
おや、
Why?
誰かと思えばエミヤの小せがれか。よく来たと言いたいところだが、少しばかり遅かったようじゃな。
Oh, contact cell. There's a group of men that were being creeps and cheering for him when he was being a predator. Oh. The crowd told him to shut up and then we cheered when it happened. Ah, okay. Yeah, that's deserved. I hope those guys, like, walked out in silence, you know? After all that. Because they... Yeah. Yeah. I whirl around with a sudden voice. Nobody's behind me. I know that there isn't anyone in the mansion. This is just Zokin's voice, transmitted from somewhere else. Oh, they shrunk themselves immediately? Not good enough. Not good enough, but at least it did something like that.
そうけん。お前、さくらに何をした？
何もしておらぬ。見ての通り、不詳の孫が妹 妹から返り討ちにあっただけよ。別段騒ぎ立てるほどのことでもない。だが、不肖の孫と呼ぶのもこれ限りじゃない。
For bringing out the shadow and replacing Sakura?
使えの男であったが、最後にはきっちりと役目を果たしてくれた。
He chuckles. I can't say the old mage, but it's clear that he's enjoying this.
神事の役目だと。
おうよ。桜をその気にさせるのはわしではできぬ。わしはちとあれに嫌われすぎてしまったからな。お主か神事どちらかにあれの席を壊してもらわねばならなかった。桜が自らの影を受け入れるには、この世に絶望してもらわねばならなかったからの。いやはやこれはわしの過ちじゃ。あれの精神力を甘く見ておった。よもやあれがあそこまで我慢強く育つとは思わなんだ。
My nerves condense. Before I can even comprehend his rambling, a red hand balls into a fist, and I instantly open my magic circuit.
いや、欲を言えば、お主の手で桜を裏切って欲しかったのだぞ。それならば、あのように半端な覚醒ではとどまらず、心身ともに影そのものに変わり果てたであろう。だがまあ、それも時間の問題よな。
There's still a chance, Shiro.
神事の死をもってあれはようやく自分の立場を受け入れた。あとは見ているだけでよい。あれは本能の赴くままに人を襲い、その暴食ゆえに自滅する。わしの仕事はその後ということ。
Oh. I punch him? What? I punched the voice in the darkness, where there should only be a wall, with all my might. My punch, unconsciously powered by all the magical energy I can ram into it, blasts through the wall, sweeping away the darkness staining the room.
これは怖い。監視役にと残した虫どもが軒並み潰れおったわ。
うるせえ、出てこい造形。ここで八つ咲きにしてやる。
いやいや、残念だがそういうわけにもいかぬ。マキリ500年の祝願にようやく手が届いたのだ。ここでお主に殺されるわけにもいかんし、お主を仕留めるほど恩知らずでもないのでな。
恩知らずだと。ふざけるな。誰がお前に尻尾を振った。
By saving Sakura?
お主はあそこまで桜を育ててくれたではないか。あの娘に他者を欲するという感情を教え込んだのは他ならぬお主よ。そう、わしは感謝しておるよ、エミヤシロ。こたびの儀はお主がいてこその成功だった。故に殺しはせる。お主には見事成長したあれの姿を見てもらわねばならんからの。
造形。
もはや誰にも止められぬ。兄を殺したあれは立ち止まることなどできぬ。
But the shadows was the thing that still killed him.
アインツベルの聖杯、あの小娘が取り込んだアーチャーの魂を取り込み、門に至る鍵を奪う。さすれば罪だ。我がマキリの悲願、第三法の再現がついに果たされるのみよ。
Third magic. His laugh is grating. I have to rush home, right? Wait, they're going to take the Einsburn Grail? Yeah! I run. I don't care about Zoken's cackling. He's just watching me from a safe location anyway. No, never mind that old bastard's rambling.
そうだ、急がよいエミヤシロ。すでに桜は国家しておる。イリアスフィールを捕らえれば。
No. I run as fast as I can. I don't care if my legs give out.
イリア、プッシュで。
It takes 20 minutes to get home from the mansion at a full sprint. I run back to Ilya as fast as I can, glaring up at the overcast sky. Fourth interlude! Alright. The girl looks up at the sky. The gray sunlight clouds her hair, and her red eyes are steeped in shadow.
そうね。シローが帰ってきたら言わなくっちゃ。
Ilias Field talks out loud, to no one in particular. The Emiya house is quiet. Shiro and Rin both went looking for Sakura. Ryder doesn't show herself, as usual, so Ilia's all by herself.
天の杯。200年前に作られた一番初めの約束の土地。この感じじゃもう起動が始まってる。
The Heavens Feel! This is the fifth Holy Grail War to take place in the town of Fuyuki. The Holy Grail descends on a different location each time, but this time, it's returned to where it began. It's only natural. They use the 4 gates in this land, and each time it fails they pick a new one. The first was Ryudo Temple. The second was the Tosaka House. The third was the church on the hill. The fourth was that burned field. And this time, we return to the land it first appeared in. To the land where it all started. To the false utopia where they first enacted this ritual called the Holy Grail War.
精霊の魂で満ち足りた聖杯。それをもって門を開くのが彼らが目指した奇跡だけど、まさか開けてもいないのに中に住んでしまうものが出るなんて。
She finds it rather comical. But things as they are, the Ironburn's wishes will be for naught. They failed. Whatever happens next, whatever will soon be born, will be a catastrophe far removed from what they desired.
放っておけばいい。私の役目は開けることだもの。閉じろなんてこと、誰も私に言わなかった。
Even if she was willing to try, it's too late now. Sakura now surpasses her as the Holy Grail. The Ironburn Grail cannot interfere with the gate that the Makiri Grail, that the Makiri Grail has opened. Zulkin Mato meant to open the same thing, but he opened something different. Only Ilya understands this, along with the other girl turned into a Holy Grail, Sakura.
間に合うかな、シロー。シローが間に合うなら一緒にどこか遠くに逃げてもいいけど。
She peers up at the sky, absently. The girl has been having doubts. She's having trouble choosing between her duty and the newfound desires in her.
でもね、シロー。どっちにしたって死んじゃうことに変わりはないんだよ。
The outcome won't change. Only death awaits her, whether she faces the gate as a Holy Grail or runs away. That's why she keeps asking herself what she really wants, as she looks up at the gray expanse. And that's why she didn't notice. A shadow creeps through the entrance to the house, saying, "I'm home." Did it infiltrate the battlefield around the home? Or did the barrier fail to identify her as an intruder? Slowly, she moves from the living room to the backyard without making a sound, and reaches for the girl's shoulder.
ずいぶん遅いお帰りね、さくら。今までどこに行ってたの？姉さん。
The intruder, Sakura Mato, freezes. She looks away from Ilya, who is right in front of her, and at Rin Tosca waiting in the yard.
イリアから離れなさい。それ以上近づいたら容赦なく撃ち抜くよ。
Everyone here knows that it isn't an idle threat.
無駄なことなのに。あ、それでリンの気が済むならいいけど。
Ilias Field walks out, not looking surprised in the least. She goes to the edge of the yard, as if to spectate the face-off between Sakura and Rin.
そう。初めからここで待っていたんですね、姉さん。私がイリアちゃんを誘いに来ると読んでたんだ。まあね、私にはシロと違ってあんたを助ける理由がないもの。いよいよとなったらイリアをさらいに来るのは明白でしょ。そうでなくても一度前科があるんだから、イリアを見張るのは当然よ。
The way she says Shiro makes Sakura twitch. She doesn't like it. The open loathing on her face would be utterly alien to anyone who knew her before.
ひどいな。姉さんはいつもそう。そうやって決めつけて私をバカにするんです。自分は綺麗だからって汚れた私を見下している。本当に嫌な人。ねえ姉さん、私そんなに悪い子ですか？
Her voice contains no emotion. Rin takes the question in stride.
当たり前じゃない。この家を出た時点で救いきれない大バカよ。あんたは麻藤さくらを守りたがってたやつを最後まで信じてやらなかったんだから。
She snaps back at Sakura. Sakura drops her gaze. The truth of the remark seems to make her genuinely realize her error.
でも私はそれが最良だと思ったなんて言わないで。私たちは外に出るなって言ったのよ。それに異論があったならまず相談しろっていうのよ。なのにあんたは黙って出て行った。一人きりで今までと全く同じ失敗を繰り返した。本当に呆れたわ。そんなことも守れないから他人にいいようにつけ込まれるのよ、あんたは。そうですね。確かに今まではそうでした。けど姉さん、私もう弱くなんてありません。これからは姉さんが家にこもっていてください。先輩は
Oh!
私が守りますから。
An ominous shadow spills out in concert with her icy gaze. Expecting this, Rin takes a slight step back. She doesn't realize that her moment of weakness is the last push Sakura needs.
どうしたんですか姉さん。そんな風に背中を丸めてるとまるで私に怯えているように見えますよ。
Rin clicks her tongue, realizing her mistake, but it's too late. No, she was never ready to begin with. For the moment Sakura reached for Ilya, it was already over.
そう、もう部屋でおとなしくしてる気はないってこと？ええ、姉さんの言うことなんてもう聞きません。
Such a different demeanor.
私の方が強いもの。
Same pose and everything though. Whoa! Shadows leap. Innumerable jet black streams rush out from Sakura's feet and cover the yard. And from within that thick, inky black.
さくら、あんた。
Ah! No! A knight wielding a dark tainted sword emerges. That's not how you spell wielding, but okay.
セイバー、聖杯を捕まえて。抵抗するようなら多少の乱暴は構わないから。
Saber! The dark saber obeys without a word. Servant data? Oh. Oh, we know her true name now? Oh. Master Sakura Mato. Dark saber obeys without a word. There's no longer any doubt. It's clear what the shadow is now, and the fate of any servant it devours is in plain sight before them. Rin bites her lip. But then... something shadowy far surpassing Rin's magical energy lashes out at her in a merciless lethal shot. She hits the ground rolling. The shadow that was shot out is on the same level as that black shadow. If she touches it, she's finished. Even the slightest graze will cause it to stick to Rin's skin and engulf her in the blink of an eye. And once that happens, if she's swallowed by the shadow that not even servants can escape from, then Rin, a bundle of magic circuits, will be absorbed entirely without being able to resist at all. The tentacles shoot out at her in rapid succession. Rin realizes that this isn't coming from the shadow, but from Sakura's own magecraft. The Mato's magecraft specializes in binding others. But originally, Sakura was a Tosaka, a shadow wielder aligned with imaginary numbers. She can manifest the shadow to this extent because of her two alignments. They catch up to Rin easily. The difference in their magical energy is overwhelming. Right now, Sakura's magical energy is limitless. Her capacity is 100 million units. From the perspective of Rin's 300 units, Sakura is a monster with a bottomless reserve. She controls Saber, who boasts the highest magical energy among the servants, and can freely use the shadow. It isn't clear if even a servant could overcome this extraordinary mage. Rin watches the transformed Sakura, her shoulders heaving with exertion. She has no chance of victory, and no way out. It would be a different story if she had a power source on par with Sakura, the Holy Grail itself, but she doesn't. She sighs and drowns her anxiety with grumbling. Sakura doesn't hesitate to aim her palm at Rin. She has no mercy. Her lips curl into an arrogant sneer. She smiles at her beloved sister. Rin knows this will end the way Sakura says. There's no escaping the shadow. If Sakura felt it, she could engulf the entire lot, not just the yard. Rin's completely helpless against Sakura, who expands the shadow little by little. The shadow wraps around Rin. The gel-like mud binds her body, squeezes her tight, and infiltrates her magic circuits like a blood-borne parasite. Blood-borne? Sakura gleefully looks down at her captured sister. Her breathing is ragged, and her cheeks are flushed. The sight of her sister smeared with thick oil excites Sakura, even though she's female. What? I wouldn't have thought of anything of that if it weren't for that last part that they added on. The mud doesn't cover her face, as if to let Sakura enjoy her suffering. Thanks, Nasu. That must have been a mandate from like the OG version of Fate, you know? Rin glares at Sakura, enduring the humiliation. But it only lasts for a few seconds. The mud working its way through her body oozes its way into her organs.
楽しみだったんです。魔術師から魔力を食べるのは初め
I
てだ
know
か
you
ら。
didn't want to do that, Natsu. Is there like any possibility that like he also is using that as a shield to deflect from the fact that those scenes were written badly in the OG version? Is that any possibility at all? Or are you believing that Natsu would not have wanted to do that in the first place? The gel-like shadows bind Rin tightly. Always? Always, okay. The meal doesn't even last a few seconds.
おいしい。満腹にはほど遠いけど少しは足しになりました、姉さん。
But he gave us fate, so I won't argue. Ah, I see. Rin's remaining magical energy disappears. It's over. Slumped over and struggling to breathe, Rin doesn't have the strength to resist. She has no way to resist, but
それだけじゃダメだ。ここで殺しておかないと。次は私が。
she'll lose to her sister again. She doesn't have anything to base this hunch on. Rin has no way of overcoming this power gap. But somehow, Sakura is sure that the next time they fight, Rin will kill her for sure. So she needs to finish her off here. It would be too easy to simply neutralize her by taking her energy. She needs to end her here, because Rin Tosuka would do the same. That's what Sakura tells herself as she spreads her trembling hand.
姉さん、ここで。
The shadow doesn't spread. With shaking shoulders, she looks at her weakened sister and
さくら
the last person she wanted to meet finally catches up to her. Is that like the first time that like we hear Shiro in an interlude?
くそ、何が起きてる。
Clearly, something is happening in the backyard. So much of the nauseating, spiteful vortex of energy is leaking out that I can even touch it. You don't need to be a mage to know that something's wrong. I thought I was ready, but I'm dumbstruck by what I find. Tosuka's covered in a shadow that looks like coal tar. Ilya's watching from the edge of the yard, and Saber's standing in front of her. And in the middle, in the very middle, Sakura has a hand thrust out at Tosuka.
さくら
I dash into the yard. I can't neglect any of them, but right now, Tosuka's in the most danger. She looks deathly pale beneath the coal tar, and her life will be in danger unless she gets help right away.
父さん、おい、しっかりしろ、バカ。
I lift her up, but she doesn't respond.
待ってろ、すぐ剥がしてやる、こんなの。
I tear at the mud covering her. But despite being a liquid, the mud behaves like elastic rubber. I can't get a decent handhold on it. Handhold on it? And it bounces back as soon as I tear it off.
なんだこれ、遠坂には触れるのに、どうして。
I can't tear the mud off, no matter how hard I try. Shiro Ultimate Suit, uncalled for. In the chaos of confusion, I keep trying to pull the mud off Tosuka. And then,
無駄ですよ、先輩。私の影は私しか解除できない。
さくら
whoops. Sakura speaks in a cold voice I don't know.
さくら、その顔。
My scattered mind grinds to a halt. Sakura's neck. Something that looks like a tattoo spreading over it. It doesn't look like it at all, but that's a command spell. Sakura's body is rivaling with command spells I don't understand.
驚いたな。よっぽど急いできたんだ、先輩。けど やっぱり慌ててるんですね。兄さんがどうなったのか見てきたのに、私を叱らないんだもの。
それはいい。シンジのことは今は話さなくていい。さくらが落ち着いてからちゃんと話を聞く。
That's right. I need to talk to Sakura now. Soken said all kinds of stuff, but he was lying. Sakura is still Sakura. So if we can just talk, she'll go back to.
いいえ、私はそんな話はしたくないし、先輩とも話したくない。喋るのは私だけでいいんです。先輩も姉さんも兄さんも町の人たちも、もう私に口を出すことなんてできないんだから。
My hair stands on end. This is worse than any chill. A sharp spike of extreme cold runs from my medulla down to the bottom of my spine, like a knife opening up my back.
それより先輩、なんで姉さんをかばうんですか？
For an instant, my vision goes blank. A shadow rises behind Sakura. The chill running down my back crystallizes into ice-cold terror, encasing my entire body. That's Sakura. When people told me that she's a shadow, I was able to bear it. But I can't deny what I just saw. All it took was a touch to melt my left arm. That emotionless killing machine slaughtering people all over town was Sakura. Chini Sakura is the type of girl that doesn't want you to have friends. We call that a yandere, you know? My throat feels tight. My eyeballs spasm. The world seems to warp and twist around me. Every cell in my body screams in warning, and I desperately try to snap myself out of my frozen terror. But I can't. Sakura's presence is no longer human, no longer Sakura. Hey, she hasn't tried to K-word him yet, but yanderes, like, in their purest essence, they kill the people around the ones that they vie for, not their target of affection directly. That's like the main thing about them, you know? Vivi, hello! Good morning. We've been doing well today. I haven't been swallowed by this titanic magical energy yet. There's only one reason I can't move. Sakura's boundless bloodlust is directed at me. Oh well, on my side of the internet, yeah, those people just have a death wish. They're like very confused. And like they want the person that they like to kill them instead of just like to be isolated with the person that's like the murderer, you know? I know, sweet girl gone bad. Unfortunately. That's the first thing we think about. I can't have you, so nobody can. Yeah, that is also true too.
そう。いつもそうでした。私を守ってくれるって言ったのに。
For me, is what I stay away from. Yeah.
私だけを見てくれなか
Hurt
った。
me plenty issues? Oh boy.
でもいいんです。そういう人だから。私、先輩が欲しかった。
Sakura, you can't be doing all of this in Fujide's clothes. Please. My vision warps. My mind is crumbling as I hear the words of the Sakura I don't know. It creaks in denial. It protests that this isn't Sakura. Forbidden thoughts bury themselves in my mind.
先輩、私といると苦しいでしょう。先輩にとって私がどれだけ重荷なのかよくわかっています。先輩は私といる限りずっと 苦しみ続けてしまう。
Okay, BD time soon. Have fun with Dangerous and Chini Sakura. I don't know about fun, but I'll definitely do my best. Take care. Did the Grail take her over? An awful mix, but it makes sense. Yeah, yeah. And also, yeah, Vivi. So she's pretty much like controlled by like the thing inside the Grail, like more than anything, rather than the Grail itself.
だから私、先輩の前から消えないといけなかった。
Shadow stance. The ground of the backyard reminds me of a shadow puppet stage.
けどできないんです。私にとって嬉しいことは先輩だけだから。
The worms. Like, no joke, it is because of the worms.
それに先輩だって私からは離れられない。先輩はこれ以上自分を裏切ることができないから。ええ、だから殺してあげま
Oh,
す。
there it is. Okay. Well, she is
そうすれば
yandere.
ずっとそばにいてくれるし何より先輩はもう苦しまなくていいでしょう。
The shadows reach for me. They swell into a wave bent on swallowing both me and Tosuka. In my battered mental state, I shove Tosuka away. The black wave descends on me. I don't even try to evade it. I was terrified. The mere instant I thought that this Sakura isn't Sakura anymore. The realization stopped me from moving my body. Uh-oh. I know this. I've bathed in this darkness before. It'll shatter me. I couldn't withstand it for even 1 second last time. If it covers me while my mind is still blank, my mind will disappear before my body. My body withers. My body temperature drops to 0 in an instant. It's more suffocating and scary than I expected, so I move my body to try and get out. But I can't jump. There's no ground to push off of. I'm going to... Ryder! So is this what happened to Saber? I think it is. Yeah, this is how she got captured in the first place. I come to my senses in the backyard. Purple hair fills my field of view.
ライダー、あなた。
You told her to do this. You can't be mad at her.
これはあなたの命令です。さくら。何があってもエミやシロを守れと。
Ryder rescued me from the black wave.
動かないように。その体で立ち上がれば意識が途絶えます。
Would she want me to become her master? I'm not even thinking about that. On my hands and knees, the act of breathing threatens to knock me out.
そう、私に逆らうのね、ライダー。ならあなたも取り込みます。予定外のものを取ったからこれ以上サーバントはいらないのだけど、あなたは特別にセーバーと同じにしてあげる。
Shadows rise. Sakura shrouds the entire yard in darkness. She isn't holding back anymore after Ryder's betrayal. The area around us is already covered in black. Ryder makes no sign of running. She just watches the creeping shadows approach, like a criminal awaiting execution.
そこまでよ。余計なことはしない方がいいわ、さくら。あなた、これ以上取り込むと戻れなくなるから。
エリア。
The shadow's encroachment pauses.
それはどういう意味ですか？
イリアスフィール。
言葉通りの意味よ。ライダーを取り込んでも、シロを殺しても、リンを再起不能にしても、今のさくらには意味がないってこと。時間の無駄だし、八つ当たりはそのあたりにしておいたら。
What is she doing? Ilya is walking towards Sakura.
さくらは私が目的なんでしょ。なら早く済ませましょう。おとなしく一緒に行ってあげるから。あんなの放っておきなさい。
She's really got the tude going on her face right now. From Ilya stepping in.
正気ですか？私が欲しいのはあなたの心臓だけ。私と来るということは、殺されても構わないということです。
そんなの分かってるわ。けどどっちにしたって殺されるんだし、抵抗しても無駄でしょ。とりあえず今はさくらが一番強いんだし。
Ilya is calm. It's vexing. I muster my body and every shred of my frayed mind to try and understand what Ilya is saying, but I can't.
じゃあ、自ら生贄になるというの、イリアスフィール。
ええ、それが私の役割だもの。けど清掃はここにはないの。さくらが後継者として門を開きたいなら、私の城まで取りに行かないと。それにさくらは決着をつけることにしたんでしょ。ならシロを殺す必要はないじゃない。誰も殺したくないから受け入れたのに、今はもうみんなを殺したくて仕方がないなんて矛盾してるわよ、さくら。
That's some ominous foreshadowing. Strongest for now. Just let that slip in there, but she didn't pick up on it. Sakura. The shadows recede. Even the mud covering Tosaka fades away as if it was never there.
いいでしょう。自分で探す手間が省けますから。どんな思惑かは知らないけど、あなたの口車に乗ってあげます。
Her long hair sways. Sakura turns back on us, as if she's completely lost interest in me and Ryder. She starts to leave.
さくら。
Still on my knees, I call out to her.
もう私の前に来ないでください。先輩を前にしたら、私先輩を殺すしかない。
You think you're lost, Sakura, but you can still come back. Sakura grows distant. I can't follow her or call out to her.
さくらの言う通りよ。シロの出番はこれで終わり。後の始末は私の役目だもん。さくらは私が連れて行くから、シロはもう休んでいいよ。
She's still in there. She's just denying herself. I can't even help Ilya.
じゃあね。今まで楽しかったよ、お兄ちゃん。
I hear her bid me a sad farewell. Finally, I unfreeze. My uncontrollable shaking in front of the shadow, and my guilt for thinking Sakura was someone else finally stop. It's infuriating. I was so pathetic that I couldn't even take Sakura's hand. And that's not all. At the very end, I let Ilya make such a face when she called me her big brother.
かやろう。
I run. I chase after them with reckless abandon, pushing through the nausea, the chill in my soup-like brain.
追うな。
Oh!
それ以上進めば殺す。
Oh! A black armored servant stands in my way. She's been silent this entire time, and now she overwhelms me with her grim presence, sword pointed at me.
どいてくれ、セイバー。あのまま二人を行かせるわけにはいかない。
それはこちらのセリフだ。このままあなたに負わせることはできない。それに仮に私が退いたところで今のあなたに何ができる？これは最後の忠告だ。どのような形であろうとさくらは聖杯を手に入れる。それだけがさくらを解放する手段だ。その結果が彼女の死であったとしてもそれで的をさくらは救われる。さくらを助けたいのなら手を引け。だがそれでも追ってくるというのならその時こそその首を叩き落とす。
The dark saber disappears. Sakura and Ilya are gone. They vanish from sight, as if sinking into her shadow. I run out of the will to move my body. My arms and legs go limp, like a puppet with his strings cut. I can't stay conscious. Is it just my vision that's going dark? The sight of Sakura being swallowed by the shadows burned into my mind like an indictment. Save game? Oh, that's the end of the day, okay. Whoa. Saber is still herself too. Because that's the Saber that we all know. February 14th! Ooh! 2 more days! 2 more chapters! Limited. Time to make a final choice. It's clear who will win this battle. No, it would be more accurate to say that it was decided long ago. This conclusion was ordained from the moment I lost her.
ただシロ、あれの相手をするということは最も困難な道を行くということ。それを今から胸に刻んでおいてください。
The girl who fought by your side and acted as your sword until the very end said that. On the night you parted ways, you promised her that you go on fighting by yourself to put a stop to the shadow in this war. You went through hell. You survived it for a reason. You're still alive for a reason. You didn't miraculously survive while everyone else died. They all gave up their lives so that one person might live. You hated that. To break that reality, you told yourself that you had to become a righteous hero who saves everyone. You don't know what his tears meant. He destroyed the Holy Grail, rejected what he'd been fighting for, and desperately dug through the rubble to find a survivor. No matter what he was thinking, his tears saved you and showed you a new path. It became a lonely path. He showed you a dream as he walked ahead of you, and then he died.
安心した。
Kiritsugu Emiya took the sins he never atoned for to his grave. He couldn't save anyone, so he wanted you to become someone who could save others.
お前が今までの自分を否定するのなら、そのツケは必ずお前自身を裁くだろう。
You know that. You've spent your entire life trying to redeem yourself. You've killed yourself for the last 10 years, believing in that idea. Your dead self just keeps nibbling away at your living self, like worms eating a corpse. this is the embodiment of your sin. It is pointless to mourn its saint. As long as Archer's arm is attached to you, it will devour you and force you to atone. It will bring you a ghastly fate worse than death. Just cut it off. Yes. Even if you were to lose your life that hangs by a thread, you will not simply die. And yet, why?
シロだってわかってるでしょ。全部を選ぶことはできない。助けられるのは一人だけなんだって。
For a long, long time, the girl searched for her father with only vengeance in her heart. When you asked her to move in with you, she smiled sadly. She told you it wasn't possible. The two of us cannot live long together. And that's why.
それじゃあね。楽しかったよ、お兄ちゃん。
Y'all baddies were still down bad for Evia. As long as your arm is attached to you. Yeah. This is the final choice. Will you? We just lose. We lose, you know. I can't see any meaning or purpose in standing back up. I close my eyes as if to fall asleep. Seriously though. Dead Finn. Like, this is such a... Wow, that's a cute look. That's the very first, like, CG of Sakura that we get. Dead Finn. Imagine that was, like, the right choice to make now, you know? I'll save Sakura. I'll take Ilya back.
当たり前だ。勝敗が消したがどうした。そんなんで後に引けるか。
いい気合だ。その様子では入院の必要はないな。
なんで琴峰。
それは私のセリフだ。凛とお前、二人して玄関に捨てられていてな。捨て子にしては可愛げがないので見捨てたかったが、揃いも揃って衰弱しきっていた。放っておけば死体が2つ並ぶことになる。教会としては体裁が悪いのでな。仕方なく治療してやったのだ。
I reoriented my surroundings. This is a chapel of Kotomine's church. Nothing feels wrong with my body. I was drained dry of my strength when Sakura's shadow swallowed me, but I'm recovering now. I passed out in the backyard. Tosuka probably did too. So it stands to reason that Ryder carried us here. Ryder doesn't have any way to heal an injured human. As far as she knows, Kotomine is the only one who could help us. How much time has passed? The time right now is...
深夜の3時過ぎだ。ここに運ばれてから12時間ほど眠っていたことになる。
Have you ever played Chrono Cross? The only way to get the best character in the game is to just give up like that. Really? Yeah, no, I haven't played any of like the Chrono games. Chrono Trigger, Chrono Cross. Yeah. But that's interesting.
12時間って丸々半日じゃないか。
Yes, it is. I stood up from the pew I was laying on. There's no time to be taking a nap.
琴峰、遠坂は俺と一緒に倒れてたんだろう。あいつは。
凛は遠坂の家で休ませている。お前は体力だけだったが、あれは魔力を根こそぎ奪われていたからな。通常持ち直すには7日はかかるが、遠坂の父はあれによくなじ
He put her in the ground. Wow.
順当に行けば 明日の昼には意識を取り戻すだろ
そうか。命に別状はないんだな。
う。ない。あの土地の土は特別だ。何しろ吸血種が寝床にしていたいわくつきの霊脈だ。
Oh.
東坂の後継者であるリンなら
Wait, no, I think he did bury her.
選ず口を取り戻すだろう。
I think I just heard something really wild, but I won't pry into it. I just hope that he didn't literally bury her alive.
ならいい。世話になった。
I'm going to leave the church. I know what I need to do. I'll chase Sakura. I'll bring Ilya and Sakura back. I'll protect the people I love. So what if the war is all but lost? I still have the strength to fight. Can't let myself stop here. Yeah, the love interest is dying of poison, and they ask if you will find a way to save them, or say it's pointless. So then does, like, the character just, like, come in to, like, make the right choice for you, and that's how they join your party? Wait, who did he bury? Not Rin, right? No, definitely Rin. There's no time. Tosuga, Rin, yeah. I'm gonna be pressed for time, even though I'm just going home to arm myself. No, the opponent isn't something I can beat with any weapons I might find at home. Sakura and Saber. Also, Zulkin and Assassin. If Zulkin is after Ilya, then he has all of his pawns in hand.
それでどこに向かうつもりだ、エミヤシロ。私には事情がつかめないのだが。
どこに向かうもない。イリアは俺たちをかばって自分からサクラに同行したんだ。清掃が欲しかったら城に来いって言っていた。清掃とやらが何かは知らないが、行き先はあの城だろう。
清掃だと。いや、それ以前に麻藤さくらは敵に回ったのか。では、
Alright,
こたびの聖杯戦争。
now tell us about the dress exposition man. No, someone else saves her, but you try to get the antidote. You miss a chance for Glenn to join you. Oh, okay. I hate to admit it, but Kotomine's right. Zulkin and Sakura. Sakura's unquestionably the superior master, but she can't defy Zulkin's will. I don't know what she plans to do with Ilya, but it's over for her if she runs into Zulkin. No matter what Sakura does to oppose him, he can take control of her with the press worm inside her body.
そんなことより、なんでついてくるんだよ、お前。
お前一人では荷が重かろう。イリアスフィールをさらわれたというのなら、私も静観はしておられる。
He's gonna join us? His reply shocks me to a halt. What did this guy just say?
一人じゃ荷が重いって、俺に手を貸すっていうのか、お前が。
不服か。相手は最大勢力だ。凛の助力がない今、私程度でもありがたいはずなのだが。
You're just supposed to be the overseer now. Please tell me he's gonna go Wolfwood? I don't know what that means. I don't have a problem with it. I'm not complaining about having help on my side, but...
なんでだよ。あんたが俺に手を貸す理由はないはずだ。
もちろん、これは今回限りのことだ。イリアスフィールを救い出した後も協力者などと思われては困る。お前と私は最後まで相入れぬ関係だ。
なら。
なに、単純な利害の一致だよ。加えて私のサーバントは全て奴に敗れた。理由としてはそれで十分だ。
Oh, right. He was technically a master in the war, too. Not really, actually. He stole Lancer from somebody, which we still don't know who that someone is. There's no lie in Kotomine's words. A lot has happened between us, but he hasn't lied to me once so far. I think I have to accept, right? Also, what happened to this being like the final the final choice. They lied.
勝手にしろ。あんたが何を考えてるかは知らないが、造剣をよく思っていないことだけは同じだからな。
なるほど、その共通点は大きいな。確かにあの老人には少なからず縁がある。
Wolfwood is a Trigun reference, where the priest what work that sacks himself to save the day. Oh, interesting. They go down the hill path. They leave the church together, not looking at each other. By the time the hired car takes us to the forest, the taxi, the sun is starting to come up. Hired car?
日付が変わるまでに私たちが戻ってこなければ帰っていい。
We let the black car wait for us on the road near the forest entrance. Kotomina hired a driver to take us here.
で、協力する。
差し当たっては足だな。
After a brief exchange, Kotomine promptly called for a chauffeur. To be honest, it was a big help. There aren't many taxis who would be willing to drive a high school student to the edge of town after 3 a.m.
戻ってくる者がそこの少年だけということもある。その時は良くない状況だ。私の帰りは待たず、全速で町に戻れ。
A priest mercenary, ah. He carries a giant cross that's actually a huge machine gun disguise. That's the main character, right? He's the one in the red cloak, yellow hair, tiny black sunglasses. Or is that someone else? Kotomine dispassionately gives the driver instructions. The driver nods silently and opens the trunk.
Emiya, 獲物だ。持っていけ。
Especially a high school student wrapped in bloody rags. Oh. Ah, okay. Oh no, that's Vash. Wolfwood is his rival. Oh, okay. Gotcha. He tosses me a stick-like object.
なんだこれ。剣か。
The stick turned out to be a thin sword. What is this? Golden sword of assured victory. Oh wait, when did I get all of this? What? Oh, because I have Archer's knowledge. Graham. The magical sword of the sun, Graham. Whoa. Durandal? Harpe. Zadra? Dane's leaf. The laundry drying pole, right. Dirk's unnamed dagger. The axe sword. Concho and Bakia. Heaven Scorcher halberd. This is the Black Key? A type of talisman used by the Holy Church to exorcise demons. Black Keys are a signature tool of the Executors, but few of them actually favor the weapon, as it is difficult to use and lacks physical destructive power. I gotta go back to work. Have a great day. Yeah, thank you for stopping by, BB. Good luck with the rest of your shift. Black Keys are specialized throwing weapons due to their length, which makes them poorly balanced as swords. Most of the entities the Church defines as evil are spiritual beings or phenomena. Thus, Black Keys are designed with a greater focus on spiritual interference rather than physical offense. The blades of Black Keys, wielded by experts, or a select few executors, are woven from magical energy and can be dismissed so that only the hilt is present when carried. Some are known to carry nearly 100 Black Keys beneath their habits. From what I know, it's similar to a Western rapier. It's specialized at thrusting, not cutting. But the blade is pretty thick, so it feels hard to use. It's like a longer version of the dirks assassin uses.
獲物ってこれ。
奴は銃を好んだがな。あいにく今はサブマシンガンしかない。幽霊どもに鉛玉は効かんし、お前には扱いづらいものだ。魔術使いのお前にはそちらの方がらしいだろう。
I give it a swing. It's oddly heavy. The sword is less than a kilo, but it's obviously weighted towards the tip. It's more like an arrow than a sword.
教会専用の武器か。何か魔力を感じるけど。
国剣という。さらに言うのなら魔術ではなく秘跡だ。霊体を相手にするのは我々の1000倍特許だからな。その刀身にお前の魔術を乗せればサーバントといえど多少は有効だろう。
Only if you hit them, of course, he adds unnecessarily.
それを使うような事態にならないよう心がけろ。行くぞ。イリアスフィールが連れ出されてからじき1日経つ。今頃はもぬけの殻かもしれんが、その時はその時だ。的藤さくらがどこに向かったのか、その手がかり程度は見つけ出せる。
Unlike me, the priest strides into the forest unarmed. Whoa, he is not the president. I take a deep breath. I put the church sword back in the sheath and follow Kotomine. I'm the leader now. I rely on my memory to find the Einsberg castle. I couldn't reach it the last time I was here. On the way to the castle, I ran into Ilya fleeing the shadow. I checked my left arm. It's completely different since the last time I was here. I was helpless as the shadow nearly slaughtered me. That hasn't changed. I have no way to beat Sakura. No, the shadow, and it has Saber on the side too. If I run into them, I'm done. The only way to take Ilya back is to ambush them. I need to retrieve Ilya without Sakura noticing me. In that case, what should I do? How should I deal with Sakura now that she's changed? How can I turn her back into the Sakura I used to know?
待て。的藤さくらを連れ戻そうなどと思ってはいないだろうな。
思ってるに決まってるだろう。俺は桜を助けるために。
やめておけ。今の我々では的藤さくら、いや、あの黒い影には太刀打ちできん。出会った瞬間、話し合いの余地もなく飲み込まれるだけだ。それはお前の方が分かっているのではないか。
Well, it's true that Sakura wouldn't be any different from the way she was in the backyard. But still,
今回は諦めろ。イリアスフィールをこちらで保護すれば、まだ猶予はできる。的藤さくらと話がしたいのなら、彼女に対抗できる力を用意してからだ。
Sakura has an incredible amount of magical energy. The only one who might be able to do that is Tosaka. My only role right now is to project the jeweled sword she mentioned, so I can use it against Soken in the shadow.
わかった。今はイリアを救うのを第一にすればいいんだろう。
そうだ。では行くぞ。時間がない。
I clap my cheeks to motivate myself. Excuse me, this isn't the time to be whining. I'm going to save Ilya. Sakura said she'd kill Ilya. I won't let Ilya die, and I won't let Sakura kill her. All I can do for now is separate Ilya from Sakura. I'll just focus on that for now. We arrive at a familiar place. It's been a little over 2 hours since we entered the forest. The sun is already well into the sky, but the forest is still shrouded in mist.
いるな。この森に満ちた呪いは間違いなく奴のものだ。
Kotomine says something strange as we run. Curses filling the forest. Can you see those too? Can you see
こと
those?
みね、呪いってあんたには桜の気配がわかるのか。
わかるというよりは共鳴だ。それはいいが、万が一的藤さくらと戦うことになれば、
resonate with
私
her.
は撤退する。お前はともかく、私では酷化した的を桜を傷つけられん。戦ったところで勝ち目はない。
I mean, that goes for me too. But anyway.
待て、酷化ってなんだ。桜は桜だ。おかしな影に取り憑かれてるだけですぐに
正常になるか。それは以前に説明しただろうに。的を桜を元に戻すには彼女と影を切り離すしかない。方法があるとすれば2つ。あの影の本体を消滅させるか、的を桜が影を実体化させるのを待つか。今のお前にあれを倒す術はない。お前にできることは影がこの世に生まれ落ちるまで的を桜の精神をつなぎ止めることだけだ。
I don't know how to do that. Sakura's body is covered in command spells. If that's the darkening Kotomine mentioned, doesn't that mean she's turning to the shadow with each passing minute?
ことみね、影の実体化ってのは桜が影そのものになるってことか。
いや、多少の共感はあるだろうが、影の本体は聖杯の中にいる。的を桜を変貌させているものは聖杯の中にいるものだが、それとてあくまで彼女の影なのだ。彼女なくして影は存在できない。形のない本体は的を桜の影になることで物質界に存在する。的を桜という不完全な聖杯でなければ、中にいるものはこの世に生まれることはない。だが産んでしまえば、それは的を桜とは別のものになる。離れたのなら彼女を汚染する呪いも止まるだろう。
ことみね、生まれるって言うけど、桜の中にそいつはいるのか。
This feels very different from what we've been told up until now.
まさか。そうであれば話は簡単だろう。体内にいるものを摘出してしまえば事足りるのだから。影の本体は聖杯の中にいる。的を桜はあくまでそれに栄養と実像を与えるだけのよりしろだ。
だから桜は聖杯なんだろう。どういうことだよそれ。聖杯っていうのは何個もあるのか。
あるとも初めに説明しただろう。この地には聖杯があり、その聖杯を人間が用意した聖杯に降霊させるのだと。大元の聖杯、聖杯戦争という儀式の法則を司る大頭脳たる魔法陣、それがアインツベルンとトーサカ、マキリが用意したこの土地にある聖杯だよ。
この土地にある聖杯。
The laws, like summoning servants, making the masters fight, and summoning the Holy Grail. If the Holy Grail war in this land was artificially created, then it stands to reason that there was a man-made cause. Meaning that if we can find this big magic circle and destroy it, to get rid of the shadow hurting Sakura.
ことみね、その場所を知っているのか。
予測はつく。正確な入り口を知りたければ凛に聞け。この土地の管理者はトーサカだ。200年前、アインツベルンがトーサカと手を結んだのは儀式の場所を確保するため。後継者である凛ならば教えられているはずだ。もっとも、それはイリアスフィールを取り戻してからの話だ。このままゾウケンの手にイリアスフィールが渡れば、的を桜もイリアスフィールも聖杯として使い捨てられる。的をゾウケンは大元の聖杯など使う気はない。奴にしてみれば、イリアスフィールと的を桜さえいれば事足りるのだ。大元の聖杯を壊すというお前のアイデアもそれでは何の意味も持たん。
バカ言うな。そんなの考えてなんかないぞ。
Got
そう
got.
なのか。お前にとってはそれが最も現実的な打開策だと思うのだがな。実行しないとはおかしな男だ。
うるさいな。そういうお前こそ何だって黙ってたんだ。初めからそんなものがあるって言ってくれれば今頃。
とっくに起動式を壊していたか。 そううまくいかんさ。何しろ私の目的は起動式の成就だ。お前に起動式を壊させるわけにはいかん。言っただろ。イリアスフィールを助け出した後は敵同士だと。
Right.
私の目的はお前たちとは違う。興味があるのは的をさくらから変化するもの、いや的をさくらになろうとしているものだ。造剣のような望みはない。
ふざけんな。あんたも造剣と同じだ。さくらを利用して得体の知れないものを作ってそれを自分のものにしようとしているじゃないか。
自分のもの？まさか。生まれた後のことなど興味はないし、そもそも人の手で御し得るものではなかろう。現れるのは地獄という現象だ。的さくらがそれになれば私とて例外なく死に絶える。
What the hell? But this guy's goal is to...
正気かお前。そこまで分かっていて、自分だって殺されるって分かっていて、さくらをそんなものにしたいのか。
そうだ。私の役割は誕生するものを祝福すること。それはどのような状況、どのような対象であろうと変わらない。ここに生まれようとする命と意志がある。それを阻むことはできない。エミヤ、この世に純粋な願いがあるとすれば、それは生まれたいという一念だけではないのか。
だけどさくらに取り付いたやつは
悪ではない。人間はただあるだけで幸福を得られる生き物だ。生きれば生きるほど違う幸福を知り、より高度で複雑な快楽を学習する。だが人間とて初めから幸福であることはない。
This feels kind of oddly placed. I feel like we're having a repeat conversation here, you know?
胎児には
Just
幸
like
福が何である
dressed
か
up
理解す
differently.
る知識がない。人間はゼロから何が楽しいのかを学び、何が正しいのかを受け入れる機能がある。始まりはゼロだ。そこには善悪もなく、この世にあることを許されたという事実しかない。善か悪か、どちらに分かれるかは人間の学習次第だ。責任があるとしたら、それはその人間を育んだ環境と自らを育てた自己だけだろう。そのものが生まれ出ることには何の罪もない。故にそれが悪魔であろうと誕生を祝福する。私は今までそのように生きてきた。この生き方は私のものだ。的さくらから生まれ出るものが地獄であろうと、それを変えることこそ難しい。
I can't understand what he's saying. I can tell he's sincere. He says that he's going to bless the evil that's trying to be born from Sakura, even if it kills them. I can never accept what he's saying. Still, it's true that he's helping me rescue Ilya, and that he's trying to set Sakura free from Zoken. His ideas are incompatible with mine. We can't coexist. But right now, we have the same objective.
信頼していいんだな。
共闘すると言った。私の背中はお前に任せる。
His answer is firm. Excuse me, that's all. I've gained the best ally I could ask for right now. Now it's time to think about saving Ilya and safely escaping from this forest. Interlude! Alright, here we go. First one of the chapter. Been like at least 3 to 4, like every chapter for the past couple of days. Yeah. Black flames envelop her. The extravagantly built hall crumbles in a merciless, senseless struggle. The rising flames are like a heat haze. A once shapeless shadow pulverizes the walls and floors in time of his host's anguish. The dark haze dances to the melody. She stands in the middle of the hall, hunched over. Each time she scratches in each time she scratches in anguish at her each time she scratches in anguish at her throat, the ancient castle's beauty crumbles further. But there's nothing to grieve. This castle was always empty. It is a long forgotten winter fort. Nobody sees it, and nobody lives in it, so it doesn't matter if it's destroyed. The hall is becoming a kingdom of shadow. In its center is a suffering woman who is both monarch and slave. It's been a day since she brought Iliasfeel here. She, Sakuramato's transformation, is approaching its final phase. She is merging with the shadow, and her mere physical existence in this world is torture. Her body is racked by pain. Her cognitive circuits are being rewritten with destructive impulses. If that was the end of her darkening, she could tolerate it. She is accustomed to physical pain and torment. But the heartbreak of having her very being denied is new. The shadow cannot exist in this world. It cannot receive any of the world's blessings. She tears at her throat. Bluntly put, the girl undergoing the darkening process cannot breathe. The air is toxic. For Sakura, who is transforming into a deep sea-dwelling shadow, the earth is no different from the vacuum of outer space. No. Is she supposed to come back from this somehow? Oh man. It's not looking good. So, she dances. She forgets herself, loses her sanity, and feels fury at everything she can see. It's suffocating, she thinks. She blames the uncaring, unknowing world for her own misfortune.
さて、そろそろ頃合いかのあれは。思いのほか、的を桜であり続けたが、あと一押しで肉の器になり変わるじゃろうて。
Two shadows watch this sight. An old mage, Soken Mato, and his servant, Assassin.
あと一押しか。その言葉。とうに聞き飽きたぞ魔術師殿。すでに勝敗は決したのだ。私以外のサーバントなど不要。早々に残る2体を取り込ませてしまえばよかろう。
分かっておる。だがあれは自ら取り込んだサーバントを殺そうとせん。小娘の浅知恵か、単に度胸がないだけなのか。セイバーもバサーカーも桜に囚われたままよ。殺してしまえばよいものを存命させておる。
Oh.
なんと。駒はセイバーだけではないというのか。
I feel like that would have been a shock for me if I didn't rewatch the Heaven's Feel opening again recently.
おそらくわしに対する牽制なのだろうが、千両。サーバントを抱え込めば込むほど、あれは多くの魔力を聖杯から引き出す。起動式から魔力を受信する小聖杯ならではの魔力補給だが、流れてくるものは魔力だけではない。あれはサーバントを生かす限り変貌を早めておるのだ。わしが手を下さずとも、じき理性を食われ、理想通りの道具になろう。
The old mage laughs, sneering down at the suffering girl. There is affection in his eyes. He does love. His experimental subject has exceeded his expectations and will soon bless him with his long-sought immortality. How could he not love her? In the old mage's eyes, Sakura Mato is a beautiful bride. No matter how she struggles, she will become his. Ew! No! It doesn't matter that she's collecting power, controlling more servants and attempting to preserve her sanity. 11 years ago, Zoken obtained control over Sakura's fate. All it would take for the old mage to kill Sakura is to blink. But the white skull is different. As an ominous symbol, an gust who carries death, he is sensitive to others like him.
魔術師殿は軽視しているが、さて。
Will this go as well as he hopes? The situation will not change, even if the girl loses her mind. That thing reacts to hostility and bloodlust. In that sense, the girl rearing beneath them will be no different even after she loses her sanity. Zoken Mato is conceited. Assassin doubts that the girl will be as obedient as Zoken thinks once her reason is gone.
魔術師殿、真実、あの娘を御しうる方法があるのだろうな。あれの外敵に対する防御本能は過剰に過ぎる。理性をなくし、敵味方の判別がつかなくなれば、魔術師殿の声も届くまい。そうなっては殺気を消す程度では近寄れぬ。あれは自分を殺すという結果を先読みし、外敵を排除する類のものだ。
ほう、なるほど、それは頼もしい。器としてますます安心できるというものよ。
He really wants that as his body? The old mage cackles. The white skull watches the crumbling hall in silence. To be honest, he does not agree with the mage's thinking. His goal may be immortality, but something seems twisted about his course of action and his methods. No, he has always been a rotten human being. It is natural that the old man would be a maniac, but there doesn't seem to be any consistency to his methods.
聞いたか、アサシン。助けてください、おじいさまと。よいぞよいぞ、その愛願、11年前に帰るようじゃ。世界そのものに否定される圧迫、さぞ苦しかろう、さくら。だが耐えよ。お前の体は耐えられるとも。思い出すがよい。11年にわたる孤独の日々を。何千という攻め苦に耐えたのは何のためだ。何万という虫どもに体を預けたのは何のためだ。そうだ、その程度の痛みお前には何ら問題はない。そのように育て上げた、そのように鍛え上げたのだ。
Apparently the old mage can hear what the girl is saying. Assassin only hears her agony, but she does seem to be begging her grandfather for help.
おお、助けるとも助けるとも。お主はわしの作品じゃ。最後まで見届けて死んぜよ。いやいや、だが助けられるのは肉体だけじゃ。11年の鍛錬において、お主の精神だけはついてこなかったからの。そう、受け入れることで苦痛から逃れたお前では、その怨嗟には耐えられまい。だが安心するがよい。肉の頑強さだけはわしの保証付きじゃ。耐えられる耐えられる。お主の肉ならば見事にアベンジャーを待とうであろ
う。Like, a class? Avenger? The old mage keeps laughing. Assassin steps back, watching heartlessly.
ん？どこに行くアサシン？万が一ということもある。お主にはあれからわしを守ってもらわねばならん。
But you have control of it, don't you?
それは構わんが、黒い聖杯ばかりにかまけ、白い聖杯を自由にさせるのはどうか。ようやく手に入れた正当な聖杯を、なぜあのように遊ばせておく。
おお、そのことか。何？イリアスフィールは我らに協力的じゃ。もとより聖杯として門を開けるためだけに存在する娘。その目的が果たされるのならとおとなしくうなずきおったわ。そういぶかしがるでない。 お主の求める聖杯はあちらの娘だ。歴史に名を残し自らがオリジナルになる。記録としての永遠を望むウヌの願いはアインツベルンが叶えてくれよ。だがそれにはあの娘に本来の姿になってもらわねばならん。わしはホムンクルスは管轄外でな。あやつらが清掃を整えるまでは好きにさせておけばよい。
無理強いはしないということか。だがそのような余裕が我らにあるのかな。
あるとも。もはや我らに敵はいない。エミヤの小せがれと遠坂の小娘が生きておるのは意外じゃったが、どうということもなかろう。あれほどの力の差を見せられ歯向かうようなバカ者はおらん。そのような杞憂で事を急ぎイリアスフィールに死なれでもしたら取り返しがつかん。天の門を開けるはあやつの責務だ。我らは慈悲をもってその仕事を全うさせてやればよい。アサシン、
そこまで。どうやらそのバカ者がいたらしい。
Ah.
ん
The white skull disappears a moment later. The killer sensed intruders and didn't hesitate to leave the castle. The enemy has already left the building. They slipped through the careless old mage's grasp and are heading for the castle gate.
おお、どうあっても死にたいというのか、小僧。
But he isn't careless. No matter what happens, he will not let Iliasfield escape. In essence, the long-held wish of the Einsburns have been placed on her shoulders. The pale girl is willing to cooperate with Zulkin, even without his urging. They think they can take her and leave? How laughable. Once she leaves the forest, Iliasfield will surely reappear in the heart of the Holy Grail, where it all started.
ああ、家に放任していたのだが仕方あるまい。出番だぞ、さくら。イリアスフィールなくしてお前が救われることはない。その苦しみから逃れたいのであれば遠慮せず蹂躙してくるがよい。
The old man cackles, and then his presence vanishes. A shadow crouches in the hall. The shadows have covered the entire hall. It is a black swamp, and two bodies appear in its muck. The girl feels no pain. She hasn't gotten accustomed to the poison. All she can think is,
そう来てくれたんですね、先輩。
her dark joy overcomes her grim suffering.
あの神父さんも一緒なのね。バカな人。自分から食べられに来るなんて。
She lifts a finger. It points towards the castle gate, where the intruders are desperately trying to escape.
言って。先輩以外は殺していいわ。他の相手が誰であろうと問題なく切り殺しなさい。
She unleashes a dark giant. Her hunting hound roars and storms off into the distance.
もっとも今のあなたにはその相手が誰かなんて判断はつかないでしょうけどね。バーサーカー。
She giggles. Cloaked in shadow, the girl slowly leaves the ruined kingdom with her dark knight. My reading is going to cut into an action scene? No! What if I just take a strategic break for, what, however long you need? I'm sorry. We're about to, like, get there, too, yeah. Ah! Oh, I could've used a stretch, though. Ooh, that felt good for my back. Meeting number 2, curse you. A second one? Oh, I'm so sorry. We get through the forest. It's okay. I'll be sure to enjoy it for you, Mari. Please enjoy, I will. We're in a circular clearing in the vast sea of trees. The castle I saw through Ilya's eyes towers over the forest, just as I remember. There's no sign of anyone around. It's strange that there's no guards on the castle walls. To say nothing of the castle. We can't turn back now just because this might be a trap.
琴峰、あの木から2階に上がれないか？
Even if they know we're here, it would be suicide to go through the front door. I need to do whatever I can to get inside, even if it might not work.
そうだな。侵入するのなら水路を使うところだが、そんな悠長な真似が通じる相手ではなかろう。城に入った時点で侵入は悟られる。直接イリアスフィールの監禁場所に乗り込み、有無を言わせぬまま脱出したいのだが。
Right.
さて。
The priest thinks aloud as he gazes up at the castle. He narrows his eyes, seeming to peer through the walls, and examines each window carefully.
驚いたな。本気で侮られているようだぞ、エミヤ。
Kotamine smirks. I doubt my ears. This might be the first time I've heard him sound so delighted.
なんだよ、琴峰。なんか見つけたのか？
見つけたとも。時に一つ尋ねるが、登山の経験はあるかね、エミヤシロ。
まさか、あんた。
無論、フリークライミングだ。垂直だがオーバーハングはなく、凹凸は十分にある。この壁なら足場は確保できる。道具はなくとも登るのはたやすい。なに、氷壁に比べれば道を歩くがごとしだ。
Kotamine places his hand on the castle wall without waiting for my opinion. Then, he just starts climbing it, sticking to the surface like a spider. He isn't going very fast, but his ascent is sure and steady.
何をしている？ポイントの確保ができないのなら、見て真似ろ。4階程度の壁登りができぬほど、やわではないだろう。ああ、それと、黒剣は置いていけ。
Hmm?
帰りに拾っていけばいい。
With that, the priest keeps climbing.
本気で言ってんだな、あの野郎。
Let me see something really quick. Because I feel like... And then I'll just restart this. Cause I feel like my tracking has been like lagging for a little bit. Hopefully not the entire time, but let's see. I dropped the sword Kotamine lent me and approached the wall. That feels really good. Feels much better, yeah. He must have picked an easier section of the wall to climb. The surface is uneven. I find a place to grab onto. Reclimbing is about more than just muscle strength. You need to judge whether your next handhold is safe or not, whether a depression is deep enough to support your weight, whether you can use it to make it to the next step. And when climbing a nearly vertical wall, you're basically making it up as you go along. You could be a meter from your destination, but if you can't find your next handhold, you have to go all the way back down to the ground and try a new route. Finding your way to the goal. Only experienced climbers have the skill to constantly scan 2 to 3 steps ahead while scaling a wall. And I'm definitely not experienced, so all I can do is try to imitate Kotamine. One slight misstep or failure to judge my strength could send me careening to the ground.
信じられねえ。普通、素人にやらせるか、こんなの。
I grumble while I climb. It's a crazy plan, but not totally reckless. Normally you'd only climb walls like these when you're more than halfway to a mountain summit. But climbers need to worry about more than just climbing. Just as the deep ocean is an inaccessible abyss to humans, high altitudes are also sacred ground that we can't enter. At 6,000 meters above sea level, oxygen becomes critically thin, and untrained climbers can't last more than a few hours. They'll suffer from nausea and dizziness, which will progress to cerebral edema before culminating in death. A mountain peak is an airless hail that becomes harsher the higher you go. Plus the extreme cold. Even the slightest scratch on frostbitten skin will lead to necrosis. Climbing in such extreme conditions means you have to worry about your bodily function steadily, declining as you descend. Compared to the harrowing ordeal the real climbers face, scaling a castle wall doesn't sound impossible at all.
言っても
It's still hard. All I can use are the very tips of my fingers. I cautiously scout out the thinnest of lips or crevices I can use to support my entire body weight. He's asking me to keep up with him, what a climb only an expert could do.
待て、移動した。上かと思えば下か。エミヤ、3階の窓まで下がって中に入れ。
この無茶言うなよな、お前。
Do I look like a lizard to you?
ことにね、窓あるぞ、窓。こんなのどうやって入れってんだよ。
Just kick it.
構わん。ぶち破れ。
この衛星神父、こんなんなら最初からな。
It would have been way easier to climb a tree to get inside, you moron. I break into the castle. I shatter a window and dive through it, all in the same motion. I hang from a wall with both hands and swing my body like a pendulum to bust through the window with my legs. I roll onto the floor, and onto an extravagant carpet. By the time I swung my legs down, most of my body was already falling. If I'd been even a little bit late kicking the window, I might have kicked off the stone wall instead and fallen 3 stories on my back.
3階の高さで頭から落ちれば死ぬぞ、普通。
Breaking the glass with my legs and rolling into the shards was dangerous, but I chalk it up as an acceptable risk.
シロ。
Hi! For an instant, all worldly trifles vanished from my mind.
イリア。
I even forget that I'm deep in enemy territory. I recall the events from my backyard. Ilya said farewell to me with such a forced smile.
呆れた。なんで来たの、シロ。もうあなたの出番なんてないのに、まだ無駄な努力をするつもり？
Her voice is stony. She's making the same cold expression she did when we first met. I'm used to it. I should be used to seeing her like this, but...
まだわからないの？さくらのことは私に任せればいいの。これは私の役割なんだから。シロはおとなしく家に帰って。
バカ。後始末が役割なんて言うな。
Did you just slap her? I lose my patience and slap Ilya's cheek. No! Why would you do that?
シロの無礼者。レディの方を叩くなんて紳士じゃないわ。いくらシロでも私にこんなことするなんて許さないんだから。
Yeah, tell him off, shoot, Ilya.
バカイリア。男だったらげんこつで殴ってるぞ、この不良娘。
My blank mind suddenly flares with irritation, even though I'm happy to see Ilya.
何よ、私怒られるようなことしてないじゃない。私は自分の役割を果たすためにさくらについていっただけよ。それが一番いい方法なんだから、シロに文句を言う資格なんか。
うるさい、そんなものを知ったことか。いいか、イリアの役割なんて俺は知らない。俺はただ勝手に出て行った不良娘を連れ戻しに来ただけだ。イリアがどんなに強がってどんなに平気なふりをしていても騙されないからな。イリアが少しでも嫌がっている限り絶対に連れて帰ってやる。
強がってるって何よ。私は嫌だなんて思ってないわ。この体は聖杯として作られた。あいつらのために鍵になるのは尺だけど、それで聖杯の力を使えるようになればさくらだって。
それが強がってるって言うんだ、バカ。いいか、聖杯なんてどうでもいい。イリアはイリアだ。イリアがイリアのままでいたいならそんなことはほっぽっといていいんだ。自分以外の何かのために自分を犠牲になんてするな。
I look away. Ilya bites her lip for a second.
それはシロだって。
She whispers something I didn't quite hear.
いいわ。仮に私が嫌がってるとしても、それがどうだっていうの。私たちじゃさくらには勝てないし、逃げられない。 私をこの城から連れ出すことは不可能よ。だから条件も好きにさせている。シロだけならまだ見逃してもらえるけど、私と一緒じゃ絶対に森からは出られないわ。
Her scarlet eyes urge me to leave. Kotomina's just still hanging on the castle wall, isn't he? Aye. Bring Ilya home, bring Ilya home, bring Ilya home.
それでも
It's not the same! I like the middle option out of all of these.
それでも連れて帰る。俺は一人で帰る気はないからな。
There's nothing to consider. Right now, this is the only choice that exists. Ilya doesn't say anything. She gazes at me with an absent expression. I take her defenseless hand.
行くぞ、イリア。見つかる前に家に帰ろう。
I pull her close and start walking. She's small and terribly light.
呆れた。シロには何を言っても無駄ね。
Ilya doesn't resist, tottering along with me. Tottering?
本当にこんなのうまくいくはずないのに。
She happily clasps my hand in return.
何を悠長にやっている。
And then, Kotomine jumps through the broken window, his cloak fluttering.
ことみね。
Ilya lets go of my hand and squares off against Kotomine.
また、イリア。そいつは味方だ。今回だけ協力することになった。即興の味方なんだ。
え？嘘。シロったらこんなやつと手を組んだの？ダメよシロ。こいつは。
無駄話は後だ。追いつかれる前に外に出るぞ。
Kotomine moves in a flash. Before I can react, he scoots up Ilya in his arms and dives out the window.
イリア！
I panic and run to the window. Kotomine's just landed on the ground. As soon as he touches down, Ilya wildly waves her arms and slaps him across the face. It's a pleasant sound that I can hear from up here.
感心してる場合じゃない。要するに飛び降りろってことかよ、あいつ。
There's no time to doubt myself. If I can pull off the landing, I'll survive somehow. I charge my legs with as much magical energy as I can manage. I can't magically strengthen my own body, but should lessen the impact. Nope, bad idea. I jump from over 20 meters high and drop into a roll when I land. 3 stories doesn't sound like much until you consider how tall this castle is. It would have easily been 8 stories in a Japanese apartment building. Oh!
いた。おてん飛び出すかと思ったさ。今の。
Damn it, my legs are too numb to stand up. Luckily, I landed on grass. If this had been asphalt, my bones would have been broken out of my legs, and then I wouldn't be able to get out of here.
びっくり。シロ、丈夫だね。
そうだな。あの高さから何の魔術講師もなしに落下とは恐れ入る。やけか。
Both of them are staring at me. Ilya aside, Kotomine's words nearly make me forget about my numb legs.
叫んな。お前が飛び降りたからああするしかなかったんだよ。俺だってこんなのは二度とごめんだ。普通足折れてるし、飛び降りた瞬間なんてめまいで失神しかけたんだからな。
だが5体満足ではないか。文句を言われる筋合いはないが。しかし確かに驚きだ。よくあの高さから飛び降りようなどと思えたな。いかに魔術師とはいえ、 魔術講師なしで飛び降りようとは思うまいに。
I mean, they left me behind. I couldn't let Kotomine show me up after he jumped out of there with Ilya.
シローのせいじゃないわ。シローは体だけじゃなくて心までアーチャーの影響を受けているのよ。だから体だって丈夫になってるし、あの高さなら降りられるってアーチャーと同じように思っちゃったのよ。
イリア、今のどういう。
That's a huge nugget of information to drop on me.
なるほど、それは頼もしい。戦闘面でその強気を発揮してくれ。そら、お前の剣だ。
He tosses me the weapon I left behind when I started climbing.
走れるな。ここからは命がけだぞ。
Kotomine says that we don't have time to stand around talking, and makes for the castle gate. Then, as if issuing a challenge, a different sound shakes the wintry castle.
やっぱりまだこの世に留めてたのね、さくら。
It's unmistakably the roar of a predator. It signals that a beast is on the hunt. It is a death sentence handed down to the lost prisoners by the kind and merciless lord of the castle.
まさかか。
My mind switches over to battle mode. Berserker, he said. The name invokes the image of a threat that still threatened me. It squeezes the calm out of every last cell in my body.
引くぞ。戦ってどうにかなる相手ではない。追いつかれれば殺されるだけだ。
Kotomine runs ahead to the gate.
振り返るな、イリア。諦めろ。バーサーカーは以前とは違う。
I take Ilya's hand and starts running. I can't afford to save my stamina anymore. If that mad warrior is someone pursuing us, then the only way to survive is to run as fast as we can for the 3 hours it takes to reach the edge of the forest. My breath catches in my throat. I'm being overtaken by a darkness I can't ignore, no matter where I look. We run through the forest. I can't see anyone behind us yet. All I hear is the wind gusting by. Our pursuer is a titanic beast, not a hound. While we have to dodge between the trunks and branches, it closes in on us while tearing apart everything in its path. You'd think we were being chased by a giant drilling rig, boring its way through the forest. The jet black wall slowly accelerates, threatening to close in around us.
ダメ、そんなに速く走れない。
I slow my pace to match Ilya's. This is bad. The hostile wall is about as fast as me. If I have to run while carrying Ilya, it'll definitely catch up to us within a minute.
やっぱりダメ。私は残るからシロー一人で逃げて。
まだ追いつかれたわけじゃない。背中に乗れ。イリア一人ならどうってことない。
バカ、どうってことある。そんなことしたらすぐに追いつかれるってわかるもん。
What should I do? Should I keep running with Ilya, or should I fight that monster? I couldn't even defend myself against Assassin. Could I possibly go toe-to-toe with that monster? The strongest servant, with nothing more than a borrowed thin sword. I can't. Stop. Give me a break. There's absolutely nothing I can do to beat that monster. If I stop, I'm dead. I'll be killed for sure. If I face the monster, it'll chop my feeble body in half, and it'll stomp my still conscious torso to smithereens, like an industrial grinder.
その必要はない。イリアスフィールは私が運ぶ。
Gil and I turn around. We don't have time to stay surprised. Kotomine comes all the way back to us and picks up Ilya in his arms without further ado. Whoa! Aye aye. Kotomine must be in great shape. With his height, he should be able to easily run while carrying Ilya. But we're in the middle of a forest. With both arms occupied by his charge, He navigates the uneven terrain and thick trees without slowing down at all.
琴峰
I run after him as fast as I can. I keep up with him. Unshackled, I run next to Kotomine, who's carrying Ilya. I managed to cover 100 meters in 7 seconds. And as far as that's so easy to trip on. Our heart beats at a rapid cadence. Something's wrong. I'm running too fast. No human can run through a forest at nearly 50 kilometers per hour. My legs throb. My warped left arm feels odd, like it's swollen. This must be what Ilya was talking about. Archer's physical functions are taking over Shiro Emiya, not just his combat experience. It's a radically potent muscle-enhancing drug. The poison is injected into my body, giving me powers beyond my own. That's good. Even if it's like shaking a Geiger counter to try and make it not detect a radiation leak, I appreciate it right now. But not Kotomine. He's not showing any signs of magical energy output or magecraft use. It's hard to believe, but he's sprinting while carrying Ilya without the age of any magecraft at all.
おいあんた本当に人間か
お前ほどではない。それより気がついたか。この速度を保てば逃げ切れるぞ。何しろあれは目が見えぬようだからな。
目が見えないって追っての
そうとしか思えん。速度ではあちらの方が上だ。森の木々などバーサーカには小石程度の足止めにしかならん。にもかかわらず追いつかれないのはあちらに何か欠陥があるのだろう。
Kotomine explains calmly. It bothers me that he can look so bored talking about something that should have us jumping for joy, but that means...
生きれるあとは俺たちの体力次第ってことか。
いや逃げ足だけで勝ち抜けるほど甘くはないようだ。
His voice drips of hostility. Before I understand what he means,
アサシン
my left arm twitches. Oh! I see a white skull. Like a rapid slideshow, Assassin flips in and out of the trees on a path parallel to ours, seemingly mocking our escape. By the time I notice it, it's too late. Assassin makes a subtle wave of his arm as he slips in and out of the trees at high speed, and... Someone blocks the attack before he can skewer me between the eyes. I gasp. Only one person could have done that. Kotomine deflected a throw that I couldn't even see, all while carrying Ilya.
目障りなやつだ。手が空いている時は現れぬくせに、忙しい時は呼ばずともやってくる。
Kotomine slows his speed. The priest frowns with displeasure, watching the dark killer keeping pace with us.
琴峰
イリアは任せ。代わりにあれを任されよう。なに、これでも神職だ。悪霊払いは慣れている。
Kotomine stops and lets Ilya down.
あんた本気か
She's just been like in shock this entire time. Ilya's bewildered. I take her hand and pull her close. At the same time, 3 daggers fly at us like bullets.
琴峰
鋭いが実直すぎる。アサシンを名乗るにしては読みやすい立ち筋だ。
Oh! I'm having trouble believing it, to be honest. Assassin let fly 3 flashes of lightning, and the priest parried them all without breaking a sweat. Berserker! Damn, that one was close. He'll definitely catch up if we get stalled here. I can't stop now. I need to take Ilya and get out of here.
いいんだな行くぞ琴峰
そう言っている。こちらの心配は無用だ。
I pick Ilya up. can't go as fast as Kotomine, but this should be faster than holding her hand while running. I'll leave the priest behind. Dark roars are on the other side of the forest. It's wreaking destruction in a seemingly wild pattern the smoke is out, but closing in on us all the same. I don't have anything to say to Kotomine. The best answer I can give now is to turn my back on them and run with all my might. But right before I leave,
エミヤ、助けた者が女ならば殺すな。目の前で死なれるのはなかなかに応えるぞ。
the priest says something oddly self-deprecating and human.
余分な忠告だ。急げ。バーサーカーだけならば逃げ切れよう。後の戦いはお前次第だ。エミヤしろ。
I nod and start running. Two shadows shrink into the distance. When I look back one last time, his back is so far away. I have an ominous feeling. I don't think we'll see each other alive ever again. Whoa, Kotomine! Oh, here comes the interlude. As an aside, it is a misconception to say that a priest's duty is exorcism. Priests deliver the word of God. They do not drive out demons. Their God is one and absolute. He resides in all, and is the greatest of all. He is the Holy Spirit who created a perfect world. He would never allow any evil to corrupt his children and dirty his creations. But some evils are tenacious in their corruption of man and tainting of the earth. There are things which should not exist, profaning this world. They reconcile this seeming contradiction thus. Even the demons which threaten man are necessary pieces of the world the Lord created. They are creatures worthy of his love. According to this dogma, demons serve the will of heaven. If the divine cultivates man's goodness, then the demonic forges man's evil natures. They both serve heaven's will. A priest who preaches the Lord's words, has no authority to destroy demons. And yet, to reiterate, some demons are particularly tenacious in their corruption of man and tainting of the earth. They wreak ghastly tragedies beyond human comprehension. In time, his children mistook heavenly designs for powerlessness. They sought miracles from the Lord to stop the evils they could not understand. Thus, exceptions were created. Human apostles who did not preach the Lord's word, but instead execute his will. Trials originally meant to be witnessed. Curacies originally meant to be denied. Those who received the 8th sacrament, which originally did not exist. The 120 cardinals ordered the creation of the executors, destroyers of evil. They drive out evil and eliminate that which does not exist in the Lord's gospel. Those who hunt the faithless are themselves unbound by faith. One could conclude that they are permitted to be immoral. They are charged to protect only one thing, the name of the Lord Almighty. For that cause, they will even destroy the evils he created. That is the only thing they have in common with exorcists.
大公社か。連中はこぞって鳩のごとき軽薄さ、蛇のごとき移り身を習わせるというが、なるほど。貴様もその例に漏れぬらしい。
The right mass sneers. Kile Kotomine does not answer. He checks his weapons. He has 5 black keys of confession for each hand, and his left arm contains several unused command spells from the previous war. He is more than well armed against lesser spirits, but he lacks the firepower to fully defeat a servant, even if all of his blades were to strike true. Assassin is still a heroic spirit, albeit a nameless one. It would be impossible to defeat him without the scriptures carried by a select few executors.
どうした？見れば貴様のそれも投擲するもの。ここで私と一勝負興じてみるか。
The priest doesn't move. He listens keenly to the sounds of the forest while watching the skull looking between the trees. The rustling of the leaves, the breathing beneath the mask, the rippling of flesh, and the fading footsteps of the maid warrior.
やはりあちらに行ったか。的尾さくらとはうまくいっていないようだな。マキリ造家。
He makes an observation, his eyes fixed on the skull.
そうか。わしの気配に気づいておったが、綺麗よ。そこまで分かっていながら足を止めるとは何事じゃ。以前のお主ならば小僧を蒔絵にしても逃げ切ろう。だというのに自らおとりになるなどらしからぬ善行。よもや情にほだされたなどということはあるまいな。
His laughter echoes through the forest. The white skull sways slightly. The priest doesn't even twitch an eyebrow.
何？エミやシロを助けたつもりはない。単にこちらに用があっただけだ。
Ooh. Kotomine speaks to the visible mage without even showing his bloodlust.
わしに用があったと？
無論だ。どのみち、私もエミヤも森からは出られまい。じき殺されるのは分かっている。ならば、死ぬ前に斧が目的のために手を打つのは当然だろう。
ん？では、イリアスフィールがどうなろうと構わぬというのか。あれを救うために来たのであろうが。
構わんさ。ここでアサシンを倒し、エミやシロを助けに行ったところで間に合わん。エミやシロがあの娘を救おうと救うまいと、もう私には関係のないことだ。
His left hand holds 3 black keys. The priest washes the skull in front of him, holding the swords in a fan shape.
では、わざわざこの場に残ったのは。
なあ、私のすべきことは、イリアスフィールをお前に渡さぬことか。
Bloodlust disappears. The white mask camouflages him among the trees, and completely vanishes from sight.
ここで、お前を殺しておくことのどちらかだ。
Blades streak through the air. The priest's thrusts clash against Assassin's Throne's dagger.
そうか、そのために死にに来たか。よかろう、綺麗、腐れ縁じゃ。教会の外れ者がどこまで戦うか見届けて死んでようぞ。
His cackling rings through the forest. Knowing he can't win, the clergyman who only drives out evil faces down the Malakamut, whom the old mage controls. Oh, is that what he is? Huh. I run through the forest, carrying Ilya. Can't look back. Second I do, I'll be too conscious of the giant black wall and lose hope. I can't afford to do that. If my spirit dulls for even a bit, it'll catch up. It'll catch me and Ilya and kill us. My legs feel like they're going to fall off. No matter how light Ilya is, he can't run while carrying someone without slowing down. To make things worse, the terrain is perilous. I risk falling over with every step. Faster, 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 faster. I need to go faster than I am now, or it'll catch us. The presence behind me closes in with each passing second. I need to stop this lazy jog. I need to run faster. Fast like Kotomine. I need to take Ilya out of here. My heart's going to burst. It's tight. I can't breathe. My leg muscles tear, and I cry out in pain, as if my bones are going to burst out of my thighs. It's suffocating. How long have I been running? Having left Kotomine behind, I've been running like there's no tomorrow through the forest with Ilya in my arms. I've already run over 5 kilometers. Maybe double that. My oxygen-deprived brain isn't sure. I've just been running as fast as I can, never letting my pace drop. But I can't get away. I've been running so hard that I feel like my heart muscles will cramp, but the presence behind me grows larger and larger. Ilya is heavy. The oxygen is heavy. My legs are heavy. Death is heavy. I'll die if it catches up. The incomprehensible terror of getting instantly killed hounds me from behind. I kick my flagging mind into gear. Run. Don't think. Just run. So what if my legs fall off? There's no point worrying. I can think about it once it happens. I just need to head for the exit as fast as I can. Fuel up your chest with gasoline. Turn the key to the engine and keep it from trying to stop. Stay in top gear and throw the brakes out. Run. 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 Run to stave off the anxiety closing in from behind. Run to ignore the terror on my heels. Run to wipe out all this pathetic whining. Shut up. Stop screaming in my ear. My own breathing is enough to rupture my eardrums, so I definitely don't have time to listen to your... Ilya shouts into my chest. Her full-throated scream makes my body react without a second thought. I stop. I dig my heels into the ground to halt my momentum and set Ilya down. I ready the black key sword I had on my waist, and manifest my magic circuit at 200 miles per hour. Nothing comes to mind. Oh, basic structure analyze, composition analyze. Basic structure alter, composition reinforce. Without even thinking about it, I complete a single count incantation in an instant. I use both hands and every ounce of strength to resist the attack. The whirlwind comes in from the side. Our pursuer charges in from our flank, scattering the trees in its wake. My body is sent flying, pulverized by a single strike. The sword that I strengthened with all my might to be diamond hard is crushed like hot toffee. The shocking impact is transmitted from my arms to my whole body, rattling me from brain to toes. I'm flying. I put everything I had into that attack, but it got overwhelmed. Can't fight it. Can't fight it at all. Shido Emiya can't even slow that monster down. The body is floating in the air. Now, it's soaring. Just like a drone javelin, his attack bats me through the air, sending me dozens of meters away. It might even send me back to the castle. That's how hopeless the gap in our strength is, how bleak our chances of escape are. Time pauses. Keep sailing through the air. I'll probably die once I fall. Just when I'm about to accept this vast power difference as my inevitable fate. I see Ilya, stunned and crying in front of the dark enemy. I reflexively reach out my hand. I manage to grab a tree trunk and put an end to my endless flight. The impact is like a hammer on my back. My nearly bursting heart swells and shrieks in agony. I can only take one breath. Even though I don't have enough oxygen, that single breath threatens to pop me like a balloon. But I can still move. If I have 1 minute to breathe, I can run. I muster all my magic circuits to drive my body.
どうしたのバーサーカー。私だよ。わからないの。
Don't do it, Ilya! I understand, we'll save her! Ilya looks like she's been entranced by the dark foe. In her shock, she keeps whimpering in denial at the changed thing before her. Whoa! She's fixated on the dark enemy's identity. Kotamine said that it can't see. He was right, but not right. The servant has no eyes, nose, or mouth anymore. His gleaming red eye sockets give off only bloodlust. His entire body is corroded by the black mud. The wound that Saber inflicted is still there. It's something different now. Swallowed by the shadow, is now a monster whose only purpose is destruction. He can't see what is chasing. Dark Berserker's eyeballs don't see Ilya, never mind me. It roars and raises his axe sword over the creature in front of it. Interlude. The priest faces his final moments. Kirei Kotomine leans against the wall, staring at the blurry skull in front of him. His vestments are battered and torn. His breathing is labored, and he is down to his last 3 black keys.
これで爪かの。サーバントを向こうによく持ったと褒めるべきか。
The old man's chuckle echoes overhead. Assassin is silent, unlike his talkative master. To him, combat is work. The dirks he aims at his target's vitals are also meant to gauge his prey's strength. When the prey defends against the first dagger, that tells them its mobility. The second dagger reveals his mindset. He maintains a distance of 7 meters. The killer keeps his target at a distance, where only thrown weapons are effective, in order to measure its abilities. If he can't slay it in one blow, then he chases it to a position where that's possible. He cripples his limbs, wears out his stamina, and drives it to the point of heart failure. To Assassin, his daggers are merely steps to ensure its certain death. He uses the daggers to measure his prey's strength, forces it into a prime opportunity for a kill, and then finishes off with his devil's arm. It is his work, and a lifestyle that brings him no pleasure. While the work is dull, the priest proved to be an unexpectedly intriguing mark. He has already used over 20 daggers. The daggers were known to gauge his opponent, but every strike was lethal. The priest broke out of the forest while fending off his attacks, arriving at these ruins. Assassin had dismissed him as a mere mortal, but the priest's skills are worthy of admiration. But this is the end. The priest has no more strength left to run. His back is to a wall, and all he can do is watch Assassin. He has 3 black keys still concealed. Assassin dodged all 7 of the black keys to do like bullets. The weapons vanish into the woods.
では幕じゃな。慈悲をくれてやるがよい、アサシン。
The skull shakes. Assassin throws daggers without making any visible motions. He targets the forehead, pancreas, and diaphragm. Simultaneously, the priest defends against the unleashed lightning with the black keys in his hand. It is a foregone conclusion. A throwing technique which, once unleashed, is certain to spell victory. The 3 vital point attacks were a feint. Once Kirei Kotomine parried the daggers, His fate was sealed.
死ね。
The wing flutters open. Assassin's long, cursed arm unfolds like a one-winged spear. It is an unavoidable attack. Assassin knows the priest's movements. He has a firm understanding of his tired, bloody prey's abilities. Thus, it is inevitable. It is inevitable! There you go. The prey may have avoided getting killed by the dirks, but his life ends there. Even if he had some strength in reserve, the priest's body cannot keep up with his thoughts. The 3 daggers he parried left him no choice but to jump to the side. He has no way to escape this arm from 4 meters away. The devil's arm extends. The priest shows no fear. He was prepared for this. He anticipated everything. The feint, the attack from the cursed arm as he defended himself, and the lack of any avenue of escape. Yes, this outcome was inevitable, no matter how much he struggled. That is why his last resort is to sacrifice himself in a simultaneous strike. The skull chuckles. In reaching for the priest's heart, the devil's arm crosses paths with the black keys. That is not a problem. Only Assassin's arm took any damage. He learns that the black keys can strike him even at this range. But too bad for the priest. Even if they are imbued with magical effects, his black keys cannot defeat Assassin. The 3 den swords will probably pierce Assassin and nail him to the tree behind him. But that's all. While the priest celebrates the fact that he finally wounded Assassin, he will die when Assassin crushes his heart. Assassin's arm finishes his work first. His noble phantasm, Sabania, positively touched the priest's chest and created a false heart. But it doesn't feel like it worked. The man's heart is empty. It doesn't react. Suddenly, an explosive impact rattles him. The 3 black keys slam Assassin into a tree and nail his cloak to it. He's astonished for 2 reasons. First, the black keys have stopped him from moving. And second, the priest's coat flutters. He jumps. It's a comically high jump, like a human cannonball. He stored and stored his strength until he let it all out, performing a superhuman feat that instantly reduces 10 meters to 0. High above the lush trees, his hand closes around the head of Zoken Moto, who had been enjoying the would-be execution. That much is obvious. His bodyguard has been pinned to a tree by 3 black keys. While they only inflicted flesh wounds on Assassin, the blessed stakes also make it impossible for him to rescue the old man. Why did he challenge an enemy he knows he can't beat? Was this always his objective from the beginning? The priest takes hold of the old man's head and slams it into the ground. He is merciless. Kotomine slams the old mage's body into the ground, crushing his bones. Then, he smashes his skull against the wall. He walks. marking the wall with a trail of the old man's blood.
なんと救いようのない男よ。未だ人並みの幸福とやらを求めているのか。そのようなもの、お主には絶対にないと理解したのではなかったか。
I'm trying to figure out what incantation is he like chanting. Kotomine grinds a mural of flesh and blood into the wall. All that is left of the old mage's body is his head. Ooh! Bit by bit, it is filed away. Less than half of his head remains. As his brains are squished into paste, the old mage cackles one last time.
休息は私の手に。あなたの罪に油を注ぎ、因を記そう。永遠の命は死の中でこそ与えられる。許しはここに。受肉した私が誓う。
そう、お前には永遠にない。綺麗よ。主は生まれながらの欠陥者に過ぎん。この世の道理に溶け込めぬまま生還者であり続けるがよい。
キリエ・エレイソン。
He uses blood to make that engraving? The cackling fades. A weight and a shape, imperceptible to the human eye, fades into nothingness. Baptism rites. The church fixes its scriptures, the word of their God, into a system. Within that magecraft foundation, baptism rites are said to be the most powerful tool against spirits. When souls are cut off from their bodies, becoming lost and crazed, these keys of providence return them to the void. The 500-year-old mage's flawed convictions are sublimated in a final act of mercy. He did it! But at what cost? Time has stopped. Ilya screams a plea, but the giant doesn't know who she is. He swings his greatsword down at her. I run. I was doing about 10 meters, but I can cross that in an instant. I know I'll make it if I run. In the span of a single breath, a narcotic blood propellant will propel my body like a jet stream, and my thoughts were blades like lightning. I take a step forward. My body feels light. I can feel time stop. I can make it. I know I'll make it. But once I do... The black key had no effect. I had no effect. That's why... I rummaged through my armory, searching for something to make. Something that can beat him. Something that's strong enough to stop him being here. How obvious. It can only be the great sword he's holding. I blocked it. I project a weapon as if it comes naturally to me. I take the giant's axe sword head on. It's cracked. I heckin' made it back in time! Welcome back! Vicious form in the axe sword I projected. At the same time... You don't have to yell back. The feedback from using something I shouldn't have used nearly kills me. I'm thrown through the air. The axe sword shatters against the giant's second attack, and my body tumbles along the ground like a piece of trash. Bleeding. My mind is fading. Can't think. I try to collect my scattered self, but I can't think. My left arm revolts against me. My blood overflows. The mere act of projection, even though my left arm is still bound, halves my IQ, and I feel an awful chill that tells me there's no going back. That terrible premonition will turn out to be true. The first things I'll lose will be the most precious to me. A tempest rages around me. I'm bathed in blinding light. I can't see. I can't find it. I lost sight of it amidst the pain. I'm looking for it, but I can't find it. My ego becomes a grain of sand in the desert, never to be found by anyone ever again. And I'm thirsty, 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 thirsty.
シロ、しっかりして。ちゃんと自分を見つけなさい。
Thank you. Ilya's here. I'm on the ground. The dark giant is about 10 meters away. His red eyes dazzle, as if searching for my thrown body. I return to my senses. This is no time to be taking a dirt nap. My body can still move. My only injuries are scratches from tree branches. I'm only lightly bleeding. But my lungs feel tight. I gasp for air, trying to oxygenate my exhausted body. That's all. What's more important to my insides? I don't want to know what they look like, but I can still fight. I grab Ilya's hand and start running. Even if I'm not injured, I still need to catch my breath. I need to at least get out of his reach for a minute, so that I can compose myself. However,
なんでシロ、自分がどうなってるか分かってるの。
Ilya resists my pull. Something's wrong. Berserker is behind Ilya, trying to pinpoint where we are. I can't think straight due to the lack of oxygen. I can't figure out why Ilya asked me that question.
ごめんなさい。けど、もういいの。もういいから。シロ、一人で逃げて。
Ilya looks gloomy. My head won't work, so I just get angry instead.
こんな時にまでダダこねるな。行くぞイリア。今はそんな場合じゃないだろう。
I pull Ilya's arm. She's so small, but she's trying to help me. It feels so terribly precious.
何するのよシロ。もういいって言ってるじゃない。今ならまだ間に合うから。シロ、一人で逃げて。
She hammers her little fists on my head. I ignore it.
黙ってろ。んなことできたらな。そもそもこんなところに来てないんだよ。
I hug Ilya tight. Her eyes ask me why. What a dumb question. It doesn't matter why.
理由なんてあるか。俺は勝手にイリアを守るだけだ。いいか、兄貴はな、妹を守るもんなんだよ。
はあ、バカじゃないの。私はシロの妹なんかじゃないもん。
いいんだよ。一度でもお兄ちゃんなんて呼ばれたら、兄貴は兄貴だ。たとえ血が繋がってなくても、イリアは俺の妹だろ。
Exactly.
シロ。
The dark giant turns this way.
走れ、来るぞ。
I can think later. Right now, I need to put as much distance between us as possible. It's a little strange. The speed with which Shiro Emiya runs with Ilya until far surpasses what she knows he's physically capable of. They come into a familiar clearing. The choking, ragged breaths belong to Ilya. I don't feel out of breath at all. Maybe my body's gone numb. It feels hard because I lack oxygen, but it's like I'm not even breathing. Like I'm a dead man. Our heart's been on a complete strike for a while now.
大丈夫。走れるから。
Ilya's fingers feel scarily hot as they grip mine. She's never had the physical strength to keep running like this. Her creators never thought she'd have to engage in physical exercise like other humans while they were designing her. I have a headache. Knowledge I don't know is entering my brain. They're distractions. We need to get away from here. The giant is closing in on us, even though his intellect and senses are sealed. For a while, it seemed to go in the wrong direction, but I don't like how fast it's getting. My legs are shaking, and I calmly judge that I won't be able to move more than 10 more meters. Ilya can't run anymore either. We could try to hide, but there's no cover around here to conceal us. Naturally, it wouldn't do a lick of good to hide from a berserker that can't see to begin with.
Shit.
We can count one small blessing. There's a crevice in the clearing that widens into a ditch. It's a scar that Saber's noble phantasm left on the ground. I take Ilya and jump into the ditch. The trench is easily wide enough for two. I rest my back against the bare earth. I look up at the sky, catching my breath. The sky looks small and cut off from us. It's like we're underground. I take deep breaths. I use this short pause to rest and calm my frayed mind. But our repose only lasts for a moment. The giant won't lose us. No matter where we run, it'll track us down, capture us, and slaughter us. The girl next to me is curled up, trying to keep her voice down. Ilya stifles her voice and hugs herself, trying not to burden me. We're at the end of the line. We can't run anymore, and I can't keep it in check. Look at the red shroud around my left arm. Our one way out has been waiting for me to unlock it. I'll die. Kotemine said that it's the fuse on a time bomb. I'm reminded of my earlier pain. A single projection almost shattered me. I can't imagine how agonizing it would be once I unwrap this arm. The trigger is always in my mind. If I reach for the shroud, it's no different from putting the muzzle of a gun in my mouth and pulling the trigger. The hammer will fall if I unwrap the shroud. My brains will be blown out at the back of my skull, and everything will end. Make up your damn mind. I've always known the answer. I'll bring Ilya back and save Sakura. I know what that means. I'll keep protecting Ilya, defeat that alien shadow, and tear Sakura away from it. That's the impossible miracle I've wished for. Even now, I desire that outcome with every fiber of my being. I know it's a dream, an ideal, that will never come true, but I've never even considered giving up on it. So I have to go. I'll save Sakura and help Ilya. I can't do it. Sakura is dying. Her path contains nothing but destruction. Someone told me that it would take a miracle to save her. That's right. Salvation that humans can't achieve. To acquire a miracle that you can't achieve on your own, you have to pay an appropriate price. You can't protect yourself while saving someone else. What if the only way to rescue Sakura from her path to ruin is to have someone else trade places with her? The earth trembles. A living tempest is charging towards us. In the trenches with Ilya, she's realized I'm holding my left arm with my right hand. With my right hand, I give Ilya a light pat on the head and walk along the trench. I leave Ilya. I'll lure Berserker away and fight him head on. I need to make sure we're far enough away that Ilya doesn't get involved. A touch knot securing the holy shroud to my left shoulder. It's tied tightly around my wrist, so I have to undo it from the shoulder. Once it's untied, I can tear the rest of it off. When I do, the pain I'll feel will be dozens of times worse than anything I've experienced so far. Kotomine called it the fuse on a time bomb. I'll ignite it once I take off the shroud. I don't know if I'll explode 1 minute later or 1 day later, but I'm certain that there's no putting out the flame once it's lit. My tongue is dry. Can't shake off the fear, even though I know it's coming. I'm so nervous I want to scream. I wonder if I'll stay sane. I'm utterly terrified of myself. It's only natural that I'll die. My being here makes that a foregone conclusion. But I'm going to be killed anyway, and I want to keep living as long as I can. So, there's only one thing I'm afraid of. I hope that my mind won't break before my body does. Will I withstand the pain? Will I forget who I am, who Ilya is, before the fight even starts? Will I even forget my vow to protect her? That's what I'm afraid of. More than anything else. That's why I've kept this sealed away. I told myself that I'd never use his arm, even if my life was in danger. What's happened to Berserker could happen to me, too. I might give in to the pain, lose my mind, and turn into something like that. I'll always be afraid of that, as long as I have this left arm. It's the embodiment of the nightmares where I'm killed. And yet, if I know that, then why am I still here? Don't worry about that. As I think that, there's only one reason I'm still here. He wanted me to live until it was time to use his arm. He knew I'd need it, so he entrusted it to me. Archer's back! He said that I would judge it myself. Ilya said that I've done nothing wrong.
それで十分だ。
I redeemed myself here. I betrayed myself and sacrificed so many lives. But there's something I still won't compromise on, and I'll keep living for it. I channel my strength into my red punishment. Will I live, or will I die? I take a deep breath, bracing myself for what's to come, and tear the shroud. In an instant, the world falls apart. Despair hollows, or howls. The gust exceeds 100 meters per second. I'm being battered by a tempest that no person, no living thing could possibly survive in. It isn't even wind anymore. The air pressure is a steel storm crushing my body. It smashes my eyeballs. It crushes me into a wall. I can't move a finger, much less lift my arms. My blood flows backwards. My mind is bleached clean. There's no pain. The concept of feeling and enduring pain is far too human. I melt. I can't even cry out in defiance. I have nothing. No way to resist. I need to move forward, but I can't even lift a finger. One more time! I melt into the white. My body and mind crumble into senselessness. Forward. Why am I here? Still, forward. What did I become like this for? Beyond. What am I fighting for? Go forward, past this wind. I vanish. My mind held on even after my body had failed long ago, and now it disappears. I can't hold it together. I can't move, no matter how hard I try. I can't hang on, no matter how determined I am. I try focusing every fiber of my being into clenching my right hand. If I can do that, then I can plant my feet. If I can move any part of my body, I'll use that as a foothold to move forward. I can't move my fingers, much less make a fist. My left eye is pulverized. The howling wind punctures my eardrums. My consciousness and sight are fading. I missed it all. I see an impossible vision. He's standing. He's standing in the middle of this wind. He's trying to make it to the other side. Like it's the natural thing to do. He walks through the still wind, scarlet cloak fluttering. I clench my jaw. I hear my teeth grinding. My right hand has been balled into a fist all this time. The Red Knight doesn't look at me. He turns slightly, revealing a grim face. He doesn't care that I'm about to be swallowed by the wind. Shroud Bikini Bottom? Oh yeah, down there, he first saw this outcome. Shido Emiya cannot defy this wind. He's known all along that there's no future for a man who betrays himself and clings to wishes he can't handle. His words are correct. Someday, I'll be judged for my accumulated debts. And yet, his back says,
ついてこれるか
with contempt, with faith. He's waiting for me to arrive.
ついてこれるか知らね
My vision burns. Heat bursts into my seamless, senseless body. I cut through the wind with my limbs, as if I'm swinging great swords.
えてめえの方こそついてきやがれ
With all my strength, I charge past his red back. I step onto the earth. The wind has gone still. The dark giant is 30 meters away. He can reach me in less than 3 seconds. That's why. I'll finish this in 3 seconds. Oh! Whoa! My mind is razor sharp. I know my own fighting strength. The projection of matter, leveraging principles of creation, fundamental points, structural materials, manufacturing techniques, host experience, and accumulated time. A reality marble that overlays the map of the world imprinted in my soul onto the world. A manifestation of my mental world, according to the Magecraft theory of the world egg. I inherit Archer's accumulated skills, experience, and physical strength. Correction. I fail to load his psyche, his physique. I'll still die if Berserker slashes me. I cannot use his reality marble. Unlimited Blade works. Archer's inner world is different than mine. I can't recreate it. All I can replicate are the noble phantasms he's recorded, and the things which Shido Emiya has personally learned. If I decide to draw a noble phantasm from my left arm, it will search Unlimited Blade Works for the most appropriate weapon to my purpose, and replicate it. Be warned, however. Projection is a double-edged sword. If I use it even once, I'll... I hold my breath and cram all my magical energy into my left arm. I just need a weapon that I can use. I'm well aware of the risk. Further ahead, I'll go past this one and strike myself down.
トレースオン。
I stare at him. I take in every millimeter of his greatsword. I spread my left hand and take hold of an imaginary weapon that has yet to appear. It's incredibly massive. Shido Emiya cannot handle the sword, but this left arm can replicate the enemy's monstrous strength. Something breaks. A part of my chest shatters with a metallic sound. My skeleton buckles under the flow of magical energy. It's pathetic, like an apple peel.
戦。
I'm beyond worrying. The arm will make up for my broken parts. I devote my undivided attention to killing my enemy. He's noticed. His bloodlust focuses on me. The Dark Giant senses my magecraft as a hostile act, and his eyes move. They're like black, ominous stars. The giant roars a death cry, and storms in to slaughter his enemy. Berserker. In his rage, the giant hasn't changed. He's still trapped in his battle with Saber. Blind, insane, and rotting, he dies a second death while still fighting to protect Ilya. 1 second. The charging giant won't stop at one attack, and normal projections won't save me. My traced projections won't work on him. I can't defeat this giant unless I project something beyond my limits. So I...
トリガーオフ。
I visualize 9 blows. I duck the first swing, activating all 27 latent magic circuits in my body. 2 seconds. He's in front of me. The greatsword comes down. Air pressure viciously whips me. I step in to meet the assault. My aim focuses on 8 vital points.
セット。ナインナイクス。ブレイドワークス。
And I surpass his sonic speed with a godlike swiftness of my own. He won't go down. Berserker's still standing, even after being ravaged by his own weapon. I take another step forward. My left hand holds a giant sword. I'm faster. Berserker's dying without 8/10 of his body. I can finish him first. I lift the sword to chest height and drive it in like a spear. But I lost. My initiative didn't matter. I used every last drop of the rule-breaking power I was given, and I still lost. Berserker's attack comes swinging down. It kicks up the tempest that buffets me. I twist my body, evading with all my might. I saw the attack coming. I can dodge this. Berserker's slash will only graze my temple. But even that would be lethal. He only needs to graze me by a few millimeters to kill me. A direct blow would be literally earth-shattering. A close shave by his sword tip would splatter my head like tofu. The great sword swoops in. My vision freezes the instant my head is about to be taken off. But his great sword, swung with menacing drive, halts with equally frightening abruptness. The executioner's axe stops short of my neck. The dark giant is looking at something in front of him. Not at me. His mindless eyes are staring at the pale girl peeking out of the trench. I pierce him. I don't miss the opportunity to mercilessly drive my sword through Berserker's heart. He doesn't fight back. This time, the giant's remaining life crumbles to dust. In those final moments, his fading red eyes urged me to protect her. Unwrap the Holy Shroud achievement. Did this man just project an entire battle into his arm so that he could deal 9 lives worth of damage to Heracles with his sword? Oh my god. Dude. I know I've read this already, but still. The battle only lasted a moment. It really was finished in the span of a single breath. With trembling lips, the boy told the girl that he was leaving. He took the red bindings in his hand and left her side, swallowing his fatigue and his worry. She came out of the ditch to stop him. For an instant, she watched his back shrink into the distance, unsure what to say or if she should stop him, until she couldn't take it and came out after him. Less than 10 seconds had passed. That brief hesitation decided the outcome of the duel. She emerges from the trench. The battle was already over. Her giant protector looked at her as he disappeared. A breeze enters the clearing, as if to announce the end of the fight. Shiro's back! All she can see is the boy's back. The battle is over. The arm is no longer a heroic spirit's arm. The boy challenged death with his own power, and won. She keeps watch over him. From behind, it seems as if he'll never look at her again. Freed of the Holy Shroud, the victorious warrior looks so gallant. He won't show any more doubt. The moment he tore the shroud off and created that projection, he cast off all distractions. She watches him gloomily from behind. The boy has become someone else. Something else. He has chosen a foolish but noble conclusion, and there is no going back. I restart my frozen lungs. My left arm feels hot, and my entire body aches. An electric eel coils its way through my body. I can't possibly stand. Hurry. I need to hurry and wrap my arm in a shroud again. I hit the time limit unless I escape this pain. But I can't seal it back up quite yet. I can rest and put down this arm. Once I defeat her.
Saber.
No. I face Saber. I swallow my pain and steel myself for another fight. Saber slowly approaches, as if she'd always intended to tag in for the defeated giant. She stops. She's 7 meters away, close enough for her to close the gap and strike in one breath. I face her head on. I'm going to die. I can't move after fighting Berserker. I won't be able to avoid being cut in two when Saber rushes me. That's not all. I wouldn't be able to beat her, even if I was at my best. No matter what I do, I can't project anything stronger than Saber's noble phantasm. So, this outcome is certain. The only person who could defeat Saber is someone with a noble phantasm rivaling hers. But that's a contradiction. In sheer offensive power, Saber has the ultimate noble phantasm. Well, there might be heroic spirits with stronger weapons than her sacred sword, but they're not in this Holy Grail war. Right now, only Saber's sword can defeat her. So it's a contradiction. In this situation, Saber is the strongest servant. The last time I saw Sakura, she had an inconceivable amount of magical energy. Even Sakura wouldn't be able to beat Saber. Unlike when I was her master, Saber now has an adequate energy supply. She's effectively invincible.
無駄なことを。あなたでは桜は救えないと忠告した結果がそれか。
Saber's voice is stone cold. That's the signal. She comes to cut me down without a shred of hesitation or mercy. So what? Can't let her kill me here. I can't lose, even if I'm fighting Saber. I might not be able to beat her, but I can at least take Ilya and get away.
だが幸運だな。自滅する者に関わっている場合ではなくなった。桜が私を呼んでいる。
Saber turns her back on me and starts heading deep into the forest.
いや、運ではなく、自らの手で勝ち取った成果か。あなたはバーサーカーを倒した。その決意がこの結果を引き寄せたのだから。
Saber leaves without turning back. I can't stop her. She's the enemy. Whatever her reasons, I can only be grateful that she let us go. I'm wounded from head to toe. I can't afford to ask an enemy to stay. I bite back the pain and turn in the opposite direction as Saber fades into the distance. I need to take Ilya and leave this forest. Saber isn't our only enemy. We might have gotten away from Sakura in the shadow, but Zulkin is still a threat as long as he's around. I know what's happening to my body. I know what will happen. I have 3 projections left. No, even one would be risky. I want to stay in one piece. I can't face Zulkin and Assassin in this condition. There's no point in my body tears itself apart right after I win. I need to keep my promise to Tosaka and save myself for that final effort. I might not be able to fight anymore, but there's still hope. I hear Ilya's voice.
ああ、今は少しでも早く森を出よう。セイバーの、いや、桜の気が変わったら今度こそ逃げきれない。
I can't look at Ilya. My heartbeat drums a cacophony that's bouncing around inside my skull. Back to Kotamine. Purification by Holy Word. You know what? I need a break from all the reading. Oh boy. Oh, ooh, that was my back. That just cracked. Wow. My upper back. Whew. Man. This is only the second to last day too. Oh. I really wonder like how the final route is gonna be different from all of this. Because I can't even imagine like what's gonna happen in that route. There we go. Yui. Alright, that's a long enough break for me. So let's keep reading. Purification by Holy Word. The priestess' exorcism dispersed Zokenmato's spiritual body. Only 2 men are left in the clearing. Kirei Kotamine leans against the wall, bloodied and battered, his robe stained red. Assassin is pinned to a tree by black keys.
完全に魔術師殿を消したな、代行者。あれが虫の集まりだと知っていたのか。
He turns to face the voice. Assassin is gone. Only a bloodstain and the black keys remain embedded in the tree.
あれとは長い付き合いでな。虫を触媒にしてこちらに干渉する霊体だと知っていた。故に肉体をちぎったところで効果はない。殺すのなら跡形もなく肉体をすりつぶすか。
貴様のように霊体そのものに攻撃するか。なるほど。人間にしては強いくくりでとどまっていた魔術師殿だが、経典による聖言には弱かろう。
He didn't even realize.
悪霊払いとはよく言ったものだ。魔道造剣にとって貴様は天敵だったということか。
The priest doesn't answer. He checks his injuries. His bleeding has stopped. He's lost his weapons, but he isn't critically wounded. A few minutes rest should be enough to recover his strength.
そ
Ooh!
れでどうするのだ、アサシン。お前のマスターは消えた。魔力提供がなくなったお前ならば、私の聖言でも十分に通用する
だろうな。この体はじき消える。新しいマスターを得なければ、この森に漂う浮遊霊と大差はない。この身は一日を待たず下級霊に落ち、この世から消えるだろう。
そうだ。マスターのいないサーバントであらば、私でも傷は与えられる。それでどうなのだ。主の敵討ちをするか、アサシン。
それほど推挙ではない。魔術師殿は慢心によって敗北した。私の落ち度とは思えぬ。思えぬが、合点のいかぬことがある。それを聞かねば収まりがつかん。
ザバーニーヤの不成功か。シャイタンより譲り受けた腕と見たが、ザバーニーヤの名を冠する以上、私に効き目はない。
Really?
それは人を罰する者ゆえ、同種の存在を呪えるものではない。すでに人のものではない私の心臓は、呪いにはめっぽう強いのだ。
I think he's lying.
やはり貴様の心臓はあの娘と同じだった。貴様、すでに汚染されていたな。
The priest doesn't answer. His lips only curl into a sardonic smile.
だが、だとしてもなぜ知っていた。貴様の行動は私の腕が効かないと知っていなければできぬことだ。貴様は初めから私に宝具を使わせるつもりでいたな。
そうだな。お前の腕は知っていたぞ、アサシン。対象の心臓と全く同じ偶像を作り、反響存在とすることで、実像の心臓とすり替える呪いの腕。
I got called by my VP while Shido was having his moment. Welcome back. Oh, that was really good. His projection of like Berserker's battle, actually, not even just his weapon, of like his battle. Yeah. Hello from our lunch break. Hello. Hope that everything is going good. Yeah. I was thinking when I woke up today, like, I just fell asleep, even though I thought I was going to be there yesterday. But yeah. Hope you're doing good.
その腕によって破れたのだ。
では、
Killed your
貴
servant.
様は
ああ、見ていたとも。奴が生き絶える瞬間までな。知っていたのは当然だろう。ランサーを倒した時点で、お前の失態は決まっていた。
確かに、これは失態だ。
I will say I do like the blue shield, but it does look like a dot sometimes, just like next to your name. But it is like cute. I don't know if I like it better than like the blue wrench that was there before, you know? Because at least that was like okay. But I guess they wanted something that was more unique to YouTube. I don't know. I think the wrench, I still like that better too. Assassin clicks his tongue with loathing. He dismisses his bloodlust. Disappointed, he leaves. The priest's response seems to have satisfied his curiosity.
次の契約者を探しに行ったか。
I still see wrench at my end. I feel like I'm an antivirus software. Introducing the Lily Iolite Shield.
大方、次の雇用主は的を桜といったところだが。
The priest has no problem with that. As long as Zouken Mato doesn't kill Sakura Mato, he doesn't care. Zouken wishes for immortality. Obtaining Sakura's body will satisfy that desire. As long as the old man is alive, the curse gestating within the Holy Grail will never be born. It would be meaningless to have Sakura become an insect's vessel after she has grown this much. He needs her to keep being a master. Because...
そう、お前には永遠にない。主は生まれながら欠落しておる。
He feels slightly dizzy when he stands up. He must be exhausted. The priest leans against the wall and sleepily closes his eyes for a time. It happened 10 years ago. Flawed from the moment you were born, the man tried many things after he realized this truth. In his youth, he did not understand morals, but he did possess common sense. He attempted to overcome this flaw, but it was not to be. His pain and struggle ended in failure. His last effort was a woman. It was a simple tale. Any human dreams of loving someone of the opposite sex, having a family, and dying a peaceful death. No one spurns that peace or fails to dream of it. Yet he was no exception. Even if it didn't appeal to him at all, he decided that it would be nice to have. And he loved a woman to obtain some measure of human-like happiness. He chose a woman with no future. She was ill, with only years left to live. Did he choose her because of that, or because he had no other choice? Even now, he's not sure why. They spent about 2 years together. The man tried to love the woman. The woman did her best to love him back, and she gave him a child. But the outcome did not change. The man found happiness in this woman's suffering and his child's despair. The more he tried to love her, the more she suffered. To him, it was the only saving grace of their bond. The contradiction did not bother him. He is not even sure if he suffered. But the more the woman tried to soothe him, the more he found himself wanting to see her grief. She was a saint. She was frail, but he would have called her a saint. It need not be said how profound her faith was, and how well she understood his rage. That is why he nearly despaired. He would never again meet someone who understood him so well and tried to heal him, but even this woman could not fill the void within him. So there was no need to question his life any longer. He was born flawed. His birth was a mistake. He concluded that if he was a mistake, that he should disappear. He went to part ways with the woman before his death. He married her as an experiment, so he was obligated to let her know it was over. The woman loved Kotomine. Kotomine tried to love her too. That's all there was to it. The end came all too quickly. He told her in a room surrounded by stone walls. The woman smiled on her deathbed. Her body, all skin and bones, could not even stand anymore. Then she smiled and ended her own life. He didn't try to stop her. There would have been no point in doing so. The woman had a terminal illness. She would have died sooner or later. He knew that when he chose her. As her consciousness faded, the blood-soaked woman looked up at the man and laughed. Of course, he didn't shed a single tear. He only looked that way to her. With her death, the woman proved to him that he could love someone, and that his life was worth living. He left the room without saying another word, and abandoned the Lord's teachings. Yes, he did think it was sad, but not because she died. In that moment, he thought,
なんということだ。どうせ死ぬのなら私が手を下したかった。
he did not mourn her death, but lamented the fact that he couldn't enjoy it. It happened a long time ago. He can't remember her face anymore, never mind her voice. But sometimes, he thinks,
私が手を下したかった。
would that have brought him joy? Or was it because he loved her that he was sorry he couldn't kill her? He would sever the train of thought whenever he found himself dwelling on it. That question should be left to eternity. The woman's death was meaningless, because her devotion failed to change him. But he did not want it to be worthless. He would never try to answer that question. It happened a long, long time ago. With the memory of a man nourished by the misfortune of others, who found fulfillment in the world's corruption. After that, the man met his arch-nemesis, Kiritsugu Emiya, a mage who chose to invalidate everything the man might have wanted for himself. The priest opened his eyes. It seems he was asleep for a while. His crush, more like. I was thinking in my head, you mean his husband? After confirming that his strength has returned, he begins walking to catch up to Shido Emiya.
いいえ、どこにも行けない。
Not the yaoi I wanted.
だって、
Not me either.
あなたはここで死ぬんだもの。
A girl blocks his path. Whoa! She has completely changed. She is clothed in her own shadow. Her dark magical energy cloaks her like part of her own body. The sheer amount of her magical energy and her existence are no longer that of a human's. She's just in her pajamas. Her spiritual caliber has now reached the level of a pure heroic spirit, a counter guardian.
完全に汚染されたな、麻藤さくら。
She has hair like me. I was thinking too, like this is kind of Mari coded, like her hair. Because I only like know you based on your profile picture.
体だけではない。精神まであの呪いに同調しなければ、そこまでの変貌はない。認めたな。自分が怪物なのだと。開き直ったというわけだ。
The priest denounces her, even though he wished for it. He scolds her for becoming drunk of her own power.
そう。自分の力に酔うのはいけませんか？
I really would not know that this was Sakura. If like you just show me this sprite and Sakura side by side.
けど、きっと仕方のないことなんですよ。これ。もっとみんなが優しかったら、私だってもう少しぐらい我慢したと思うんです。
ほう。我慢とは何をかな。
自分をですよ、神父さん。こうなってやっと認められました。私、この世界が嫌いなんです。
White gray hair and Lelouch Lamp Rouge? Colored eyes is all I got because my artist is on hiatus. Ah. Aww. Well, hopefully you can get it finished soon, you know?
私を捨てた遠坂の家。私とは何もかも違う。何不自由なく生きてきた姉さん。怖いおじい様とかわいそうな兄さん。
Kogiya, see same colors. Yeah! I remember.
平穏に過ごす街並み。
Because one of the things I researched for the colors cover. Oh Jesus. One of the things I researched for it was like the anime opening too. So I know who that is. I know who he is. Yeah.
そういうのがヒナはすごく許せないです。これが八つ当たりだって理解しています。けど悪いことだって分かっていても思ってしまうんです。そう、今まで私を助けてくれなかったすべてに私を思い知らせてあげたらどんな顔をするのかって。
The girl smiles in grim delight. The priest is unaffected. He looks at the girl like something dirty.
変わったな、麻藤さくら。なるほど。その闇も適合するための素質だったというわけか。
ええ、変わりました。私は今までの麻藤さくらじゃない。あんな弱い子はもういないの。
Still wearing black and red, just like Linda. So,
そう、今までみんな私を苦しめてきたんだもの。その仕返しに私がみんなを苦しめてあげるだけ。ただ耐えているだけの私はとっくに消えたわ。
she giggles. Multiple personalities. Sakura Mato is gone, replaced by a separate personality that was sleeping within. Listen, I love Sakura so much, and she's scary, but mostly I want to make fun of her for being such a chunie. This is just her rebellious phase that she never got to have, you know? It's the only explanation for her wildly different, charming attitude. But
何を言う。隠す必要などないぞ、麻藤さくら。
oh yeah, no. If I saw the ribbon on the other side, though, I'll be like, what? I'm different now. I am the shadow. The priest denies her with a blunt sentence.
何を。
隠す必要などないと言った。お前は別人格などではない。泥に飲まれ、暴力に酔うお前もまた麻藤さくらだ。
Even Kotomine is calling her out on this like cheating arc that she's having. She's doing the Ren like Angie pose. Okay. The girl's face stiffens. Is it true? The blackened girl grits her teeth and glares back at the priest.
何よ。あなたが私をこうしたくせに。
Oh my god, what the hell did I miss? Vivi, welcome back! A lot happened. There's too much to like fill you back in, I'm sorry. Her shadows writhe in concert with her loathing. They erode everything around her like a blaze. The speed with which her shadows covered the ground is nothing like before.
私がお前を生かしたのはあれのマスターを続けさせるためだ。その期待に応え、お前は見事アベンジャーを誕生させようとしている。私ではできなかったことを
Avenger again.
お前は難なくやってのけたのだ。
Did she at least kill the old man? No, Kotomine did. The priest did. He did that.
難なくなんかじゃない。私がどれだけ苦しかったのか、今もどれだけ苦しいのか知りもしないで。
知らんし、知る必要もない。小娘の恨み事を聞くほど水郷ではないのでな。
Sweet.
そうですね。私も知ってほしいなんて思わない。そんな簡単に同情なんてされてやらない。私はこれから一方的に思い知らせる立場なんですから。
A cruel smile plays across her lips. The priest doesn't hesitate to retreat. He moves with the same swiftness that caught Soken Mato in midair. He only takes one bound away. The girl is an amateur, despite her enormous magical power. He can easily get away from someone who lacks experience in both combat and magecraft.
バカな人。逃げられると思うの。私から。
She snickers. Instantly, the priest goes limp and tumbles to the ground. What? He tumbles down. Kire Kotomine crumples, spewing something red from his mouth. It doesn't stop. He keeps vomiting blood, and each time he tries to fill his lungs with air, he coughs more blood.
どうですか？心臓をわしづかみにされた感想は。
Oh.
どこにいようと、あなたの命は私の手の上なんですよ。
Sakura's looking a lot like gender bent Archer right now. I suppose. She just doesn't have like the actual like knight like armor. Like I said earlier, she looks like that she's just in like her jammies.
神父さん。
Something red.
あなたは
That's blood.
10年前に死んでいた。エミやキリズクに心臓を撃ち抜かれて死んだんです。それでも生きてこれた理由はただ一つ。あなたは誰だったかな。この前食べたサーバントさんなんですけど、まあ名前なんていいですよね。
Ah, for Gil to be treated like an afterthought in this route.
あの金色の人が聖杯の中身を浴びて、まずあれと繋がった。けど、あの人は汚染できなくて、あれはマスターであるあなたに流れていったんですよね。そうしてあなたは蘇生した。アベンジャー、アンリマユから魔力を供給されることで、
What is
一命
that?
を取り留めたんです。
そうか。では今のは。
はい。あなたはアンリマユとつながっている。けど、アンリマユはもう私でしょ。だから潰してあげたんです。今まであなたを生かしていたかりそめの心臓を壊しました。お望みなら中身を全部潰してあげましょうか。私の手はあなたがどこにいようとその中身を引きずり出せるんですから。
The girl raises a hand. Her gracious offer isn't sincere at all. She has no intention of letting the priest leave alive. She'll just laugh and kill him if he begs for his life. She'll take back the temporary life that sustained him. After all, it belongs to her. Even if the amount of magical energy he has is equivalent to a speck of dust in the corner of her bedroom, she doesn't need to let him have it.
さよなら。私を生かしてくれたことだけは感謝しますね。神父さん。
The girl's lovely fingers curl around an invisible doll. There's a squeezing noise. The priest on the ground is strung out like a rag. Just one more twist. In less than a second, the priest will die completely. But just before that... The girl crumples to her knees. She's savaged by nausea and discomfort. She claws at the blackened ground as if pleading for help. The shadows expand. Something must have happened. The black robe covering her body suddenly blooms before returning to its original size.
くそ。まさかが受けるなんて。
Ooh! Wow, so ungrateful. There can't be any other reason. Berserker was defeated. With his death, the pure magical energy of his soul flowed into the girl, the Holy Grail. Her mind twists. Sakura Mato's personality is pushed further to the edge. There shouldn't be any more room, but a massive soul has her pressed against the wall. She'll disappear. She'll be gone for good. At this rate, Sakura Mato will disappear. She remembers she meant to kill the priest and looks up. She curses herself for being too slow to follow through.
いいです。どうせ放っておいてもすぐ死ぬだから。
Is anyone else still alive? Yeah, everybody else is still alive. Shido beat Berserker with Archer's arm. Ilya is safe. Saber is still there. Zoken Mato is dead. Kotomine is about to die. Rin is safe, but she's recovering beneath the ground at her house. And Assassin is like just camped off somewhere too. So that's just about everybody. I think that's still like left to account for. I don't know if you were here for it either, but Shinji is dead now too. The ruins are empty now. All that remains on the spot where Kide Kotomine had been lying is his bloodied vestment. Ryder? Oh yeah, she's still alive. Hasn't been seen for a while after we left her house. Or after we left our house. This music is kind of like Whiplash after like that scene. We reached the forest's exit sooner than I imagined. It's probably because Ilya showed me the way. She owns these woods. Good, F him. When we go out to the highway, the car arrived and is gone. We start walking in the direction of the town, and decide to flag down a passing vehicle to take us the rest of the way. Wounded and covered in mud, Ilya and I must look suspicious. We run in front of a passing car to get it to stop, and then Ilya hypnotizes the surprised driver into taking us home. Wow. I never thought in my life that I'd hitchhike like a carjacker. Like a car hijacker. Okay, the music is like all intentional.
シロ、帰ってきたよ。早く上がろう。
Sounds like an end of stream yapping BGM. Not yet, though. We got home before I knew it. The sun is going down. At some point during the several hours it took to return from the forest, I must have dozed off. The sun has set by the time I'm back in the living room. The clock reads past 7 p.m. Something's wrong. Time is passing too quickly. It was barely sunset when I got into the house, but the moment I entered the living room, night has fallen. That's impossible.
イリア、なんか時間が過ぎるの早すぎないか?
I talked to Ilya next to me. But Ilya isn't next to me. Ilya is.
晩ご飯なら美味しかったよ、シロ。
She's already in the living room saying something odd.
晩ご飯?
ええ、まずは栄養を取るんだって言った時は驚いたけど、おかげでいい思いしちゃった。シロは張り切って台所に立ってたし。
His hands grabbed hold of the frying pan and he just like blacked out. There are remains of a meal on the dining table. The knitting table. Enough used dishes for two. I calmly think it through and realize that I feel full. It seems like I really did cook dinner.
おかしいな。こんな食材買い置きしてたっけ？
Bro, time traveling. The blowback from using Archer's arm is like very, very real.
してないよ。してないから商店街でおろしてもらっていっぱい買い物してきたんじゃない。
I searched my memory. Oh, well, maybe that did happen.
そうか。変なこと言っちまったな。とりあえず、夕食は済んだんだ。
ええ。あとはゆっくり休むだけだね、シロ。
うん、そうだな。休まないとな。ちょっと部屋で着替えてくる。話があるから、イリアはもうちょっと起きててくれ。すぐ戻る。
Ilya nods. I apologize and leave the living room. I find myself in my bedroom. The second I left the living room, I collapsed in my room. I'm awoken by stabbing pain. A sword is stabbing the left side of my chest. That's the only way I can describe it. My chest is hot and numb. Feels like my life force is gushing out instead of blood. Of course, I'm not literally being stabbed. That's just a hallucination. The part of my body that's closest to my left arm is rejecting the sense of wrongness coming from it. And that's when I realize it. The way time seems to pass too quickly. The disjointed images. They're all...
おかしいのは時間の感覚じゃなくて。
She looks so sad for a second. Yeah. There's just something wrong with my memory. I'm not missing memories of my past, but I'm not making new records of my experiences. Bit by bit, when I let time pass without focusing, I don't remember anything that happens during that time. No wonder I can't remember anything that happened since leaving the forest. If not for this pain, I'd have lost my mind by now. I grab hold of my consciousness that seems to be cut off whenever I relax. Unless I stay aware of myself and keep my mind in tight focus, Shido Emiya will disappear. My memories and myself won't hold together unless I keep my focus as keen as the pain stabbing me in the chest. In other words, I need to maintain the same level of concentration that I did when I tried to insert magic circuits in my spine at all times? Uh-oh. I can't keep that up. And even if I could, I don't know how long it'll keep working.
待てよ。となると、眠るのはまずいよな。
I'll never wake up if I sleep. If I fall asleep, I won't go back to being Shido Emiya. My mind will be torn to pieces without a single wound on my physical body. I rise. I rummage through my desk. I need some kind of small blade. Something I can hide in my right hand and squeeze hard to cut myself. I can't constantly maintain a state of concentration like when I'm training. When it feels like the image is about to cut out, I'll make a fist and use the pain to ground myself.
刃物とはいかないけど、これなら。
I find the crystal I got a while ago on my desk. The night I became a master, I found this pendant lying next to me after Lancer killed me. I don't know how much magical energy it used to contain, but it doesn't have enough left to use my strengthening even once. Yeah, I could try and figure out who saved my life that night. They must be the owner of this pendant. We were the only ones on campus that night. I don't know why they saved me, but it was someone who didn't need a reason to help a dying person. My consciousness is cutting out. I'll figure this out later. If I think of fun or happy things, I'll relax and pass out. I confirm my fighting strength. I've broken the seal on my left arm. The holy shroud is still wrapped around it, but all it does is take the edge off now. Kotomine told me that using Archer's arm would flip a switch. It's too late to do anything about it now. My body is still functional. I bet it was Archer's? It was Tosaka's. The problem is with my brain. I can keep going as long as I don't sleep. As per projection, I could probably use Archer's Blade Works no more than 3 times. If it's just once, I can deal with it. Twice scares me a little, to be honest. And the 3rd projection will be decisive. My mind might remain, but I have a feeling my body might self-destruct. I close my eyes and focus on my ears. I hear a hard, grinding noise next to my heartbeat. Something is invading my body from Archer's left arm. Each time I use Blade Works, I lose control of his reality marble and create unlimited Blade Works inside my body instead of outside of it. I don't want to think about the consequences of that. I'm going to get stabbed from the inside by 1,000 swords and die.
冗談。死滅なんかしてたまるか。
The situation is desperate. I've more or less accepted that. I just need to break out of these straits. I won't die, and I won't kill myself. Sleeping and never waking up? That's just a cowardly delusion. I'll be saved. Once I do what I need to do and end all of this, I'll be saved. There's no point to it otherwise. I said that I'd protect Sakura, no matter what. So I can't go dying on my own.
そうだ。まず、遠坂に連絡を取らないと。
There's no time. I've gotta hurry over to Tosaka's house. I wonder if Kotomine's safe, but now that I've rescued Ilya, he'll probably go back to his usual stance. I don't want his help, but I promised. It's past 9 o'clock. I meant to be right back, but it's been 2 hours.
悪い。待たせた、イリア。今から遠坂の家に行くから一緒に行こ
リンの家？別に私は構わないけど、なんで？
なんでって、遠坂と合流しないと。それに、
They'll tell me it's 9 o'clock at the next day.
琴峰は夜になれば回復するとか言ってたけど、あいつの言い分はいまいち信用できない。
Oops.
それはいいけど、シロ。
Ilya points at the wall. Oh.
心配してもらって嬉しいわ。とりあえず私の調子は見ての通りよ。けど、そこまで気にかけてくれるんだったら、森に行く前に私の家に寄っていってほしかったわね。
遠坂、いつの間にこっちに来てたんだ。
ほんの1時間前よ。森で何が起きたのかはイリアから聞いたわ。
Tosaka's in a bad mood. No, she's positively furious. She must be upset that we went to the forest without her.
仕方ないだろう。あの時は一刻を争うと思ったし、事実イリアだって危ないところだったんだ。だったんだよな、イリア。
そうね。私は閉じ込められてはいなかったけど、数分後には大聖杯に連れて行かれて、心臓を抜き取られていてもおかしくなかった。造剣は桜を乗っ取り次第、私で門を開けようとしていたから。素人琴峰が来るのがあとちょっとでも遅かったら、今頃は死んでいたわ。
ほら、遠坂を待ってたら間に合わなかっただろ。
どうだか。今の言い訳じゃ桜次第ってことでしょ。イリア、本当のところはどうなのよ。あ、やっぱりバレちゃったか。
Does she have a black heart too? No, that's just Kotomine.
ええ、本当は
Because I'm pretty sure that Ilya, Rin, everybody else is so good.
桜は芯が強いから簡単に壊れたりしない。桜が自我をなくして造剣の操り人形になるまであと1日は間があったでしょうね。やっぱりあのね、イリア、あんまりシロを甘やかしちゃダメよ。こいつには人一倍厳しいぐらいがちょうどいいんだから。 そうね。リンがシローにそうしてくれるなら、私はもう安心かな。
I watched them rake me over the coals. But even if there was an extra day's worth of time left, I'm still not sure I could have made it in time with Tosuga, even if we went right now. I was faced with a tough choice in the forest, but thanks to that, all three of us are here again. I tightly squeezed my wandering mind. Tosuga and Ilya's banter threatened to relax my tension.
ちょっと待ってくれ、イリア。さくらが一日持つかどうかってことは、残った猶予はあと
半日あるかどうかよ。いいえ、さくらがどう頑張っても、もうアベンジャーは生まれようとしている。あれが受胎してしまえば、さくらは完全に変わる。誰もさくらを助けられなくなるし、誰も助からなくなるのよ。アベンジャー
Tosuga and I frowned at the unfamiliar word.
そう、復讐者。聖杯戦争における第8のクラス。ハインツベルーンがルールを破ってまで召喚した反則よ。
The 8th class. Whoa.
それが大聖杯の中を呪いで汚染したもの。
Oh.
自分じゃ外に出れないからってさくらと同化して黒い影を映していた本体。そして今も形を得ようと人間の命を食べ続けているありえない存在。それがアベンジャー。3度目の儀式でアインツベルンのマスターが召喚してしまった。呼んではいけなかった半英雄。イリア、あなた知ってるの？あの影が何なのか、さくらが何に取りつかれてるかって。ええ、さくらから必要な情報を取り出して何が起きているのかは理解できた。私がやるべきこと、シローたちが敵とみなしているものが何であるかを。
Ilya closes her eyes once. Resignation, I think. She sighs and seems to make up her mind about something.
これから話すことは私たちの確信であり、もう関係のない話。あなたたちが背負うべきものでもない。シローとリンには聖杯戦争に関わった最後のマスターとしてただ事実だけを口にします。
Ah! With no more lying, like, and half-truths from Kotomine or Suzoken. Excuse me.
イリア。
Tosuga looks at her in amazement. So do I. Right now, Ilya is displaying a hollow calm that makes her seem like a different person.
事の起こりは200年前。いえ、聖杯を求める彼らの放浪はもっと前から続いていたけど、この土地での儀式が始まったのは200年前からだった。話はそこから始めるわ。聖杯、あらゆる願いを叶える願望旗。その完成のためアインツベルンとマキリ、遠坂は協力して聖杯を召喚する儀式を行った。それが聖杯戦争の発端。7人の英霊を召喚して聖杯の所有権を定める殺し合い。聖杯によってマスターに選ばれた魔術師は英霊のよりしろとなり、最後の一人になるまで殺し合う。それがシローとリンが知っている聖杯戦争の表向きの決まり事。驚かないのね、リン。やっぱりあなたもうすうすは感づいていたの？それなりにはね。誰かに利用されてるってことはすぐに気づいたけど、あんまり気にはしなかったわ。人様が作ったシステムを使ってその成果をいただこうって言うんだもの。利用し利用されるのはお互い様でしょ。いちいち目くじら立てるほどバカじゃないわ。そう。じゃあ順番が逆ということはもう説明しなくていい？シローはどう？本当はサーバント同士に戦わせるなんて過程そのものが余分なんだって気づいてた？
But the masters just need to kill each other anyway, right? I guess I did, now that I think about it. Servants are summoned by the Holy Grail. Heroic spirits are summoned as tools to test the worthiness of those chosen by the Holy Grail. To obtain the Holy Grail, the summoned heroic spirits make contracts with hosts, masters who will anchor them to the mortal world, and fight to defeat all of the other Grail Seekers. If that's all it was, then I might have looked past it. But when I learned that defeated heroic spirits are absorbed into the Holy Grail instead of disappearing, I started to have questions. Heroic spirits, servants, are components used to select the worthiest masters for the Holy Grail. So why are they stored in the Holy Grail once they've served their purpose?
つまり聖杯戦争にとって必要なのは英霊だけで、マスターはただ英霊を呼び寄せるためだけの道具
Okay,
だ
I
っ
had
て
it
ことか。
backwards, yeah.
そう、聖杯戦争という儀式においてマスターはサーバントをこの世に呼び出すレセプターに過ぎない。サーバントさえ召喚してくれれば、あとはマスターなんていつ死んでもらっても構わないのよ。聖杯完成に必要なものは英霊だけ。時間軸の外にいる純粋な魂、この世の道理から外れ、なおこの世に干渉できる外界の力、それが英霊の本質でしょ。彼らはその力を必要とした。その力を持って外界に出ようとした。それがこの地に作られた聖杯の本当の目的。
To go outside this world
人の
to
手では届かぬ奇跡。
time travel?
未だ人間のものではない
Different
現象を
universes?
手に入れるため、この地における聖杯戦争は行われてきた。それは私たちから失われたとされる神秘、真の不老不死を実現させる大儀礼。
I see.
英霊でも精霊でもない、意図小さき人の位において、肉体の死後に消え去り帰り、この世から失われる魂を物質化する神の技。その奇跡の名をヘブンズフィール。現存する5つの魔法のうちの1つ、3番目に位置する黄金の杯よ。魔法ってあの魔法？
We're stunned. Ilya said that the Holy Grail is a ritual to operate magic. Magic! Mystics that magecraft can achieve. Phenomena that current humans can't realize through any means. It's said to be the final objective of mages, and they call those who master it magicians with envy and awe. Currently, the Mages Association recognizes 5 magics. An outsider like me, on the edges of the edge, who isn't even affiliated with the association, couldn't possibly know what the details are. But I've heard that there are 5 rituals that are recognized as magic, and that there are only 4 people who can use them.
ちょっと待って、第三魔法って魂の物質化なの？けどそれならサーバントだって魂の物質化じゃない。違うわ。確かにシステムの基盤は第三魔法の一部を使っているけど、英霊はあくまで恒例でしょ。サーバントはこの地上にこの時代のものとして生きているわけじゃない。第三魔法としては不完全だし、英霊なら魔法の力なんてなくてもよりしろさえあれば実体化できる。ヘブンズフィールは過去にいたものを読み上げて複製体を作る技じゃない。それは精神体でありながら単体で物質界に干渉できる高次元の存在を作る技。魂そのものを生き物にして生命体として次のステップに向かうものを言うのよ。次のステップって、確かにそれはとんでもない大事
The
だ
next
け
step
ど。
after you come back from living your first life?
でもイリア、どんなに内容が違うって言っても魔法は全部根源に至る道でしょ。それが聖杯とどんな関係があるのよ。いいえ、だいたい魔法を起動できるような管理地は日本に一つしかない。冬季の霊脈も一級品だって自負してるけど、それでも根源につながるほどの歪みはないわ。ええ、届くほど歪んではいない。だから穴を開けるのよ。道がつながっていないなら自分たちで壁を壊すしかないでしょ。その壁を壊すという行為が聖杯戦争なの。 その過程でどんな願いでも叶えられるぐらいの魔力がたまるのだけど、それはアインツベルンには二次的なもの、もしくはマスターを呼び寄せるための宣伝でしかなかった。アインツベルンが必要としたのは魔術協会の目につかず大量の魔力を貯蔵できる巨大な魔法陣だけ。時の遠坂の当主は彼らに協力した。もともと教会の目が届きにくいこの国で青崎の管理地に次ぐ一等地は数少ないわ。ハインツベルンにとって冬季の町は必要条件を満たした完璧に近い実験場だった。あとはもうわかるでしょ。聖杯戦争を司る聖杯はこの土地に眠る聖杯とハインツベルンが用意する聖杯、前者が遠坂の管理地を使った魔法陣、これを大聖杯と呼び、
The Greater Grail. Okay, finally!
ハインツベルンが毎回鍵として用意するものを聖杯と呼ぶ。大聖杯は聖杯戦争のシステムを管理するもので、聖杯は破れていた英霊の魂を回収し大聖杯を動かすための炉心に当たるわ。そうして大聖杯起動に必要な分の魂が聖杯に溜まった時、外部からの割り人である英霊の魂を利用して穴を開ける。役目を終えた彼らが元の座に戻ろうとする瞬間、わずかに開いた穴を大聖杯の力で固定し、人の身では届かない根源への道を開く。もちろんこんなのは初めの一歩。花を開けられたところで望みのものは手に入らない。根源への道は遠すぎる。それでも聖杯を手にした者は無尽蔵の魔力を手に入れられる。あっち側にはまだ誰も使っていない、この地上とは比べ物にならない大量のマナが散布されてるからね。普通のそう、要するに大聖杯っていう大元の魔法陣があって、聖杯はそれを起動させる鍵なわけね。
Okay.
聖杯戦争が50年周期なのは英霊を召喚するだけのマナを貯めるためか。
So why would the Holy Grail War happen again so quickly between the fourth and the fifth one in just 10 years? Because the Holy Grail was destroyed and the magic flowed back out into the land?
それだけの召喚術、個人の魔力で起動できるはずがない。大聖杯は50年かけてこの土地に満ちるマナを枯らさないよう少しずつ吸い上げ、それが溜まった時、そう、英霊を召喚してサーバントにする。けど英霊を召喚するには代償が必要なの。彼らは望むものを与えてあげないとこちらの召喚に応じてくれない。だから聖杯を用意して彼らの望みに応えてあげた。もっともそんなのは初めから欺瞞だけど。
Always alive?
ハインツベルンは元から英霊の魂だけが欲しかった。彼らの霊格なんてどうでもよくて、ただ強大な魂が欲しかっただけよ。それを隠すために聖杯戦争なんて表向きのルールを作って、サーバントとマスターを騙して今まで殺し合いを続けさせた。ま、そうなったのは2回目の儀式かららしいわ。1度目は馬鹿正直に英霊を召喚して、遠坂とマキリとアインツベルンで独占権の取り合いになってあっという間に失敗したんだって。
They just didn't know what they were doing at first, so they just kind of like threw everything at the wall until something stuck.
だから今のルールができたのは2回目からよ。外来の魔術師を呼び寄せて、それぞれ聖杯を目的にして殺し合わせる。自分たち以外のマスターなんてサーバーとさえ呼んでしまえば邪魔なだけだし、戦いの中で死んでもらった方が効率がいい。3家にとってみれば自分たち以外の協力者を合法的に始末できるんだから都合が良かったのよ。
Legal and convenient.
呆れた。
My
じゃあ
god.
マスター同士殺し合うってルールは所有権が誰にあるか話し合いで解決できなかったから力ずくで決めようとしたことの末路なわけ？
そうよ。でもその殺し合うって選定方法は思いのほか合っていたわ。今のリンと同じよ。騙されてると気づくサーバントやマスターもいたけど、そんな背景はどうでもよかったみたいね。だって勝ち残れば結果として聖杯は手に入るんだから。
Tozuka seems to accept that. In other words, the Holy Grail War ritual wasn't meant to obtain the Holy Grail, but to use it to go outside of the world. It was an attempt to go outside. According to the studies of the arcane, a power said to be the principle of dimensional theory is located outside of this world. It's called the Swirl of the Root, and its coordinates are believed to be the origin of all things. It's said to be the seat of the gods, the Alpha and the Omega of creation, where everything in the world is recorded, and everything in the world can be made. Well, who cares about all that, honestly? My old man might have understood how important it was, but it has absolutely nothing to do with me. What's important is how it concerns the identity of the thing possessing Sakura.
イリア、聖杯戦争の本当の目的とかはいい。イリアの言った通り、それは俺たちには関係のない話だ。それより、さっき言ってたやつのことを聞かせてくれ。
関係ないって魔法よ魔法。しかも3番目の魔法なんて教会でもずっと秘密にされてきた禁忌中の禁忌じゃない。
So?
あなたも魔術師なら第3魔法って聞いて無視できるわけ？
できる。まったく、何考えてるんだ、遠坂。
You're so stupid, Tosaka.
今はそ
Come
んな
on.
成功しないものの話をしている場合じゃないだろう。
成功しないって一体どんな根拠様よそれ？
あのな、理由はわからないが、聖杯戦争は一度も勝利者を出していないだろう。なら、この儀式はどこかで仕組みを間違えていたってことだ。
Yeah, otherwise there would not be 5 wars, you know?
大体な、そうでなかったら、さくらのことをどう説明するんだ。聖杯が魔法に至る道だって言うなら、さくらがあんな風になるのも魔法なのかよ。
Tosaka goes quiet. I seem to have struck a nerve.
それでイリア、どうしてこの聖杯戦争はこんなことになったんだ？聖杯の中には何かがいると琴峰は言った。その何かっていうのがアベンジャーってやつなのか？そいつは聖杯、イリアやさくらの中じゃなく大聖杯とかいう魔法陣の中にいると。
そっか、琴峰なら知っているわよね。あいつもさくらと同じ復讐者に汚染された魔術師だもの。聖杯の中にいるものが何であるかとっくの昔に知っていたんだ。
Ooh, and all we've done in like the past 2 routes is only destroy the Lesser Grail. So everything is leading up to us just destroying the entire thing, right? To take out Avenger specifically.
綺麗がさくらと同じ？
そうよ。ここからはシローとリンに関係のある話。造剣が手に入れようとしているもの、さくらを変貌させているもの、聖杯の中に潜み無色の力である英霊たちの魂を汚染しているものの話。そいつのクラス名がハベンジャー。
Not Kameda.
聖杯の力で生命として形を得ようとしている第三魔法の成功例になりつつある英霊よ。
は？ちょっと何が魔法は関係ないよ。ちゃんと関係してるじゃない、ちゃんと。
It's on its way to becoming a successful case of the third magic. So, Avengers are people who were about to be born again, right? Outside of, like, the reality, the rules of our reality?
いいえ、アベンジャーの物質化は聖杯による魔法じゃない。 あれは元からそういう属性を持った英霊だった。
I think you are going to the root, and that's how you become Archer. So Archer is actually an Avenger? That doesn't feel right. I think there's like so much more to this that we still are not getting the full picture on still.
アベンジャーだからこそ聖杯の中で物質化が可能なの。大聖杯は第三魔法を成し得る復讐者を呼び出したに過ぎず、大聖杯自体が第三魔法を成し得たわけではないわ。
Oh, Avengers are just like that, huh? They are just able to do that on their own without this entire system.
つまりそいつは初めから物質化できる怪物だったってこと？大聖杯による魔法が成功しなくても勝手に第三魔法を体現するやつってこと？
そうよ。事の発端は3度目の戦いだった。1度目は失敗。2度目に序盤で敗れ去ったアインツベルンは追い詰められて、ただ殺すことだけに特化した英霊を召喚したの。アインツベルンが手にした古い経典、異国の伝承を触媒にして、手の内にある中で最悪の魔を呼び出した。他のマスターたちを皆殺しにして、問答無用で大聖杯を起動させ、聖火を独り占めするために、呼んではならないものを呼び寄せてしまった。その英霊の名が、アンリマユ。
アンリマヌ？
世界最多とも言える、あらゆる呪いを体現した、殺戮の半英雄。
All of the curses in the world.
アンリマユ。
Hang on. If I recall, Anli Mayu is the name of an ancient Persian demon. It's the greatest devil of Zoroastrianism, an advocate of evil that has been battling for 9,000 years against the light god, safeguarding humanity's goodness. Zoroastrianism contains stories revolving around the conflict between two gods of good and evil. It's one of the first religions to feature the duality of angels and demons. Angry Mango. But there's no hero named Anli Mayu. How could someone bearing the name of a Devil King become a heroic spirit?
そんなわけないでしょ、イリア。聖杯は英霊しか呼べないし、そんな心霊レベルの現象を再現できるなら聖杯なんて必要ない。いえ、そもそもアンリマユの名を冠する英雄なんているはずがない。いたとしても、それは無名の歴史に何の痕跡も残してない悪霊に過ぎないわ。呼び寄せたところで、聖杯にふさわしい魂なんて持ち得ない。
They're not being summoned. They're being birthed. That's the difference,
イリア、
right?
アインツベルンのマスターは一体何を召喚したの？
だからアンリマユよ、リン。彼は確かに無名であったし、真実、悪魔などではなかった。けれど、アンリマユの名を冠した英雄は確かに存在したの。ええ、もうずっと昔、気の遠くなるくらい昔のちっぽけな世界の話を。それは名前もないある村落に現れた英雄だった。彼らの教義がどう歪んでいたかは知らない。どうしてそんな考えに至ったかなんてわからない。ただ彼らは教義に基づいて清く正しく生きていた。人間は善を尊び、光を守り、正しく生きる。貧しく外界から隔離された彼らにとってその祈りは絶対だった。そうであることが人間以下である彼らを人間たらしめる唯一の誇りだったんでしょうね。そう、その村落の人たちはね、本気で世界中みんなが平和であることを望んでいた。
pretty sure it's where the short story, those who walk away from Omelas, got its main idea, Zoroastrianism.
人間すべてがくだらない悪性から解き放たれ、清く正しく生きられるように。
Interesting.
飢餓とか殺戮とか愛憎とか、あらかじめ人に付属された機能すべてを否定して、自分たちは神に祝福されるにふさわしい生き物だって誇り続けた。けどそれは不可能な話よ。人間清く正しく生きているだけじゃ悪性からは解放されないもの。悪とは元からあるもの。それを切り離したいのなら何らかの手段を講じるしかない。そうしてその手段は実行された。彼らは自分たちの狭い世界だけでなく、人間すべてを救える手段を考えついたの。この世の人間すべてに善行を取らせることは難しい。けど人間すべての善性を証明することはできる。たった一人の人間にこの世の悪を独り占めさせてしまえば、残った人たちはどうあっても悪いことができない。
That is an inherently evil idea to push all of that burden onto one person. Oh my god.
そんな子供みたいに単純なことを彼らは本気で信じてしまった。
Ah, childish is right though. Yeah, that's a better term for it.
そうして一人の青年が生贄に選ばれた。彼らは青年を捕らえ、その全身に人を呪うあらゆる言葉を刻み、彼らが知り得るすべての罪業を与え、すべての悪事を彼の責任とした。
Disgusting idea, yeah.
それでおしまい。狭い世界、けれど完成された一つの世界において究極の悪性が誕生した。
Humanity literally created the ultimate evil so that the rest of them could be good. Like, do they not see what they just did? This just keeps getting more evil, yeah.
彼らは彼を心底呪い、侮蔑し、恐れ、同時に立てまつった。我々は清く正しい。あそこにこの世のすべての罪悪があるのなら、我々は何をしても善なるものだ。
What a cautionary tale. Wow.
彼らは本気で世界中の人間のためになると信じて、一人の悪魔を作り上げた。世界中の人々の善性を証明するために、一人の青年を崩壊するまで殺し続けた。
Here we are right now.
その寿命が尽きるまで殺してなどあげなかった。
So yeah, that's Angry Mango wants to be born.
人
Oh
間を堕
no.
落させる悪魔の名前、アンリマユの名前を与えられた青年は、世界中の人間の敵としてただ理不尽に殺され憎まれ続けたの。
Angry Mango did nothing wrong.
その過程で青年が
Justice for
本当に
Angry
悪魔にな
Mango.
ったかどうかは知らない。ただ村落中の人間が彼を悪魔だと信じ、そのように扱った。憎みながら恐れながら世界中の人間の善性を証明してくれる自分たちにとっての救いの証と
The
して
young man
立てまつ
deserved
っ
to get
た
revenge.
意味嫌われる
I'm
対
just
象でありなが
saying.
ら人々を救う者。その存在があるだけでどんなに人々が悪事を重ねようとも清く正しいと許される免罪符。そう、方法は違えど彼は人々を救った。村人たちにとって彼はこの上ない英雄となった。そうして一人の英雄が誕生した。人々に恨まれ自分などとうになくなっていつか本当にそうなってしまったもの。世界中の人間の代わりに悪を公言する哀れな生贄、それが半英雄アンリマユ。この世すべての悪と決めつけられた何の取り柄もなかった。ただ普通に生まれただけの一般人。廃家教において60億の悪すべてを容認するという悪魔の王。 その体現者として葬られた原初の人の想念が作り上げた願いという名の呪いの形。
Ilya coolly describes an ancient event with neither irony nor disdain. If he does, he'll be doing harm, and to people that didn't harm him directly, will he still be entitled to causing pain? Well, he would be fulfilling the role that was like permanently etched onto him, right? So, shrug shoulders. An anti-hero. Kotomine told me what it meant shortly after this war began. But if what Ilya is saying is true, the guy who became Angry Mango would still bear the evil of humanity. It would be the reason he exists. If that's why he was treated as if that's why he was true, it will be the reason he exists. If that's why he was treated as a hero. A heroic spirit blamed for the sins of 6 billion people. If someone like that was summoned, only slaughter would follow. He would hate humanity, and the people around him decided that he was evil anyway. Anli Manu. Someone crowned with the name of a devil, taking revenge on the people who turned him evil. Now, is he using Sakura to carry out the duty that people wanted for him?
アベンジャー、アンリマユの話は分かったわ。けど、どうしてそいつが聖杯の中にいるわけ？いいえ、そもそもそいつはただの人間でしょ？いくら悪魔の名をつけられて、悪魔そのものとして扱われたとしても、能力は人間と変わらない。
It's the belief that he's able to do all that.
あんな町を人飲みするほどの怪物にはならないはずよ。
He can't justifiably seek vengeance on the innocent. Yeah.
そうね。
Well, who decides who's innocent? You know?
ただの人間を無理やり英霊にしたものが彼だった。だから何の問題も起きなかったはずなのよ。本当は。3度目の戦いでハインツベルンはアンリマユを呼び出した。けど呼び出された英霊はすごく弱かった。半英雄であるそれはまたも序盤で敗れていち早く聖杯に取り込まれた。ハインツベルンのマスターは嘆いたわ。普通の人間と全く変わらないやつのどこが
They
人の世を
obviously
滅ぼす悪魔なのかと。
they obviously all skipped history class that day. I would like to point out that the true horror in this drop of information is that Kotomine is the cause of what is implied as a pseudo birth of adventure is. Wait, hang on. Is that Kotomine is the cause of what is implied as a pseudo birth if adventure is born. True horror. Because he saved her, right? He saved Sakura. Knowing that after taking a look at what was inside of her, that there are old fragments of the Holy Grail, you know? I think that's what you're saying, right?
そう。事実、その英霊はただの人間だった。
Sorry, I was struggling to read because like I was being blinded by my window. Oh, hang on. I gotta like get back in the frame. Why did it just like... Whoa. Do that. And that. There you go. I could not perceive for a moment there. Sorry.
ただこの世を恨んでいただけの人間。ただこの世の悪であれと望まれた人間。元から何の力もなく、周りの人間の思いだけで構成されたありえないはずのもの。
It was just like a random man too.
それが聖杯に取り込まれた時、すべてが逆転してしまった。聖杯は人の望みを叶える願望機でもある。サーバントは敗れた後、
方向性のない魔力として聖杯に戻って、そのまま解放の時を待つ。兵霊としての人格もなくなった彼らは万能の力として聖杯にたまるだけなの。
Yep, it's really also her grandpa's fault too, but Kotabine knew and kept quiet. Yeah. So, yeah. But really, it's all the fault of the Icebergs for summoning Angry Mango like all those years ago in the first place, you know? So if we keep going back in time.
けどアンリマユは違った。彼は自分ではなく周りが願って作り上げた英雄。人格などなくともアンリマユである以上、悪であれと望まれる存在だった。
Was a man, Angry Mango now.
まさか、もしかしてそいつ。
そう。聖杯はあらゆる願いを叶える杯。ただの人間であり、性別も人格も人でさえないそれは、もともと人間の願いそのものなのよ。だから、アンリマユが聖杯に取り込まれた瞬間、聖杯は一つの願いを受諾してしまったの。本来ありえない存在。身勝手な願望だけで捏造された英霊は、人々の願いを叶える聖杯の中において、ようやく人々が望んだ姿で生まれることになった。
Talk about a self-fulfilling prophecy, man.
マキリの500年、ハインツベルンの1000年なんて子供騙しよ。何しろあっちは2000年以上も前から続いた、神代から願われてきた人間の理想なんだから。それがあの影の本体、英霊としてようやく形を得ようとする者の正体よ。ハンリマユはサーバントたちの無職の魂を糧に、自分の霊格であるこの世すべての悪を体現してしまった。ただ悪であれと、60億の人間すべてを呪う、60億の人間すべてを呪える能力を備えたサーバントとして少しずつ育っていったの。
じゃあ何？聖杯の中身はとっくにそいつに占拠されてて。いえ、聖杯が叶える望みはとうに決まってしまっていて、4度目の戦いはそいつの願い、アンリマユを形にするための養分補充に過ぎなかったってこと？
ええ。キリツグがアンリマユというサーバントをどこまで理解していたかはわからないけど、キリツグは聖杯の外に出ようとしていた黒い影を危険視して聖杯を破壊した。それは正しいわ。以前のアンリマユはどうあれ、聖杯によって受肉するアンリマユは本物だもの。この世すべての悪として命ある限り人間を殺し尽くす魔王になる。けどそのアンリマユはキリツグの英断で出産には至らず、大聖杯の中に残された。その一部を受けた者が琴峰であり、さくらだった。造剣は聖杯の中にいる者が受肉しかけたサーバントだと気づいていたんでしょうね。だからその肉片をさくらに植え付け、聖杯の中にいるサーバントとリンクさせた。聖杯の中にいるサーバントが外に出てきた時、それを従えられるようさくらをマスターにしたのよ。アンリマユが何であれサーバントであることに変わりはない。どんなに強力な存在でもサーバントはマスターには逆らえない。造剣の目的はそれよ。あいつはさくらを餌にしてアンリマユを釣り上げたいんでしょうね。
Wait, does that mean Sakura is contracted with Angry Mayu?
正気？それでアンリマユのコントロールを握ったところで、さくらは黒い影、アンリマユからの魔力汚染に耐えられない。アンリマユが聖杯の中にいる状態であそこまで変わったんだから、出てきてしまったらさくらの人格なんて消え去る。
それでいいのよ。造剣はさくらの人格なんて考えていないもの。 造家にとって大切なのはアンリ眉とつながっている桜の体よ。
How arrogant of him to think that his own personality would be strong enough to control Angry Mayu.
あいつは桜の人格が消え去った後、空っぽになった体を乗っ取る気なの。リンは知らないだろうけど、造剣は自分の魂の入れ物である虫があれば、どんな人間の体だろうと自分のものにできる。いいえ、あいつはそうやって今まで生きながらえてきた。造剣にとって桜は初めからいつか乗り換える肉体だったっていうこと。
What will happen then? The thing that's possessing Sakura. If Sakura is changing because of her contract with her servant, then
造剣が私をさらったのは桜には門を開かせる気がなかったからでしょうね。聖杯としての役割は私にやらせて、自分はアンリ眉のマスターになった桜の体を乗っ取る。そうしてゆくゆくは第三魔法の成功例、魂が物質化したアンリ眉に乗り換えるつもりなんでしょう。完全な神を人間が自らの欲望で不完全な神に貶めるように。
心臓の定義、それは人の望みによって作られながら人の意志に影響されず生まれるものか。
Shiro answers the "Would you love me if I was a worm" question. Is that worm still you? No, that's Zoken. It has to die.
まあ確かに造剣なんかの人格を反映されちゃどんな神様も悪魔になるだろうけど、キレイが造剣を敵視してたのもそのあたりか。話は分かったわ。それだけ聞けば十分よね、シロ。
Tosca's voice brings me back to my senses.
じゃないわよ。相手の正体が分かって造剣の目的も分かったじゃない。ならあとは話し合うまでもないでしょう。
No need to talk it out, huh? She's right. The thing inside the Holy Grail. If it comes out, it'll cause the same tragedy as 10 years ago. No, it won't end there. If we let this happen, countless people will be killed. Yeah, the thing Sakura gave birth to will take many, many lives on her behalf. That can't be allowed. We just need to stop it. No matter the cost, I won't let Sakura shoulder the burden of any more lives. We'll stop Anli Manu. We'll end this war before it can emerge from the Holy Grail.
納得いったようね。私たちは戦って勝つしかない。で、その方法は2つだけ。アンリマユとやらが出てくる前にマスターであるサクラを殺すか、アンリマユが出てくる前に
Destroy the Greater
破
Grail.
壊するか。まあ確実なのは前者だけど、大聖杯を壊そうとすれば必ずサクラと造剣が立ちはだかる。2人を避けて大聖杯は破壊できないでしょ。となると結局マスターであるサクラを倒すことが一番楽ってことになる。
You're gonna abort him? No, don't phrase like
そう
that.
だ。サクラと戦ってアンリマユを引き離す。それが一番の近道だし、方針として分かりやすい。
へえ、サクラを狙うってことに反対はしないんだ、シロ。
今はそれしかないだろう。アンリマユとやらがイリアが言う通りのものなら人間に太刀打ちできるものじゃない。そいつを外に出した時点で俺たちの負けだ。なら一番早くて確実な方法を取るしかない。それよりトサカ、戦いに行くのはいいがサクラの居場所は分かるのか？
それなら問題ないわ。イリアの言うことが正しいなら大聖杯とやらの場所は一つしかない。ええ、
Oops.
その通りよ、リン。アンリマユの誕生を間近に控えた今、造剣は大聖杯に戻っている。落ちた霊脈、200年前三家によって選ばれた始まりの土地、竜道寺の地下に広がる大空洞に
I didn't say that I
アンリマ
disagree
ユ
with
は
the
時代している。
idea. You don't need to go that far,
竜道寺の地下。
considering what we're dealing with. That's the world where Sakura is. It's the final destination of the Holy Grail War, where we're headed. I sigh quietly, and slightly relax my focused mind. The cold touch of the pendant in my right hand helps me collect my thoughts. We're going to fight Sakura. I meant what I said to Sakura, but our ways of fighting are different. Tozuka probably means to finish this by killing Sakura, but I'm going to find a way to end this war and let her live. I jolt out of my reverie. A heavy pressure that makes it feel as though the air has turned to water covers the building. It's...
Sakura.
The instant we feel the shadow's menacing aura, we run out into the yard. She came to us! We go out into the yard. The entire world is cloaked in shadow. My entire body shivers from mind-numbing awe and fear, down to my fingertips. But spawn killing means that we let him appear first. So we have to delete his existence before it comes to that anyway. The black shadow is before us. If it wanted to, it could crush us along with the entire house. The difference in power is clear. It's transformed into a state unlike anything we've seen. Sakura, we gotta get that bleach out of your hair. It's not good for your roots at all. That shadow does nothing. It isn't Sakura, but the shadow shaped like her. The real Sakura is underground, beneath Ryudo Temple. The thing quivering in front of us is a false image modeled after her. Oh yeah, by the way, we're in the third movie now, right? Just kick him from the server. But that means he has to be in the server in order for us to kick him. We gotta IP ban him. I know how these things work. Her ends would be what suffers, yes. Yeah. I'm not sure if it isn't hearing Tosuka's taunts, or if it can't hear our words at all. Sakura's shadow sways in the moonlight. It looks terribly lonely. His eyes are definitely looking at me. Like mid-movie maybe? Ah, I see. Senpai, it says. Because second movie ended with Sakura kidnapping Ilya, right? It looks so meek that it might actually respond like Sakura always does if I hold out my hand. But I don't. I know what I have to do. I can't call out to Sakura and risk weakening my resolve. Just EMP his home. I'll accept that. The seaweed kicking the bucket. Yep. Oh, the seaweed kicking the bucket is what ended the second movie. The seaweed in the bucket. Bato? Oh, Shinji? Oh, okay. I look away. Sakura's shadow seems hurt.
イリアスフィールから話は聞きましたか、姉さん。
The shadow faces Tosuka, speaking in a cold, scornful tone.
聞いたわ。あんたに取り付いているものの正体も、聖杯から生まれようとしているものの能力もね。それでさくら、一応聞いておくけど、アンリマユとやらから手を切るつもりはある？
Tosuka's voice sounds the same. Her voice is cool, condescending, and thoroughly unimpressed.
ありません。弱い私はもう消えたと言ったでしょ。せっかく手に入れた力だもの。私はあれから離れる気はないし、できない。
Drunk, off your own power.
マトサクラは、もうこうして生きるしかないんだから。そう。それじゃあもう一つ。そのあんたが自慢してるサーバントはどのくらい出来上がってるの？イリアはもうすぐだって言ってるけど、
母親としてどうなのよ、その
Yeah, Rin.
辺。もしかしてもう外に出てきちゃったとか？
そんなわけないでしょ。あれが出てきてしまったら、こんな街なんて瞬く間に飲まれてしまう。そんなこと許すわけにはいかない。ここにはまだ先輩がいるんです。だから私が残っている限り、あの子は
Technically drunk off angry mango juice. No!
なんだ、なら急ぐことはないわけ
I
ね。
knew we should have gotten her
シローが私とい
lemonade
る限り、
instead.
あんたはアンリマイを押さえつけてくれるってわけ。
Only say that because recently I have bought like a bottle of like raspberry lemonade in my fridge, and I haven't opened it yet. But then I had it recently at a restaurant. It's like, oh, I want some of this at home too. So yeah.
よかったわね、シロー。さくら、この分ならまだまだ元気そうよ。
ふざけないでください。私があとどのくらい持つか姉さん分かっているんでしょう。なら今すぐ先輩を連れて逃げてください。私はそう長くはありません。このままだといつ自分が消えてしまうかわからない。私が耐えられるのは今夜だけかもしれない。
Ah, she's worrying about us. She's still Sakura.
だからその前にこうして忠告をしているんです。姉さん、先輩を連れて遠いところに逃げてください。そうしてくれたら私は安心してあの子と差し違えることができますから。
Sakura said she'd take it down with her. Tosuka's shoulders tremble slightly. Does she believe Sakura, or...?
いつ自分が消えてしまうかわからないか。
Still 374 days to fucking legally drink? That's gonna be a time.
それ、いつ我慢できなく
Hopefully
な
you'll be
るか
with
わからな
very
い
good
の
company
間
when you
違
do
いで
it.
しょ、さくら。
Particularly one two-letter person here.
姉さん、
まあいいわ。どうやってアンリマイと差し違える気か知らないけど、私がシロを連れて逃げれば心置きなく自滅できるってことね。聖杯の中にいるサーバントもその力を受け継いだあんたも一緒になって死んでくれるんだ。
そうです。だから逃げてください。私は変わりきる姿を見られたくない。
I'll make him come to me? That's fair enough.
先輩さえ離れてくれればそれでいいんです。だからもう私を追ってこないでください、先輩。
She makes a determined plea. Sakura's shadow could kill me at any second, but she's earnestly asking me not to chase after her. I can't honor that wish. I refuse to leave her and run, and I won't let her kill herself either. And so,
行くわ。行って確実にあんたを殺す。
Tosuka severs ties with her blood sister.
当然でしょう。遠坂の魔術師として今のあんたは放っておけない。それに自滅するなんて発言も信用できないわ。気づいているの、さくら。あなたさっきから言動がめちゃくちゃよ。私を殺したいくせに逃げろだなんてね。ほんとシローの前だからって言いこぶってな。
ですって。
あら、いい顔するじゃない。初めからそうしていればよかったのよ、あんたは。で、話はそれだけ？ならさっさと消えなさい。慌てなくてもすぐに会いに行ってあげるから。いい？さくら。あなたは他の誰でもない。この私の手で殺してあげる。
Tosuka declares in a gentle voice. The shadow quivers. For a moment, Sakura's projection freezes like a statue.
ええ。お待ちしています。
She's not wrong.
姉さん。
She lets out a lurid giggle and disappears. Alright. Ooh-ah. The shadows covering the house are gone. Only Tosuka and I are left standing in the yard. I feel dizzy. I meant to keep my focus, but seeing Sakura apparently shook me. It seems that Sakura isn't the only one running out of time.
シロ、さくらはああ言っていたけど、あなたはどうするの？このまま町から離れるっていうのなら止めないわ。まあ、その時は宝石券を複製してから言ってもらうけど。
そんなこと確認しなくてもいい。戦いはやめないし、宝石の件もなんとか投影する。俺たちは協力関係だろ。なら最後まで遠坂にできないことをフォローする。
そう。ならいいけど、分かってるのシロ。
Having a sister sounds like fun? I wouldn't know.
私と行くってことは、さくらを殺すっていうことよ。宝石券だってそう。あなたはさくらを殺す武器を私のために用意しなくちゃいけないのよ。
そうだな。宝石の件に関しては確かに矛盾してる。けど、今のさくらは俺たちの手に負えないし、剣を作るのは以前からの約束だ。宝石の剣を投影することで、さくらの影に対抗できるなら、それは絶対に必要なものだ。
それじゃあやっぱり。
ああ、遠坂の逆だよ。俺はさくらを助けることで戦いを終わらせる。俺はさくらにとっての正義の味方になるって決めたからな。
さくらを生かすってことは、さくら以外の人間をみんな殺すっていうことなのに？
まだそうと決まったわけじゃないだろう。さくらを助けて、これ以上犠牲が出ない方法があるはずだ。
Wishing the Holy Grail to kill itself.
さくらはもう何人も殺してる。それでもそんな人間を助けることがあんたの正義なわけ？シロ。
She alludes to something critical. It's an inescapable sin. Her words drive into my chest, and I finally say,
そうだ。たとえさくらが人で亡くなったとしても守る。そうなって、自分を殺したがっているさくらもひっくるめて、全部からさくらを守るんだ。俺がやりたいことはそれだけだ。誰かの味方をするって、そういうことだろう。
I proudly voice my feelings.
はあ、臆面もなく言い切ったわね、あなた。
I nod shamelessly.
そう。まあ何言っても無駄だとは思ってたけど、まさかこれほどとはね。正直負けたわ。
あれ、どこ行くんだよ、遠坂。
どこって、戦いの準備をしなくちゃいけないでしょ。さくらがあんな忠告するってことは、本当に余裕がないってことだもの。急いで準備しないとね。
Rinna's so jelly right now. She's just thinking like, oh, my sister has a good partner.
それはそうだけど、話はまだ。
And then that means we're gonna become in-laws eventually too. So, hey.
話なんて終わったわよ。要するに、シローは自分が生きている限り、さくらを助けるって言うんでしょ。いいわよ、好きにしなさいよ。もう口出ししないわよ。こうなったら納得いくまであがいてみなさいってのよ。
Where did all her tension go? Tosuka seems to be pouting, strangely enough.
けど勘違いしないで。これは宝石券を作ってもらう交換条件よ。シローが頑張っている限り、さくらをどうするかはあなたに任せる。私の出番はあなたが動けなくなってからにしてあげるわ。
She is annoyed though. They're both So dumb.
それなら文句ないで
That's
しょ。
why they're perfect for each
シロ
other.
の頑張り次第でさくらは助か
Never
るか
thinking
もし
about
れないんだから。
themselves, only other people. With that parting remark, Tosuka goes off to the guest house. As I watch her leave, a big part of the anxiety gripping my chest seems to melt away. We're thinking in opposite directions. But Tosuka still wants to help Sakura, and she feels comfortable trusting me to do it. We both love Sakura. I think Tosuka will be able to help her start over. It's 10 p.m. Tosuka said that she was going to prep until midnight, and then head to Ryudo Temple.
さて、今から宝石剣を投影してもらうけど、体の調子はどう？アーチャーの腕を押さえながら投影できる？
We're still in the middle of day 14, right? Yeah. Well, technically day 15, all things considered. Yeah, so once we're at the end of this day, then we can stop, because we're going up into 6 hours, and it's still going. Yeah, so getting to day 15, or day 16, will be enough for its own stream, for sure. Yeah. She's like, fine, whatever, go die. Oh, right. Ilya hasn't told Tosuka that I took off the Holy Shroud.
まあそれはなんとか。
お、頼もしいわね。じゃああとはシロとイリア次第。できるだけ宝石剣に似せたアゾット剣とシロの投影とイリアのサポート。うまくいけばオリジナルの複製とはいかないけど、半分ぐらいは能力の再現ができるはずよ。
Tosuka hands me a dagger. This is a knife for use in rituals. It looks well used. What if Tosuka favors it? But not just that, even I can tell that it's charged with a massive amount of magical energy. It might just be a small handful compared to the shadow cloaking Sakura, but it's hundreds of times my own capacity.
すごいなこれ。遠坂、こんな秘密兵器隠し持ってたのか。
Oh, I also used this knife in UBW.
すごいのは当たり前。何しろ残った宝石を全部つぎ込んだ私の10年分の魔力なんだから。
Tosuka pouts, like she can't bear to let it go. Knowing Tosuka's personality, she might be someone who's really strict with money. Setting that aside,
けどいいのか遠坂。宝石を全部使ったら遠坂自身の予備はなくなるんだろう。お前だってまだ本調子じゃないのに、そんなんで戦えるのか。
そうね、飛んだり跳ねたりぐらいはなんとか。けど魔術を使えるほど魔力は回復してないわ。
お前それじゃ。
心配無用よ。あなたがちゃんと宝石剣を投影してくれれば問題ないわ。その剣は突き落としさえ止めたっていう領域外の力なんだから。
the what? I'm not sure what she's talking about, but Tosuka seems confident. I guess I don't need to worry then.
シロ、そろそろ始めましょう。いくらシロでもその剣の投影には時間がかかるわ。すぐに始めない
That
と
just
日
reminds
付が
me
変
of
わ
like
る。
I stole my mom to One Direction, I think it was.
そうね。それじゃあ部屋に戻りましょう。落ち着いた場所じゃないと成功率が落ちるでしょ。
Tosuka beckons us to follow her to the living room.
あ、ちょっと待った。投影は土蔵でやる。それと投影中はイリアと二人きりになりたいんで、遠坂は部屋で待っててくれ。
なんで？何かあった時大変だし、私もフォローに回った方がいいでしょ。
By the way, I sold One Direction to my mom? Oh, my mom sold me. Oh, that makes more sense. Yeah. My mom sold me to One Direction. Okay. Yeah, the question marks. God.
その必要はないわ。逆にリンがいると邪魔なのよ。シローは注意力が散漫だから。 ここ一番でリンが転んだりしたら気が散って失敗するでしょ。失礼なこと言うわね、イリア。
Tosaka groans grumpily, but she doesn't deny that she's the person most likely to make a careless mistake.
わかったわ。私は蔵の外で待機してる。それでいいんでしょ、イリア。
Contacts Lily's Discord channel. Yeah, and also it's a Tumblr post, like from a long, long ago. That's the true context of that phrase. He wants to be alone and a shameful girl. That's his sister. No. Under the stream comment sections. Yeah.
仕方ないか。それが精一杯の情報ね。
Adopted sister, but still.
リン、宝石券を複製したいのなら私がいいって言うまで入ってこないで。事故が起きそうになったら声をかけるから、それまで何があっても外にいるのよ。しつこいわね。分かったって言ったでしょ。たとえ白の悲
Japan
鳴
be
が
Japan?
上が
Oh,
って
you're
も
right.
中には
The
入ら
sister
ないよ。
doesn't really work at all, does it? The two of them casually bring up some very concerning examples.
じゃあ行きましょう、シロ。
Ilya enters the shred. The shred? The shed. Try not to say shrine. I follow her when something hits me.
トサカ、この剣もらっていいかな。
もらうも何も、それを使って今から投影するんじゃない。宝石券ができたらアゾット券はなくなるわよ。
そうだな。宝石の剣はトサカのものだから、その代わりにこっちを譲ってくれないか。ほら、失敗したらこの剣も壊れるかもしれないし、その時トサカに怒られるかと思うと集中できない。
はあ、まあいいけど、それでシローがリラックスできるならアゾット券をあげるわ。
What is this Chekhov's gun that we're like setting up here?
サンキュー。じゃあちょっくら気合い入れてくる。
New weapon data added. Not that one. This one. Caligbog 2. Down here. Yeah. There's a mystic code. I closed the door. I can't let Tosaka see what's next. She probably wouldn't stop me, but she would definitely feel responsible. The only way to alleviate that is to get her ex post facto approval with a sorry I actually used it once the Holy Grail War is over.
準備はいい、シロー。ハーチャーの腕を解放したあなたなら、もう手順を説明することはないわよね。
I gulp and nod. Ilya tells me to sit on the floor, and I follow her instructions.
けどイリア、俺は自分で見たものかアーチャーが作ったことのある武器しか投影できない。宝石剣とやらの情報は皆無だ。いくら宝石剣に真似た探検と元になる設計図があっても宝石剣は複製できないぞ。
分かってるわ。シローにはまず私の中に入ってもらう。私だって見たことはないけど、私の中には宝石剣の記録があるわ。大聖杯を作り上げた時、東坂の大師傅も立ち会った。かの魔導王が手にする剣もちゃんと見ていたはずだもの。
Wizard Marshal.
イリア、
いいから目を閉じて。シローの体はそのままで、意識だけを別の場所に移すわ。前もやったでしょ。シローの目を私の中に移すから、そこで宝石剣を解析して。シローが中に入ったら、私が左腕の拘束を外す。200年前の記録へ遡る圧力と左腕の侵食が同時に来るわ。気をしっかり持って、できるだけ早く投影を終わらせなさい。
Ilya's voice is shaking. I can feel her arms trembling as she hugs me from the front, too.
宝石圏までは私が連れて行くから、シロは息を止めているだけでいい。雑念は捨てて、余計なものは見ないで。シロは私の中からかのゼルレッチを抜き取ってくるだけでいい。
Zellerich. Shatters. Is it because all 5 of my senses plunged into Ilya's eternal records? Or because she undid the binding on my left arm? There's no pain. My pain perception plunges into layers of spinning pain, but is eroded by the damage to my body which doesn't correspond to the pain. Let's go, sparkly sword. I don't know where I am. I don't know who I am. I don't know what this means. It's a giant circuit. Dozens of layers of crests adorn a stone mortar over 50 meters in radius. It's like I'm looking out across the landscape of Arizona through a huge telescope. Arizona? What? America jump scare? The circuits stretch out in multiple layers. They circle around in geometric patterns. A pale girl stands in the middle of that beautiful spiderweb. Her name is Justice. Justice Lizrich von Einsberg. She is the mage who established the Holy Grail War on this land. The Archmage revered as the Winter Saint, accompanied by Zolgan Makiri and Nagato Tosuka. Nagato? The Greater Grail is active. Justice acts as a key, attempting to recreate an ancient magic. Without her, the Holy Grail would only be a Holy Grail. Heaven's feel requires a will. The old man is well aware that the Makiris or Tosukan hands would be nothing but a wish granter. My field of vision shrinks. The world zooms in. I cut my conscience off from the excess. Because I cut my mind, my body becomes half the size. From the lower perspective of my shrunken body, the world is far too big. Eventually, I won't be able to see anything. How the 200-year-old ritual was created doesn't matter to me. I'm only here to see one thing. I contract my awareness again, focusing on the sword an old man is holding as he watches over the Greater Grail and its affairs. The Moonlight Greatsword! That's the original. A ritual dagger with a jewel or a blade. It glitters like a kaleidoscope, staring my brain and my eyeballs. I comprehend it in a single glance. I understand that I cannot understand it. All I can do is imitate the shape. I can only analyze its structure and project it. What magical theories are woven into it? I use Archer's arm and mobilize the entirety of the heroic spirit Emiya's knowledge. The old man's dagger is an unexplored law of the world. It is from an alien planet. No, an alien solar system. The old man embodies common wisdom from the far future, which our young species has yet to reach. I'm repelled. I can't let myself be repelled. I can't reach it. I must reach it. I reach out. I reach out. I reach out. With scorched eyeballs and cerebral nerves. I reach out dozens of meters. I reach, reach. Ilya's voice echoes. Not yet. I haven't even touched it with my fingertips. How am I supposed to leave like this? How can I leave after witnessing a miracle? A singularity? Reach it. Reach it. Reach it. Reach it. I jump up, or something pushes me up. I float in the air and hit the ground. My left arm in pain. My tongue, finger stiff. The shaking keeps. A huge kitchen knife stabs me in the side. It pisses me off, so I push away whoever was holding the knife. I realized I had just punched Ilya. I brush off the dust and stand up. Thank goodness. Luckily I didn't injure her.
余計なものは見るなって言ったじゃない。まったくうまくいったから許してあげるけど、今度私の言うこと聞かなかったら承知しないんだからね。
Ilya scolds me, jabbing an accusing finger at my nose. Oh. I realize what she's talking about and look down at the hard sensation in my left hand. I projected it. I pulled it off, but it looks somewhat different than what I saw in the record. In fact, I can't feel a speck of magical energy from this sword. Tozuka's Ass-Off blade would have been dozens of times better than this. The blade doesn't even look capable of cutting anything.
そう、小言はいっぱいあるけど、とりあえずお疲れ様しろ。投影だけなら完璧。
Rock sword, love it. It's not very colorful though. Should be like towards the bottom here? Oh, I don't think it's been added yet, has it? Yeah. Yeah, okay.
実感が湧かないんだけど、どうなんだよこれ。なんかヘボっちいんだけど。
それはそれでいいのよ。その剣はシュバインオーグの系譜のものにしか扱えない。とびっきりの魔剣なんだから。ま、考えてみるといいんがよね。さくらは第三の加護を受けて、リンを若輩の身でありながら第二を駆使しようって言うんだから。教会の連中がいたら調査どころの話じゃない。各部門挙げての裁判沙汰になりかねないわ。
Ilya chuckles.
へえ、この探検そんなにすごいものなのか。
You got some servant data though. Oh, did I? What? Hassani Saba. Ah. Assassin is also an anti-hero. Oh. Okay. That assassin is gone. Still don't know anything about you. Yeah. Emiya. Created by a miracle. This is all that's known about him? Wow. No info about his unlimited blade works though.
ええ、正しく言うのなら多重次元屈折現象、宝石剣キシュアゼルレッチシュバインオーグ、宝石剣ゼルレッチと呼ばれる魔導王の愛犬にして遠坂に残された家宝ってところ。と言っても遠坂に継承されたのは設計図だけで宝石剣そのものじゃないわ。それはね、遠坂の魔術師がもっと長い時間をかけてたどり着かなくちゃいけない魔法使いからの宿題なのよ。
魔法使いからの宿題って、遠坂の言ってた大主婦って魔法使いなのか。
そうよ。けどゼルレッチは魔法使いの中でも頻繁に属性に関わる変人だから、弟子は他にもいるでしょうね。
Wow.
ゼルレッチ本人はこの世界にはいないようだけど、リンが自分の手で宝石剣を作れるようになったらひょっこりやってくるかもしれない。
Not in this world? Pop in for a visit. She makes him sound like some kind of wanderer who travels around for fun. But I got careless. My vision gets hazy when I relax. I clench my right hand and let the pendant dig into my torn skin. It keeps me awake. I try to steady my breathing without letting Ilya notice. My limbs. I can still feel my limbs. Thank goodness. I was afraid I'd lose something after even one projection, but I'm not missing any part of my body. My brain still works. The fact I still know who I am is the strongest evidence of that. I should be able to manage one more projection. Not that I should try. I'm going to save Sakura using a different way than Tosaka. Now that I have Archer's arm, for the first time I can...
ってわけ。要するにね、対主の魔法。
遠坂。
I can't make out what she's saying. It's not that I can't hear her, but Tosaka's saying words I don't understand. She's using strange words and holding something scary in her left hand. Tosaka's holding a sword I've never seen. Never seen? That can't be right. I just protected that, I think, and my left hand is empty, which means I must have given it to her.
シロ、さっきからさすがにの投影は。
I feel a terrible chill. My memory is going away. I can't remember. My understanding doesn't match the details. I clench my right hand, hard. Blood drips, but I finally manage to focus my eyes.
遠坂。
I stand up. My limbs feel light compared to my disconnected head. They're so light that I suspect my insides are empty.
遠坂じゃないわよ。私とイリアは試し撃ちをしてくるから、シロは少しでも体を休めて。って、どうしたのよその手。
Tosaka rushes over to me. She moves shockingly slow.
なんでシロがこれ持ってるの？
I disconnect my mind and realize that she's holding my bloody right hand. Tosaka looks astonished. She's looking at the pendant in my hand. I don't know why she's so surprised. I'm holding this because...
シロ、どうしてあなたがこれを持っているの？それに、こんなになるまで握りしめてるなんて正気？
どうしてって、お守り代わりに持ってるだけだ。これは確か。
I found it. Where? It's something so easy and hard to forget, but I can't recall it no matter how hard I try. Yet, someone who isn't me, my left arm, it knows it better than I do.
その大切なものなんだ。それは肌身離さず最後まで持っていないと。
Words that aren't mine spill from my lips.
シロ、そのペンダントなら私も持ってる。
Tosaka takes a pendant out of her pocket. It's exactly the same. To a jewel user like Tosaka, this is probably an everyday sight. But she's so pretty. I bet an accessory like this would really liven her up.
そっくりだな。
I nod.
違うわ。私のは空っぽだけど、シローのは少しだけ残ってる。取るに足りない量だけど、それでも使われたからには意味があるんだわ。
ん？
それ持っていて、何かの役に立つかもしれないから。
Tosaka puts her pendant away, then takes Ilya's hand and start walking.
おい、遠坂、どこ行くんだよ。
私はイリアに話があるのよ。1時間だけ休憩をあげるから部屋でおとなしくしてなさい。それとその右手、今すぐ手当てしないと本気で怒るわよ。
Her bad temper is very nearly murderous. She goes off with Ilya, who also doesn't say a word.
いいか。助かったといえば助かった。
I need to figure out exactly what's wrong with me, or I won't be able to act. I'm still conscious. As long as I don't space out, I can be aware of my situation, like I have been so far.
で、どうしてこんなところにいるんだっけ？
I wonder why I'm in the shed. Sakura's warning. Sakura told us to run. Tokuka said that she'd fight. And then... Oh yeah, we have to go to a cavern under Rudo Temple.
それで、竜道寺に行くのに、どうして土蔵で倒れてるんだよ。
I've fallen on the ground. When I came to, I was sprawled out in the shed. My right arm throbs in pain. Thanks to that, I'm fully awake.
くそ、しっかりしろ、バカ野郎。
I stand up and check the feeling in my arms and legs. I don't feel so good. I'm losing something at an alarming speed. It isn't critical. I should be able to fight like I have so far until morning at least.
ひどい顔色ですね。私が認識できますか？
Ryder.
シロ。
But imagine the dude that was magically attached to you is somehow linked to your little sister's dumb boyfriend. Yeah. She. Yep. Sorry, just making sure I read your message correctly. I gasp and whirl around. Deep within the shed, where the moonlight doesn't reach, a black-clothed servant stands in the dark.
ライダー、お前、今まで。
はい。ずっとあなたを監視していました。私の使命はエミヤシローの守護ですが、私の主はサクラです。あなたがサクラに危害を加えようとする以上、あなたを守ることはできない。ですから、先の森ではあなたに手を貸さなかった。バーサーカーに追われたのは、あなたたちの自業自得ですから。
Man. Ryder coolly explains. She's very businesslike. It seems like she was waiting for me to be alone.
そうか。じゃあ、ここに現れたのは。
あなたを殺すためですね。あなたたちはサクラの敵です。なら、このままサクラの元になど行かせるわけにはいかない。
Ryder is holding her stake-shaped daggers. She inches closer, her murderous intent clear. Ryder's serious. I knew this question was coming eventually. What was it again? Remember, it was... Oh, right. Will you be on Sakura's side until the end? Yeah. Oops, went back too far. I remember. Wow, look at this. Wait a minute. Is this right? I'm scared now. Well, wait. Oh, wait, everything else is like... She leaves though, so I think I did choose right. I remember. Before, Ryder asked me a question under the stars. She wanted to know whether I would be on Sakura's side until the very end, no matter what. I couldn't answer back then. But now, I can say it with pride.
ライダー、あんたがサクラを大切にしているのはわかる。今だって、俺を行かせたら、サクラが苦しむから止めようとしてるんだろ
ええ。それが分かっていてサクラを殺しに行くのですか？シロ。
殺すためじゃない。救うために行くんだ。ライダー、俺は最後までサクラを守る。どんなことになろうと、サクラを選ぶ。そのために、あんたの力を貸してくれ。 俺と遠坂だけじゃさくらを助けられない。さくらを本当に大切に思ってくれるなら今だけでも手を貸してくれ。
それはいつぞやの質問の回答ということですか？
I nod silently.
いいでしょう。ですが、私は勝算のない戦いには赴きません。あなたは私に何を期待するのですか、シロ？
What I expect Ryder to do? There's only one thing. Out of all the servants in this war, Ryder is the only one with a noble phantasm that can resist Saber's noble phantasm, which is Sakura's most powerful card.
その前に質問がある。あんたの宝具は今でも使えるのか？
使えます。さくらは未だ私に魔力を供給していますから。
じゃあ次。サーバントは実体化していてもカテゴリー的には霊体なんだろう。となると通常の武器ではサーバントを傷つけられないのか？
そうですね。通常のサーバントなら無効化できますが、さくらに囚われたサーバントは別です。セイバーは肉を与えられ、霊体に戻れない生命です。強力な魔術品ならば、彼らがまとった黒い影を突破できるでしょう。
Ah.
そうか。なら決まりだ。賞賛はあるし、役割もはっきりしている。ライダー、あんたには1対1でセイバーを倒してもらう。具体的に言うとだな。
I whisper in Ryder's ear. It's not like anyone's listening to us, but I'm just being safe, so that you don't know.
なるほど。確かにその方法なら突破できる。何しろ純粋な力勝負です。紛れが起こる心配もない。
だろ？まあ、問題があるとしたら、それは。
あなたの技量と、あなたの技量を私がどこまで信頼できるか、ですね。
I nod. Ryder pauses for a moment, placing a finger on her lips in contemplation.
承知しました。あなたを信頼し、一時の主と認めましょう。
Whoa. No, but that's the smartest thing he's done in a while. That is still true, yeah. Because who knows who's listening. Then she agrees to my suggestion with a surprisingly lovely smile. Wow. Imagine their shock. Tosuka and Ilya, when I come back, I was like, hey, I'm Ryder's Master for right now. Both hands on the clock point to the top. It's midnight, the time we agreed on. I wrap up the Azov blade and keep it on my waist. It's my only weapon. The only other thing I take with me is the pendant Totsuka talked about.
シロ、リンが呼んでるわ。外で待ってるから、準備ができ次第来なさいって。
Ilya will stay here. It's true that Zoken's targeting Ilya, but it's also my wish for her to stay here.
そうか。遠坂、先に外で待っているのか。
Assassin's still out there too, I gotta remember.
ええ、早く来いって顔してたから、急がないとまた小言よ。
I nod at Ilya and stand up. She's so baby. I love that evil gremlin. She's not evil, Ilya. Look at how soft she's been, like ever since she came to this house. My left arm doesn't hurt anymore. My functions as a living creature are just slowly being eroded. If I stop, I won't know what I'm doing.
それじゃあ行ってくる。イリアも気をつけてな。
いってらっしゃいシロ。夜が明ける頃にさくらとリンと3人で帰ってきてね。
I wave at Ilya and leave the room. The living room is silent. 10 years. So much has happened here. I made a lot of memories. Much of it came recently. This morning scene became so familiar to me over the last year and a half. She just needed better people to be around. Yeah. The shed is silent. It's Shiro Emiya's tiny workshop. A place I spent so much time in. It was like my own bedroom. This is where I followed in Kidetsugu's footsteps. I threw myself into training every night. When I fell asleep here, sometimes she would come to wake me up. It feels like it happened a long time ago. I can even remember the smell of the air. The bedroom was silent. It's a guest room that's only been used for the last several days. There aren't any memories here. But it reminds me of Sakura. I sigh and lean against the wall. I can't remember. I can't remember anything that happened in this house, or anything I've experienced. And yet, when I walk through these rooms, Sakura's face clearly comes to mind. How much Sakura means to me. It's a struggle to just stay conscious. My memories are all over the place. 10 years I spent in this house are turning into a haze. But there's something I still remember well. No matter what else I'll lose, the memory of Sakura will always be fresh in my mind. I heave a long sigh. What I need to do has always been the same. I anchor my disconnected mind and leave Sakura's room. I leave nothing behind. Once, we made a promise here. We knew we couldn't keep it, but we said it to encourage each other. I'll make it again right now. It was a small glimmer of hope that we'd go somewhere together. Alright! Oh boy, okay. Man, it's the final day. Oh wait, I did not actually save. Uh-oh. February 15th. No! Final! No! Not yet! Wait, not yet! Okay, here we go. Wait. It'll prompt me to save again, right? Okay, good. 3 minutes later, the memory of what's her name will never leave my mind. Yeah. You think of starting Fate Zero as your first Fate anime to watch? Do you think I should? Cause I think I was like thinking about just the OG Fate anime. I fell asleep and remembered. Welcome back, Nye. I'm about to end stream. Oh, the interlude? Oh. No way. Yeah, because I've been streaming for 6.5 hours, and this is the final day of this route. We can call it here. Yeah, I think so, since you played the game. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I want to do too. Oh wait, no, yeah. Yeah, so it should be okay to play or watch, I'll call it ReZero. Fate Zero first, and then revisit the anime, yeah. I was watching stream, then fell asleep in class, and I got caught up. Oh. Your professor let you fall asleep in class? Wow. And well, with professors, like, they don't really care, because, like, as long as you're able to, like, keep up with, like, the course in itself, you know? Then it's like, if you need rest, and that's the only time that you can get it, then they don't mind, usually. Not unless it's, like, everybody, you know? But yeah. Whoa. Yeah. So many times that we could have just died. Pretty sure. Yeah. Ilya found. Alright. You're on your own, man. You're your own man. Yeah. Oh yeah, you did miss that. But alright, with that, I will now promptly end stream. So, thank you everybody for watching, who stopped by today. Thank to all the lurkers, the bot watchers, and the sleepers in chat. Always greatly appreciated. And I'll see you guys in the next stream, which will be with Astra this upcoming weekend. So, yeah. Also, the computer I used in my graphic design class messed up. So I had to redo my entire project in one session. Dang. Oh, that sounds so painful. Yeah, I understand that. For sure. Thank you for the stream. Yeah, thank you guys again. I will now call it here. And just relax for the rest of the day. 6.5 hours. Ooh, it's been a while since I've done a stream that long, especially for me being sick recently. But yeah. Alright. I'll see you guys next time. Whatever that may be. There we go. Bye!